is the square root of the number of people under consideration have half of whatever it is that's under consideration. So this works everywhere. So if you took 100 classical composers, 10 of them produce half the music that's played. And then if you take the 10 composers and you take 1,000 of their songs, 30 of those songs, which is the square root of 1,000 roughly speaking, are played 50% of the time. And so there's this underlying natural law, which is, it's expressed as the Matthew principle, which is from a New Testament statement. The statement is, to those who have everything, more will be given, and from those who have nothing, everything will be taken. It's a vicious statement, but it's actually, here's one of those places where it's actually empirically true. This happens everywhere. And so what Marx observed was that capital tended to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people. And he said that's a flaw of the capitalist system. That's wrong. It's not a flaw of the capitalist system. It is a feature of every single system of production that we know of, no matter who set it up and how it operates. And so then now we have a problem, because what happens is, as soon as you set up a domain of production, and you need to because you need things to be produced, then you instantly produce a competition, and the spoils go disproportionately to a tiny percentage of people. So then so what? Well, so the rest of the people starve, or the system becomes unstable because everybody's mad. It's like, that's a big problem. Okay, so how do human beings fix that? Well, the first thing we did was diversify the number of productive games. So you don't get to be NBA basketball star, but you can run a podcast. It's a completely different competitive landscape. So we can fractionate the production landscape, and then people who aren't successful in one domain might be successful in others. That's human creativity. We're really good at that. But the problem with that is you still get a positive correlation among the successful people. So because you're so successful, for example, with your podcast and your YouTube videos, your connection network is insanely powerful, right? So you still have this tendency for what's useful and good to be, distributed, let's call it inequitably. And it's got the power of a physical law. In fact, there are people, they call themselves econophysicists. No one knows that there's a field, econophysics, and they use the same mathematical equations that represent the propagation of gas molecules into a vacuum to describe the manner in which money distributes itself in an economy. Okay, so Marx pointed to a fundamental issue, but he said, well, that's a fault with capitalism. It's like, no, it isn't. It's something way more pernicious than that. And it's something like, well, when one good thing happens to you, it makes you a little more powerful and attractive. And so that fractionally increases the possibility that another good thing will happen to you. And then that spirals out of control, and you get people who they have all the money, or they have all the podcast downloads. You're in that position. What is it, 1.2 billion? Like, what the hell? But it's to those who have more, and it's not because there's something oppressive about you. It's because you rode the wave of the Pareto distribution, and it threw you way the hell up into the stratosphere. And we don't know what to do about that. Like, should you be sharing your podcast views with the oppressed and downtrodden? I mean, you've got a few billion, you could spread the damn things around. It's not fair that you're the only one that's being listened to. It's the same argument. And it's a compelling argument, because why the hell should you have all that power? If you call it power, you could call it authority or competence.
But isn't that a different argument? Because no one's asking anyone to download anything in specific. No one's compelling anyone to download anything specific. You could download whatever you want. And if you put more effort and more time and more focus into your work, whatever it would be, whether it's a podcast or your YouTube videos or whatever, if people enjoy it, they gravitate towards it. And then over time, it exponentially increases the amount of people that are exposed to it.
Well, this is why I think that and this is the other problem with the Marxist perspective, is that, and the postmodernists in particular, like, they conflate power, competence, and authority unfairly. Now, your point, it's sort of the point of free marketers. You're saying, well, look, all I'm doing is offering a product. I'm not compelling anyone. It's a quality product, or at least as far as the market is concerned, it is. If it turns out that everyone wants that, well, what's wrong with that? And I'm not disagreeing with that argument in the least, but the problem is it doesn't fix the problem. Like the problem with money, let's say. The problem is that if you let a monetary system run, all the money ends up in the hands of a very small number of people.
And you're saying this is also with any sort of creative endeavor.
Any creative endeavor, man.
Now, what is wrong? Like, I think the real issue would be to maximize potential output or maximize the amount of successful people. You'd have to figure out don't concentrate on what people are doing right, concentrate on what people are doing wrong. Like what are the people doing wrong that are failing, whether in any creative endeavor?
That's partly why we put together, sorry, just give me 1 minute all.
Sure.
That's partly why we put together the future authoring program, because we were trying to figure out what made people successful. And one of the things that makes people successful is they specify a target and then aim at it. Right, because if you're all over we do know in a relatively functional society like ours, we know what predicts success. IQ and conscientiousness are the biggest predictors of success. Now, there's a genetic lottery thing going on there that's kind of rough, but it does say that smart people who work hard are disproportionately likely to succeed. And then you might also say, well, you want to remove the impediments from people who have those capabilities so that they can move forward. And one of the predictors of success as well is to decide what your success is going to be and then work hard in that direction. And that actually works. So I think that is a very useful thing to do. And that's, well, like I said, that's partly why we've been working in that direction. So, but there's other problems that it still doesn't solve. Like one of them is, if you don't have any money, it's really hard to get some. Like once you have some, it's not so hard to get some more. But, but if you're at zero, Jesus, man, you're in the reverse situation. You're poor, you don't have anything, no one wants to talk to you. You can't get out of it because you're too poor to get out of it. You know, you're penalized by the economic system because you can't even afford to start playing the game. You're stuck at zero. You're stuck at zero. And you can't get out. And the revolutionary types, you know, they go to the people who are stuck at zero and they say, hey, you're stuck at zero. Why don't you burn the whole goddamn thing to the ground?
Right.
Because maybe in the next iteration you won't be stuck at zero. And for young men, that's a hell of a call.
Right.
Because they're already, let's call them expendable biologically, and that makes them more adventurous and risk-taking. If someone says, and maybe that's why they wear the Che Guevara t-shirt, it's like, hey, I'm stuck at zero. Well, I'd rather be with the romantic who's burning the whole thing to the ground than to just, you know, to stay locked in my immobile position.
Right, but that zero is where massive amounts of creativity come from because of that struggle. Massive amounts of innovation, massive amounts of people who have visions, because you're not living off of some sort of trust fund. You know, you have real risk and real danger, and you have a real concern about your future. Whereas someone who has no concerns whatsoever, and their future is carved in stone, they can do whatever they want, buy a new Ferrari every year, that they're not going to have nearly the amount of motivation as the poor person.
Yeah, well, that may be why family fortunes tend to only last 3 generations.
Yes.
And you know, you're saying, well, why don't you take a look at the advantages of zero? And one of the advantages there is that you're driven by brute necessity, and that can really be motivating.
Yes.
And that's, I think, why the children of first generation immigrants often do so well.
Yes.
You know, they're driven by necessity, and it's so. Yes, agreed. However, I would still say, you know, the zero issue is there are levels of absolute privation that are so intense that all the goodwill in the world won't get you out of zero.
Right. If you're living in a third world country in some very small village with no way out whatsoever, that is the zero of zero. You're in Tanzania on the river. People are getting eaten by crocodiles in your village. You're fucked.
Yeah,
Yes.
Zero is like a magnet.
Yeah.
It just holds you
Yeah, it's a
there.
black hole.
Having a little, very little, maybe that motivational state that's
Yes.
actually generative.
Right, there's a difference. And then what's really bizarre is those people in that village might be happier than the people who live in a gated community in Beverly Hills.
Well, I wanted to come back to this.
Please,
Your
yeah,
point
please.
about whether we should be concentrating on what you're doing right versus what you're doing wrong. Both of those will work. I mean, you should actually be doing both of them simultaneously. You'll maximize faster. But the real problem is that the system in which we concentrate on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, and supposedly you get paid for some integration of those things, is that we don't understand what we are wired to produce evolutionarily, right? We all operate based on the idea that we're pursuing some state of happiness or satisfaction, and you know we think we know what's going to get it for us, and maybe it's inventing something, and then you'll be happy, but it's a trap. The fact is, what we are wired to do is to discover opportunities, and then when we discover an opportunity, it benefits the population that we come from, and we turn that discovery into either more mouths to feed or more consumption, and we restore the state of privation, right? We restore the state in which people don't have enough. And so if you really wanted to fix this problem, if you wanted to address the problems that communism thinks it's solving but fails to, you have to engineer around this feature of human beings, where we pursue new opportunities, and as soon as we find a new opportunity, instead of figuring out a way to stabilize the benefit so that it results in a stable sense of satisfaction, for example, we fall all over ourselves to turn it into more of the same, because of course that's how we got here.
Can you give me an example of what you mean by this?
Sure. So let's look at something like the let's imagine an ancient farmer. An ancient farmer has a piece of land, and that piece of land will support a certain number of people with the level of technology that the farmer is utilizing. Somehow the farmer ends up either thinking of or discovering, by watching somebody else, a wheel. Now that farmer has a technology that allows him, or however many people are working that farm, to produce that much more food with no more labor, because the wheel allows you to transport more, for example, at one time. So now that same piece of land can support more people because it can be more efficiently farmed. That could be stabilized as a kind of success. In other words, that you could turn the extra, the surplus, into a kind of persistent
Luxury.
yeah, a luxury, but I mean, luxury is a little bit too trivial sounding. You could turn it into a space where you use that to investigate important stuff. Or you could turn it into more mouths to feed, in which case, as soon as you've produced those extra mouths that are now consuming the output of that farm, now the level of, fear of starvation is right back where it was. And so
that's more money, more problems.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, well, it used to be that we produced more people. Now we
Right.
produce a greater quest for consumption.
Right.
But if we were smart, what we would do is we would think about the problem of how to take the
While so many people are focused on what is being lost in terms of our way of life, there are others who are focused on the creation of a new world or a new way of life. Jan Ingalls Smith is a psychotherapist and shaman. Her work is helping people birth their own higher frequencies, which in turn create higher outcomes in the world around us. Through experiences with parallel timelines, multiple personalities, and time shifts, Jan shares the miracle of what's possible once we choose a higher way of living. Welcome, Jan. I've interviewed you before. We've had a lot of chats and been on live shows together and so forth, but I've never seen you in the flesh till now. You're just as beautiful.
Well, so are
More
you.
beautiful.
This is so fun to actually sit in your presence. And sit
It's wonderful to
virtually.
be with you. What I love about you is you have this really clear way of articulating themes that are quite deep. And I think your background, having been through, rigorous academics and your work as a psychotherapist, really has set a wonderful framework for you to be able to explain what you experience and what you are here to teach from the worldview of a shaman.
Yes.
I mean, these are very separate worlds, but really complementary in your case.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And I want to start with when you were a student, because this is really a launching off point for you. And I just mentioned it a moment ago. In dealing with multiple
TD, we know a time will come when we'll look back and remember a moment when birthdays look like this.
gains that come from not being bumped up at the limits of a system and turn them into what we value, right? What we
Well,
collectively value.
we've done some of that. I mean, we've done some of that because as, what do they say, a rising tide lifts all ships, and there's certainly some truth in that. The overall standard of living has gone up so stupendously since 1895 that it's an absolute miracle. So we've done some of that. And so there's another issue, back to Marx, let's say. There's another issue that we can't contend with. And one of those might be, well, imagine that in order for society to progress, you have to allow the individual to compete in a relatively untrammeled space so that they can innovate. And then imagine that one of the consequences of that innovation is that you get these Pareto distributions developing because the innovator or the one who's second in line to the innovator, whatever, ends up with the bulk of the spoils. So you might say there's a cost to be paid in inequality for innovation. And then you could also say, well, too much inequality destabilizes things, which seems to be quite clear. So there's room for an intelligent conversation about that, right? Because the lefties say, too much inequality. And they need to be listened to because the evidence is quite clear. If you let the inequality ramp up enough, the whole system destabilizes because the people at the bottom think, fuck it, we'll just flip the system upside down.
Right.
No one wants that. Like right-wing conservatives don't want that. So because you could make a Republican argument and say, don't let the inequality in your neighborhood get out of hand because the crime rate will skyrocket. And the empirical evidence on that is overwhelmingly strong. Inequality drives crime. Now you can argue about why, but the fact that it does, that's not disputable. So we could have an intelligent discussion between the left and the right, and the discussion would go something like this. You need innovation, you pay for innovation with inequality. But you need to bind inequality because if it's too intense, then things destabilize. It's like, okay, we can agree on that. We've got the parameters set. Now we have to start thinking very carefully through how to do the redistribution issue, and we don't know how to do that. So you might say, well, we have a guaranteed annual income for people, which I think is a horrible solution, by the way, but it addresses the right problem. The problem is that we're hyperproductive, but the spoils go to those at the top. And some of those resources need to be funneled down to the people who have zero so that they have an opportunity to at least get to the point where they can innovate, and so the whole bloody thing doesn't wobble and fall. And and I would say in some sense that's what the political discussion is about. But we've skittered off into these radical oversimplifications, which is something like, well, if you have more than another person, you're an oppressor and you're evil. And if you have less, it's because you're virtuous and victimized. And that's just a non-starter.
So you think that there's a real problem with like something like universal basic income? You think it's a horrible idea?
Well, I think the idea that the solution is a basic income is not a good idea, because I think the problem is deeper than that. I don't think the fundamental problem is that people don't have enough money. I think the fundamental problem is that human beings in some sense are beasts of burden, and if they're not provided with a place where they can accept social responsibility, social and individual responsibility in an honorable manner, they degenerate and die. That's the opiate crisis in the West right now. Like men who are men don't need money. They need function. And we've got a problem. One of the problems is, for example, here's an ugly stat. I think I told you this once before. It's illegal to induct anyone into the armed forces if they have an IQ of less than 83. And the reason for that is the armed forces, despite having every reason to draw the contradictory conclusion, has decided that there isn't a single thing that you can be trained to do in the military if you have an IQ of less than 83 that isn't positively counterproductive. That's 10% of the population. And we're producing a culture that's very cognitively complex. Like, what the hell are you going to do if you can't use a computer? Like, if you can use a computer, you're at least in the game. If you can really use one, you're hyper powerful. If you're not literate enough to use a computer, you're at zero. 10% of the population. The conservatives say, well, there's a job for everyone if they just worked hard enough. It's like, no, and increasingly no. And the liberals say, well, everyone's basically the same and you can train anyone to do anything. It's like, no, you can't.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the inequality point here, because if you look at this biologically, actually, I think it reveals a lot. Why are we, we know from careful study that people are motivated by the degree of inequality more than they are the the absolute level of well-being that they have. And there's a very good, it's tragic, but a very good evolutionary reason for this, which is if you are working on some piece of land and your neighbor has the adjacent piece of land and they're doing twice as well as you, it's because they know something you don't, right? And so becoming focused on what they're doing that you're not doing is a rational thing to spend your time on, so you can figure out what it is that they know that you don't. In the modern environment, this is a catastrophe, because who are your neighbors? Well, you've got some box sitting on the wall of your living room that has a totally artificial portrait of other people who may be much wealthier than you, and it's broadcasting in as if you're looking in their window, right, in the adjacent house. And so you think, you're being triggered to think that you're doing something wrong that you might fix, when in fact the solution may not be, first of all, the person on the other side of that screen may not be for real, but even if they are, they're not living in the same environment as you. The technology is interfacing with our brains badly. But so we have the perception of massive inequality. Economically, we do have massive inequality. You're arguing that the solution to this involves some sort of massive redistribution.
Well, as solution. I wouldn't argue, but yeah.
But nonetheless, redistribution is wildly unpopular for various reasons. And so what we've got now is a situation, this is speculative, but what's really happening is that austerity is being used as a threat to keep people who would otherwise rebel against the inequality in line. And my fear about this is that this is exactly the conditions that are going to trigger that tribal population against population mayhem that we were talking about at the beginning of this conversation. That when people have the sense that the burst of growth that they were experiencing is now over, the natural response is to turn on those who are not as powerful and take their stuff. That this is a totally indefensible but nonetheless biological pattern of history, and that if we want to avoid that, we have to stop sending the signals that trigger us to imagine that we've just run to the limit of the opportunity that we had discovered, and it is now time to look and see who can't defend their position.
How are we sending these signals?
Well, by basically failing to provide enough well-being that people's perception of the inequality is reduced to a tolerable level.
That's the argument for universal basic income, right?
It's certainly a strong one, and
It's also a good argument for equality of opportunity, right? Because people are actually not as resentful about the success of others as you might expect. They're resentful about it if they feel that the game is fixed. But they're also willing to consider the game long term. So lots of people will say, look, like, I'm stuck at not 0, I'm stuck at 1. But my kids might make it to 4, and that's good enough. And that's been the American dream, right? And that's a really high power antidote to inequality. It's like, well, yeah, there's some inequality. We need it to keep the generative mechanism going, but the game is fair and you can play it too, and there's some reasonable probability that either you or someone you love will be successful. So it has to be a straight game, and that's why ethics is so important to keep this landscape stable. People can't play crooked games, and the rich shouldn't be fixing the game if they want to hold on to their money. And the problem is that some of them, although not all, some of them are fixing the game, and no one's happy about that, and no wonder, and I guess that was evidenced to some degree by the 2008 collapse, because it seemed, and I'm just as uninformed as the next person, so I'm capable of commenting on this. It seems from the outside that the rich disproportionately benefited from the restabilization of the economic system. And people are not happy about that. And they shouldn't be happy about that, because it indicates that there's something fundamentally rotten about the game. So you could say, well, maybe people can tolerate necessary inequality if the game isn't rigged. And so that's why everybody has to act in a manner that indicates that the game isn't rigged. And that means they can't rig it. That's really what it means. So we're also being driven into this inequality corner by the postmodernists and the neo-Marxists, because they say, this is the pernicious thing. They say, well, the reason that some people have more than others is because every hierarchy is based on arbitrary power, and they're all oppressors. And the reason they have the money is because they stole it from you. And there's some truth in that, because there are some criminals. But when you get to the point where you fail to distinguish the productive people from the criminals, which is exactly what happened in the 1920s in the Soviet Union, you better bloody well watch out, because when you radically make things egalitarian, you're going to wipe out all your productive people, and then you're going to starve. And so that's one of the doom end scenarios that awaits us if this idiot process of polarization continues. And what I find reprehensible about the universities, and you're tangled up right up to your neck in this, is that the universities are actively agitating to produce people who believe that all inequality is due to oppression and power. And that's just, well, first of all, it's technically wrong. But it's
why
dangerous.
is that, though? You guys both operate in that system, so what?
Well, here's the problem. As far as I know, nobody has properly studied the question of what fraction of the economy is actually crooked, rent-seeking, right? Not productive. And I fear that the answer to that question is that it's an awful large fraction of the economy, not because of some conspiracy, but because opportunity is finite, but con games aren't. And so anybody who can find a mechanism for transferring wealth from somebody else for doing nothing finds that mechanism, and that thing is ever present. Whereas discovering the next big thing that's actually productive is, something that goes along and fits and starts. And so if we were, really, you've described it very well. We've got a battle between two caricatures of what's true, right? Either the market is wonderful and it's producing great stuff with very little corruption, or everything that makes people unequal is the result of corruption. Both of these things are wrong, right? Markets are marvelous engines for figuring out how to do something really well. They're brilliant at this, right? And so people who see that fall in love with it, understandably, because they're so good at it. But what they're terrible at is telling you what you should want or what you should do, right? If people tell markets, here's what we would like to accomplish, and then the markets tell us, well, how do we accomplish that best? That would be a very viable system that would not result in massive rent-seeking, resulting in everybody feeling that all of their misfortunes are the result of a rigged game, which is so massively rigged that when they check, they see, yes, that is actually to a large extent what we're suffering from. But they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so they want to throw out markets entirely, which, would be a terrible mistake.
You asked, Joe, why this has happened in the universities, and like that, I think it's one of these runaway positive feedback processes. The universities start to tilt hard to the left in the 60s, and that just went out of control. And now we're at the point where that's the dominant force. And why is probably another manifestation of one of these Pareto principles. It's like, well, at some point there's enough lefties hired so that the probability that they're only going to hire people equally as left or greater starts to reach 100%. And then you iterate that across a couple of generations and you get no conservatives, which is more or less the situation, say, in the humanities and most of the social sciences. And it sort of looks like a conspiracy, but it doesn't mean that anyone is actually planning it, although there are conscious attempts also to silence conservative voices, let's say. And then that's also driven by this postmodern ethos, neo-Marxist ethos, I would say, that says that all of the right, the moral right, is on the side of the left. And so it's the combination of those two things. There's more things. I often think comically that if you paid sociology professors 3 times as much, the probability that they would be anti-capitalist would decline precipitously. Like, I think a lot of it's driven because there's a lot of smart people in academia, and they're underpaid relative to their intelligence. So, and that doesn't make them happy, so they get bitter and resentful about that. And they think, well, there's these goddamn bankers who are hauling in $20 million a year, and here I am, hardly struggling, but here I am struggling comparatively, and that's the issue, is comparatively on $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year. I look at that and I think, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. But my colleagues are often angry with me because I do work with the business school. And I also have a business. I'm not anti-capitalist in the least. But it's just dumbfounding to me, because they'll come up to me and say, well, are you so sure that you should be working with a business school? And I think, what bloody planet are you from to posit a question like that? All businessmen are evil. It's like, really? That's the level of your sophistication?
This is
And-
really an argument that's been presented to you that businessmen are evil.
Well, they don't come out and say that, but they certainly question my motivations, for example, in forming ties with the business school.
Like, what do they say about it?
They say exactly that. They question my ethics about forming ties with the business school. So,
But they don't give you any reasons for...
you're supposed to. The reason's supposed to be self-evident, Joe.
Oh,
You know,
Well,
it's,
so let's give this argument its due. I mean, I don't buy this argument, but nonetheless, let's not caricature it.
yes, that's good.
In an absolutely free market, which is not what we have, but we have something that tends in that direction. In an absolutely free market, if you compete two individuals, one of whom is completely amoral, will embrace any opportunity if it makes a profit, no matter what it is, and the other individual has some limit to what they will do, well, then there's no question who wins. If we give this experiment a long enough period, the individual who will do anything will outcompete the individual with moral limits, because...
Doesn't it depend on what the game is, though? Because
No.
if people find out that you have no moral limits, then they're going to remove themselves from your market.
Unfortunately not. And
No?
here's the... I know it seems like that, and in any given round, that's true.
Okay.
But to the extent that what you're saying is, to the extent that people police their purchasing, and they will stop using Uber if Uber is ethically compromised, for
Right.
example. Well, then the point is, well, what's the game? The game is to figure out which things are being monitored and not do any of the unethical things that are being monitored, but to do all of the unethical things that aren't being monitored. And so the individual who is perceiving which things they can get away with has an advantage.
That's
And-
the psychopath advantage. Right?
Well, I don't even want to call it the psychopath advantage, right? What this is that a market will train you to do this if it is unregulated. And the best that the ethically restrained person can do is compete dead even. They have no way of getting ahead, because the person that is completely free, the amoral business actor, has the ability to do anything that the constrained actor has.
Doesn't this
plus
depend entirely upon what the battlefield is?
Not really. There's sort of one exception, and that exception is people who have done something that has suddenly put them in a powerful position, right? So, I
Like
don't-
tech people.
Right, tech people who have skyrocketed as a result of having innovated the next big thing
Right.
have not been through the markets training them to discover the landscape of what isn't being monitored that you can make a profit at.
That's one of the fascinating things about tech people in general, is that these gigantic tech corporations almost all lean left.
Well, the gigantic tech corporations lean left. That's true. On the other hand, I mean, I hate to say it, but think about how Google started, right? Don't be evil.
Right.
I think they actually meant that,
Right.
right? And the thing is, don't be evil is what it sounds like when you haven't been trained by the market to have to do whatever you have to do to beat your competition. You've just come up with the great search engine and suddenly you're on top of the world. But over time, what happens? That entity is now exposed to competition from a bunch of other entities that increasingly will find an advantage in being freer to do ethically questionable stuff. And so what it does is it forces an entity like Google to evolve in the direction of amorality. So now, don't
kind of
be
happened
evil.
with China and Google. You know,
Yeah.
Because Google wanted to expand into China, and so they had to make a deal with the devil, so to speak.
Right, and
They had to accept censorship.
they will find ways to rationalize everything, because to not rationalize that which their competitors can avail themselves of would be to perish.
And one of the issues was there was all sorts of fake Google going on, just like they have fake Apple stores in China. They don't have the same sort of copyright laws that we have, and you can essentially plagiarize anything you want.
And Brett, you also said that I shouldn't make a straw man of the anti-business argument of my peers, and there's another way that I shouldn't make a straw man of it. Like, despite the fact that I'm not anti-capitalist, I don't believe that every entity is a business either. And one of the things that has happened to universities that has actually, they've pathologized in a number of dimensions, but they've also pathologized along the business dimension as the administrators have become increasingly trained or drawn from the ranks of business managers. Because a university is actually not a business. It's like a church isn't a business. There are organizations that aren't businesses that you can't just cram into the free market structure willy-nilly. And so my colleagues also object to to the transformation of the university into a business entity run by profit-seeking MBAs. And they should object to that because that's not what the institution is for. So there are reasons for them to be skeptical, say, of my association with the business school that aren't merely a reflection of a simplistic anti-capitalist ideology.
Oh, there are lots of things that have no immunity to contact with the market. Right. What has happened to the university system is that markets have pushed it in all kinds of directions that are not healthy for the mission of the academy. And this is also true, journalism isn't well done in a market either, right? Journalism done in a market ends up telling you what you want to hear, not what you need to know. Right. So anyway, markets are wonderful, but there's certain things they shouldn't be allowed to touch, and there are certain things that they shouldn't do, like tell us what to want. Right? There's no magic principle by which a market knows what's healthy and what you might crave.
Yeah, and
but
so
shouldn't have.
that also then brings us back to another part of the conservative, liberal left dilemma, which is to direct the market means to impose the heavy hand of the state and its potential pathologies on the market, but to leave it alone completely means that it wanders randomly through an indeterminate landscape, and I guess part of the issue there too is it's sort of like, well, how do we properly balance foresight and planning, which you'd think would have some role in the construction of large-scale states. It's like, well, what do we want the landscape to look like? How do we balance that with the sort of comprehensive computations that the market allows? And of course, the answer to that is we have political discussions about it all the time that are untrammeled, so that we can adjust the ratio between those two things as necessary. So again, that's a argument on the side of free speech. Right?
Yeah, I mean, really, it couldn't be more important. The real answer is that both failures are frightening.
Right.
Right. You really don't want a state nannying you and overregulating the market and taking the magic out of it, and you don't want the completely unregulated landscape where the market, starts probing the minds of your children and figuring out how to sell them things that they don't have any ability to resist, right? You need to figure out what that path is, and it's not easy, but you can't do it in a landscape where you can't talk about the questions.
And this brings us to censorship, doesn't it? Because this is a real issue with the marketplace of free ideas. When you're talking about whether it's Google or YouTube or whoever might be imposing their own morality and their own ideas on what you should and should not be able to discuss and what should and should not be monetized, you're essentially imposing these limits. Look, I've read once, and it's a very good point, that freedom breeds inequality, because you're free to put as much effort as you'd like into something, and you're going to get unequal results. And that if you are truly free in a free world, some people are going to do far better than others, and just based on their own input, just based on their effort, just based on the amount of focus and dedication they have. It is very unequal. I know many people that are far more dedicated than other people that I know, and they do better.
Yeah, well, that's well buttressed by the empirical literature.
Yes.
Because while I mentioned earlier that the two best predictors of long-term success are intelligence and conscientiousness, and what intelligence is probably something like the number of credible operations that you can manifest in a given period of time. It's something like speed. Now, it's not only that, but speed's a big part of it. So if what you're doing is working and you can do it faster, that works better. Okay, that's pretty damn straightforward. And the next thing is, well, conscientiousness. Well, conscientiousness would be something like how many of those cycles of effort are devoted to that specific task. And it turns out that if there's a relationship between the effort and task success, more effort is better. And so I can give you some indication of the power of that. So if you have good measures of conscientiousness and IQ, you can predict someone's success in a competitive landscape with a correlation of about 0.6. And what that would mean is, imagine that you tried to pick people, you just said randomly you're going to be a success in the top half of the successful people, say, and you're going to be in the bottom half. You'd have a 50% chance of making that selection correctly if you did it randomly. If you did it informed by the results of a good cognitive test and a conscientious test, you'd be right 85% of the time. So you could say with 85% accuracy, which of two people would be more likely to be in the top 50%. So it's a whopping effect, and it's actually some validation for the essential integrity of our system, because we hope, given that it's essentially an open meritocracy, that smarter, hardworking people would do better, and they do. Now, other factors apply. Corruption,
Well,
for example.
Lots of factors apply. I mean, for one thing, wrapped up in IQ is a big question, which is how much of the differences in IQ that exist is democratizable. That is to say, how much of this is the result of environments that aren't enriching, or there's lead in the water, or who knows what.
Not
And-
enough vitamins.
Right. My sense, actually, my intuition based on what I know biologically, is that a huge fraction, maybe all of it, but a huge fraction of differences in IQ is actually could be generalized, and that's part of equal opportunity. It's not an equal
Yeah.
opportunity.
See,
if
I'm
you
way
come
more
to-
pessimistic about that, and that's partly because, I mean, maybe because I spent a lot of, because I'm interested in the amelioration of differences, you know. So, for example, that's why I built this future authoring program. It's like, hey, if we can figure out how to make people more effective, well, let's do it. So I scoured the literature on IQ enhancement, and it's bloody dismal, man.
Well-
It's rough. It's very, very difficult to put together a cognitive training program. Like, some things have worked in a major way. Like the fact that people aren't starving has moved the bottom of the IQ distribution way up over the last 100 years. That's been like a walloping success. But a lot of the things that we hoped would work, like Head Start's a good example of that. You know, Head Start was part of the American War on Poverty, and the idea was you'd give, you know, deprived kids a leg up early before they hit school, and start training them cognitively earlier. And the hope was that you'd get a Pareto thing going, where they'd be a little smarter in kindergarten, and then they do a little better in grade 1, and that would make them do even more better in grade 2, do better in grade 2. But what happened was that the kids who went through Head Start actually did get a cognitive jump on their competitors, but all the other kids caught up by grade 6. And by grade 6, there was absolutely no effect whatsoever of the training program left. Now, Head Start did have a couple of benefits. One was fewer teenage pregnancies and fewer dropouts. But that was probably because the kids who got into Head Start were either socialized better, or that some fraction of them were removed for some time from extremely toxic environments just while they happened to be at Head Start. But it didn't produce the cognitive improvements that everyone, right and left, were equally hoping for.
Yeah, but this
So-
is in some sense, it's a very much an uncontrolled experiment, right?
Absolutely.
Because A, Head Start starts late,
Yep.
and B, it doesn't insulate you from all of the stuff that comes along with
Oh, yeah.
growing up in the deprived neighborhood. And so,
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway,
And then also,
we
like,
really
I did-
don't know what the truth is of human IQ, and there are some results that suggest some things that are not hopeful. On the other hand, some of them just simply run afoul with the biological realities of intelligence.
Well, here's a good example of the lack of malleability. I mean, there's a couple of things. The first is that we may already be at a point of diminishing returns in terms of eliminating individual differences in IQ, because everyone has central heating, everyone has air conditioning, everyone has enough food, everyone has access to an infinite pool of information. So you could say even if you're in a deprived environment but you're smart, the intellectual landscape is wide open to you. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but you can make a case for that. But the more dismal end of the biological research on IQ shows things like, if you take identical twins at birth and you put them in adopted out families, that the IQ of the adopted out twins is much closer, A, to the original biological parents than to the adoptive parents, and B, almost perfectly correlated with one another, and that correlation increases as the separated twins age. So let's say you had a twin, you were both adopted out at birth. We test your IQs at 4. They're fairly close. They're closer to your biological parents than your adoptive parents. But then we test you every year until you're 60. By the time you're 60, no matter how long you've been separated as an identical twin, your IQ score is so much like your twin's IQ score that it's as if the same person was being tested twice. And that's a really complicated one, because you think, well, as twins travel through the environment and accrue different experiences, their IQs should diverge. Like, obviously. That's not what happens. They converge.
So there are a lot of places to critique it. For one thing, there aren't very many identical twins raised apart. It's a small sample.
This is definitely true.
Those identical twins raised apart carry with them whatever effects there were from before they were born. For
Sure,
example.
and they look the same.
And so if they've been damaged by an environment that was unhealthy for their mother when she was pregnant, then they would carry that through, and it would show up as a similar IQ later in life. So that one really wants to see that this is true on the positive side, not just the negative side. So anyway, I'm not saying that there's nothing to it. I'm really saying I think we don't know. It's very early in this. But what I can say, and I think a couple of the things that we've settled on in this conversation already, are that an environment in which we can say anything, that we can advance any argument and test it. It doesn't mean that that argument is protected, but that any argument can be advanced and then challenged, that is inherent to navigating. And the other thing that I think we would agree on is that equality of opportunity is nothing but good.
Right, a fair game with equality of opportunity.
Fair
right.
game with equality of opportunity. And I guess one thing I would add, I don't know if we would agree on this, but we were talking about the fact that, but that a system based on merit produces inequality because people will...
Freedom.
Yeah, that freedom produces inequality. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't mean that we are obligated to ride it all the way down, right? The fact is, we could make people safe to fail, right? So that you are encouraged to attempt to do something highly valuable. And if it doesn't work out, then the point is you're not homeless.
This would be the argument for something like universal basic income, that
Right.
your needs are taken care of, your food, your shelter, and now you're free to pursue any ideas that you might have that you would ordinarily be saddled down by your issues with food and...
Well, there
Right.
is some evidence of that actually happening in Canada. Now, these are multi-variable problems, and so I'm not claiming that this is true, but it's suggested. The rate of entrepreneurial activity in Canada is actually higher than in the United States. And one reason for that appears to be the fact that if you're 25, 27, let's say, and you have a family, you can quit your job and start a startup and you don't lose your health care. Right? And so now, the issue of universal health care is obviously a very thorny one, and it's not like the Canadian system works perfectly, but it doesn't work too badly, and we've been able to manage it for about 50 years. There's artificial scarcity in the system, and the delay times are longer than they would be if you flew to the Mayo Clinic and bought your health care. Like, I would say that at the high end, the American healthcare system is better than the Canadian healthcare system. But I would say at the middle and at the low end, the Canadian healthcare system is clearly preferable, and it's also cheaper, which is quite interesting, because you would expect, especially if you're a free market type, that, I know the healthcare system in the U.S. is not precisely free market, but it is more so than it is in Canada. Yet Americans pay a substantially higher proportion of their overall, devote a higher proportion of their overall GDP to personal health care than Canadians do. And the stats are similar if you look at other, quasi-socialized medical
There's a
systems.
great piece on that by Adam Ruins Everything. Have you ever seen that television show? It's really interesting. He breaks down pretty much a lot of different subjects, but breaks down the American healthcare system to pretty much where it went wrong. And I just encourage anybody to go watch it, because it just shows how they elevated the price of all sorts of different things to try to make up for lack of profits. And it's a really fascinating little piece. We are already almost 3 hours into this, so we haven't talked about Hitler.
Oh my goodness. Well, we kind of have.
We kind of did.
We kind of have, but let me just, do you want to lay out your argument about Hitler, and then I'll respond to it? And
I don't know if I do want to. I mean, I actually think that I should stop, because I'm kind of at the limits of, I'm at the point where the probability that I will say something stupid is starting to increase, and I would rather not, because just saying the things that I'm trying to say that aren't stupid is dangerous enough.
yes, this isn't the topic where you want to make that kind of error.
Yes.
Right.
So I would say maybe.
Is there a more charged subject?
It's funny that it's charged, because as you point out, we're pretty much all in agreement about it, right?
I mean, you find someone who's not, and they're instantly ostracized from society.
Right.
I mean, anybody who has an argument about Genghis Khan, I mean, there's a really fascinating take on this by Dan Carlin from Hardcore History, where he's talking about the amount of time that has passed since a horrible atrocity, and that there are people that will argue that Genghis Khan, who killed 10% of the world's population, changed things so badly that it literally lowered the carbon footprint of the human race while he was alive, killed some untold number of millions of people, and was responsible for their deaths. People look to him and they find all sorts of positive things to attribute to his reign. Opening up trade with China, opening up trade routes, all these different things that people have attributed to him, and that someday someone may do the same thing about Adolf Hitler. Right now,
Well,
that is impossible.
He certainly made that job very difficult with all of the documentation,
Yes.
and especially the films. But let's just say the argument that I want to level, and I want to be really careful to do this so that it can't be misinterpreted by anybody.
I'm gonna enjoy watching this.
Are you? Okay. If I'm cornered, will you
We'll bail you out.
No way, man. The knives are going out.
Oh, no. Okay, so my argument from all those years ago in my paper that I did for Bob Trivers that I mentioned at the beginning was that Hitler was a monster, as we all know, but he was a rational monster. That the program that he deployed was not what he said, mind you. What he said was wrong in many places, especially where it gets near Darwinism. It's just all tangled and broken. But what he did was rational from the point of view of increasing the amount of resource that was dedicated to producing members of his population. And so my point is, this is the danger that we are in if we allow ourselves to imagine that genocidal impulses are more or less gone from the world because we've all assumed, or we've all agreed that they're a bad thing. And the point is that they exist in a latent program, and at a point when you have austerity as a result of usually an opportunity that has run its course and has resulted in the population growing to fill that opportunity, and suddenly there's nowhere to go because the opportunity has all been absorbed. The tendency of people is to figure out what other population is weak, and if that population is across a border, then there's some excuse for war, and if the population is within the border, then it's a genocide. But the point is that is an ever-present danger for us.
Okay,
And
I
so-
want to clarify one thing. I mean,
Sure.
because this argument was sort of phrased as we have a disagreement about Hitler. And I would like to point out that I don't actually disagree with anything that you just said. Because
Okay.
if I remain relatively silent, I don't want to be seen. I don't want it to be seen that the fact that I'm disagreeing with you means, or that there is a disagreement means that it's a disagreement about any of that. I think the disagreement was something like, I said that Hitler was even more evil than we thought he was. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're pointing out the danger of assuming that you can put Hitler in he was just a monster box and don't think about it anymore. And I would say I agree absolutely with that. I mean, I've studied Hitler a lot, and there's a bunch of things that you can't say about him. You can't say he was stupid.
Right.
You can't say he was without artistic talent. You can't say that he was a poor organizer. You can't say that he wasn't charismatic. You can't say that he did wonders for Germany's economy in the first part of his reign. And so it's very necessary if you're dealing intelligently with a true monster that you give the devil his due.
Yeah. So I think the thing that I saw in your video was your argument was that as he was losing, instead of putting the genocide on pause and
Winning the war.
winning, that he ratcheted up the genocide.
Yeah, I don't know if it would really be. I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that it was him that did that, although I think he had a hand in it. It does appear to me that that's what happened.
Right, and my point would simply be, and again, I couldn't possibly be less sympathetic with the individual. My point is simply that from an evolutionary point of view, if your objective is coldly to increase the number of genomes that are spelled the same way that yours are on Earth. That A, he did enslave those Jews who were most fit to work in service of the German war machine, right? That's what those camps are. Not all of the camps were work camps, but Auschwitz, for example, was both a work camp and a death camp. And so there was this tendency to enslave. And
so let me ask you a question about
Yeah.
this, because I think you have to make a pretty tenuous biological argument to say that there's evolutionary utility in increasing the number of your kinsmen, but unless they're very close. But here's a slight variation of that. You tell me what you think about this. Is it reasonable to presume that a decent survival strategy is to homogenize your environment with regards to, under some conditions, to homogenize your environment with regards to racial or ethnic differences to decrease the probability that you and yours are going to be killed?
Oh, yeah. Again, no defense of this,
Yes.
but you are right that to
Okay,
the extent
okay.
that there's another population that's distinct, that population, even if it is small and has little power now, might not be small and have little power later. And so undoubtedly that program is there too.
Okay.
But I would say that the tendency to believe that evolution only functions at the level of kin when you're talking about very close relatives, I believe is an error that
Okay,
is the
okay.
result of the fact that evolutionists early on wished to operationalize fitness. And it's very hard to operationalize fitness across population level differences. And so they built a definition that is about immediate kin, but there's no logical reason to imagine that peters out at the edge.
Okay.
And
So you're okay. That's
so
fine.
all I'm arguing is that what Hitler did was go after a population inside his border that was more distantly related to the people who were his constituents, and then he went obviously after Eastern Europe and sought the future of Germany in Russia, and it took 12 million Russians to turn around the German war machine. I mean, those are military deaths. There were vastly more civilian deaths. But the point is, he did not succeed in doing what he set out to do, but he also didn't fail in the sense that he took a bunch of resources that belonged to a population that was more distantly related, and he got rid of those people. And by getting rid of them, increased the amount of resource that was available to Aryans. This has nothing to do. Genes are not interested in figuring out which genes are superior. All of the language about German superiority is nonsense. However, genes are very interested. I mean, they're obviously genes, they don't think, but they act as if they are interested in replacing alternative spellings.
Okay, and so part of the reason that you're walking through this, just so that the track of this remains self-evident, is to caution people against, to alert people to the fact that the sorts of programs that Hitler both ran and elicited from people are lurking in our, let's say, in our genome, in our set of biological possibilities, and we have to be very awake to that fact on an ongoing basis.
They are lurking in our genomes, which does not mean that we as adults have this as a possibility. Many people will not go along with this. Other people have it lurking to be triggered. And I think, what worries me is that Trump, I think very cynically, utilized this lurking program in order to gain office. That he played upon the fact that certain people were waiting to hear those noises. And what he said about Charlottesville, again, he did not go after the white nationalists the way
Did
people...
you see the white nationalist response? Did you see?
No.
The Daily Storm had. Is that what it's called? One of the white nationalist papers had a breakdown of what Trump did, and that essentially at the end they were saying he didn't go after us, he didn't target us. This was very good. He was very clear that it was all sides, and that he never once targeted us. He didn't say anything bad about us.
See,
And then they said, "God bless Trump" at the end of it.
There's a real tricky issue there
Yeah.
about truth, because because my the free speech panel that I was a part of was cancelled, I had to make comments in the Canadian media about Charlottesville. And so I really had to think about what Trump said, because the fact that there is reprehensible behavior on both sides of the extremes of the distribution is true. However, truth is a tricky thing because you have to take the temporal context into account. You know, because I would say you can imagine that there are white lies and black truths. A black truth is when you use the truth in a way that isn't truthful, just like a white lie is when you lie in a way that isn't harmful. You can use the truth to wound and hurt, and what that really means is that you've misused the truth, and so it's actually a complex form of lie. But what Trump did wrong, this is independent of whether or not he was actually engaging in manipulation or deceit, was he failed to specify the time and the place for the utterance, because what he should have come out and done was said, I unequivocally denounce the white supremacist racism that emerged in Charlottesville.
Yes.
And then he should have shut up. And then 2 weeks later, he could have said, well, when we look at the political landscape as a whole, perhaps commenting on Berkeley, he could have said, it's pretty obvious that there are reprehensible individuals acting out at both ends of the extreme, but the Charlottesville week wasn't the week to make that point. So, and you know, why he did that? Well, it could be just ineptness, because it was a very tricky week to exactly get things right.
I don't think so. I think actually we can look at the what he did during the election, and I think we should expect that he would do exactly what he did.
Well, fair enough.
That-
I think
There's a wink and a nod to them always. Would neo-Nazis and white supremacists applaud Donald Trump's response? Yeah. See if you could see
Yeah.
the actual. Does it show the actual text of what they wrote? Because
Quote from the editor here, right there.
he refused to even mention anything to do with us. Reporters were screaming at him with the white nationalism, and he just walked out of the room. Huh.
right.
There was an actual article that they wrote on one of those websites. Trump's comments were good. He didn't attack. That's it. He didn't attack us. Just said the nation should come together. Nothing specific against us. He said that we need to study why people get so angry, and implied that there was hate. On both sides! Exclamation point. So he implied that the Antifa are haters. I mean, so that energized them in a way, and. I mean, there's no secret that they support him. You know, my friend Alonzo Bowden has a very funny quote. He's a comedian. He goes, "Not all Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Trump supporters."
Right.
And it's a great quote, and there's political power in that. Whether or not Trump is a racist, or whether it's the wink and the nod to that side, that is the only wink and the nod that they're getting. I mean,
Or even insufficient denunciation,
Yes.
which was kind of what did. And there's a Canadian journalist named Faith Goldie who got fired from Rebel Media for being accused of being too cozy with Daily Stormer type. She did a podcast with crypto, and I listened to the podcast very carefully. She was actually one of the people that was supposed to be a panelist on this free speech talk, so that put us in a real bind. But
what happened in the podcast?
well, what happened was, in my estimation, was that she didn't properly fulfill her role as critical journalist. It was sort of like a discussion with your friendly neighborhood neo-Nazi. And what I mean by that is she didn't ally herself with any of the purported aims of the neo-Nazi people she was talking to, but I think she failed to criticize them sufficiently. She didn't ask the tough questions, you know. Now, that was it was a fatal error. I mean, she got fired from Rebel Media, and it's going to have terrible repercussions for her. Although she may land on her feet, but
Rebel Media is very conservative as well, right?
it's certainly by Canadian standards. Yeah, that's right. No, Rebel Media imploded in the aftermath of Charlottesville because of what Faith Goldie did with the Daily. It wasn't even the Daily Stormer. It was a group called Crypto, but they're associated with the Daily Stormer. So she went on there, which I think you could make a case that that's okay as a journalist. You can go talk to neo-Nazis, but the question is, how do you talk to them? And
Right.
the answer to that is, you point out their agenda. You don't allow them to masquerade as friendly, innocent people. You can't do that. And so I would say she damned herself by insufficiently criticizing the villains. It was something like that.
I'm sure you are familiar with Louis Theroux.
No, I'm not,
Louis
actually.
Theroux, the documentarian. Do you know him from England? Fascinating guy, fantastic, like one of the best. And one of the things that he's done is, he's interviewed a ton of different people, but one of the great ones that he did was the Westboro Baptist Church. And he sort of embedded himself with them and was very congenial and very kind and unthreatening, and stayed with them for long periods of time, like weeks on end, and got them to eventually expose who they were and understand from the point of view of an insider in a sense, without necessarily condemning them, but with just constantly asking questions, but being very, very polite about it. Not like a bunch, not like a lot of serious, confrontational criticism, rather, but a very friendly, sort of polite, British way of discussing things. And he's particularly good at embedding himself. He did it with Scientology. He's done it with a bunch of different groups. He embeds himself and just sort of...
Right, so there's a justification for
Yes.
attempting that sort of thing, clearly.
Yes.
But and I really had to think this through, because, well, what happened with our talk was, it was so Hall of Mirrors-like. It was a talk about free speech talks being shut down on campus that was shut down by a campus.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a panel of people who purport to support free speech who knocked someone off the panel because of something, well, not precisely that she said, but it's close enough to make
Right.
the irony rather palpable.
It is.
So I had to go through what happened with Faith very carefully to figure out what the right ethical pathway was, But I listened to the podcast very carefully. I listened to it with my son, and we talked about it a lot. And our conclusion was that she didn't ask enough tough questions. One would have done it, even maybe. Two would have done it for sure. But it was the discussion was too cordial. And it could have even been cordial, to your point, because maybe that would have led to more discussions.
Yeah.
But it should have been cordial with one snake bite. That would
But
have been
is she
enough.
required to make that snake bite? I mean...
Well, it depends on
was-
what you mean by required.
Well, but my thought is to find out what these people really want and really we're really trying to achieve. Sometimes you don't have to be confrontational with them. You just got to allow them to be comfortable.
Look,
and Kamal Bell did that really great
Yeah.
on his CNN show with the KKK. He sort of
Yeah.
just allowed them to be themselves, and they became more and more comfortable with him the more time they spent with him, to the point where they're actually joking around with him. But you got to see that the ugliness was so obvious and evident. And without him confronting them on it, without him yelling and arguing, you got to see it from him just being friendly and joking around with them. Now, nobody would ever accuse a black man like Kamal Bell with being a sympathizer with the KKK. He was in this inarguable position. No one could accuse him of it. This woman, I'm assuming, is white. That's where the problem lies.
Well, one of
If she
many
was-
problems.
Yeah,
but
if she was a black woman in the very same situation, like Oprah was in the past. Like Oprah interviewed the KKK in the past, and she was never accused of being somehow or another a sympathetic person to them.
Right, and somehow we have to raise the threshold of offense. There are lots of ways to contribute to the conversation. One of them may be to embed yourself and actually allow the world to see
Yes.
people who are doing something abhorrent in the way that they see themselves, so
Yeah.
you can understand it rather
Just
than
being there asking questions.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be. What are you going to change them?
No.
I mean, being critical to them. I mean, just getting in arguments with them. I mean,
Well,
you
this
might be
brings
able to
us-
see something from that, from their response to rational discussion about their issues.
this brings us down a whole other rabbit hole, which maybe we could talk about at some point in the future, because this is a really interesting topic. Part of the reason that I've been accused of being on the far right, say, or on the alt-right, is because I've talked with people who perhaps are closer, what would you say, have an association network that might be more closely allied with that than people are comfortable with. But my attitude has been too, and I don't want to talk about this in much detail because it's really complicated, but the anti-left spectrum, let's say, is very confused, and it could easily tilt very rapidly into the hard right anti-left, which is the danger that you were describing. And partly what I'm hoping is that I can talk to people who might conceivably be on that developmental pathway because they're tired of being accused of implicit racism, let's
Yes.
say, and say, look, you can be anti-radical left without falling all the way into the to the far right, and here's how you might do it. But that means I have to talk to them, and then if I talk to them, that means I risk association with them, and that risks being tainted. It's a very tricky line to walk.
Well, it's
So-
also one of the big problems with this hard stance of the left, of the hard left, like this Pepe the Frog thing. Like that anybody, I mean, one of the things that I tweeted was some guy that called me, you just admitted you're a Nazi because I posted a meme that someone had created of me as Pepe the Frog. And apparently there's Pepe the Frog of everybody. And so this guy was like, well, you just admitted you're a Nazi. And I'm like, see, this is a part of the problem. And this creates a massive blowback. People are getting angry because that frog, for the most part, is used humorously. And
Yeah, actually, you used the phrase defensive humor when we were
Yes.
talking, and it really is. And I think, I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joe, but
No, please do.
There's something about the idea that the effectiveness of this meme is that it tangles people with no sense of humor in knots. And
And that's a huge part of why those things are generated.
That's
It's
why they like
precisely-
it.
That's exactly right.
They
It's
love
right,
it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fearing that I'm saying something about this frog and that there's going to be something that's going to emerge that I should know about, that somehow I'm admitting something. But all I'm saying is what I see is a lot of people using it to taunt people
Yes.
who can't figure out.
I think that's
that
the vast
something is-
majority of it. I
Yeah.
do believe that, and I think the same thing about the Kekistani types is that that's almost all humor.
Yeah, and there's a massive problem with pushing back against that and calling those people Nazis and racists, and especially when they're just using humor, and especially when it's very clear if you look at all the memes online, and I went thoroughly through Google to find them. There are some abhorrent ones. There are some horrible ones. There are some ones that are with Nazi uniforms. There's some anti-Jew ones. There's some horrific ones. Most of them are not that. Most of them. The vast majority of them are humorous. And again, these people are not coordinating. So if one person decides to make a Mickey Mouse racist meme, which, by the way, a lot of the early Mickey Mouse cartoons, you could just take a screenshot, and they're fucking tremendously racist.
Right.
Because dealing with the sign of the times. I mean, images of black people that were extremely cartoonish. You know, giant lips, black faces, the whole deal. Horribly racist. You could say Mickey Mouse is fucking racist. Don't go to Disneyland. No one's saying that, right? But they could. And this is the slippery slope. You start with the frog, you know? And, you know, first they came for Pepe, and I didn't say anything.
Yeah, well, if the frog is racist, you start
Yeah.
wondering what isn't racist.
Exactly,
Because it's a
everything's
bloody
racist.
cartoon frog.
Well, you can
You know,
make
so-
a cartoon about everything that has ever existed and make that racist. It doesn't mean that the frog is racist. This is where it's crazy. It's like, what percentage of people are making the frog racist? And then for the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that this is a symbol of hate now, this frog. Well, guess what? You just back these fucking people up against the wall and you shored their offenses because now they're realizing, oh, well, these people are mad. They're not just mad like angry, but mad, like insane. Like, you're not looking at this thing rationally at all. You're saying that a frog, where 99% of the memes are just humorous or silly, now the frog is a hate symbol.
Not only a hate symbol, but Nazi. White supremacist.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just drying up all of the space between their preposterous perspective and the nightmare at the other end of the
Yes.
spectrum. And the point is, almost all of us live in that intermediate space.
Yes.
So yeah, it's
Almost all thoughts live in that intermediate space.
Right.
And there's a variability of all thoughts, you know, and there's flexibility of all ideas. And when you're talking about something where it's extremely humorous, you're talking about a humorous frog. I mean, goddamn, to call that all hate when sometimes it's hate. And by who? By whoever the fucking people are that did that hateful thing. Those are the people that are hateful, not the other ones that are using that frog for humor. I mean, this is the fact that this is an argument at all just shows how lost we are in these ideological arguments, this left versus right, extreme end of the spectrum, on one end of the field throwing rocks at the far end of the field.
yeah. It's
Most of us are in the middle somewhere.
It's hopeless
Yes.
if we cannot have discussions
About
in the
a
middle.
frog.
Yeah, about a cartoon frog.
Probably a good
Cartoon frog.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well,
It's so weird.
That's a nice conclusion.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. Listen, this was a lot of fun. It always
this
is.
is great.
And I'm glad you guys came up with this idea, and I'm glad we had the time to do it.
Yeah,
It was,
me too, man.
It was,
Thanks for
fantastic.
the invitation.
Yeah,
And
my,
thanks,
my
John.
really
pleasure.
good to meet you. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson, what is your Twitter handle again?
At Jordan B. Peterson, yep.
And Brett Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein on Twitter. Yeah.
Weinstein, I've been saying Weinstein.
It doesn't matter. You're
Is
not
it
the first.
interchangeable?
Sorry.
Sorta.
Sorta.
All right. But thank you guys. Really appreciate it. A lot of fun.
Yep. Good
Thanks,
to see you
Joe.
again.
Bye, everybody.
What's going on the left is
racing Toyota. Oh, yeah.
What does the ninth dimension tell us about ourselves? I am Matias Stefano. In this episode, we are going to learn about how the universe sees itself and how that plays into creation. At the moment that the whole universe takes consciousness about itself, he starts to realize that the last dimension that appears in the universe is the one that we used to call God. But it's not just the last one, it's also the first one. The first dimension is the one when the consciousness realized that the only thing that it have is the mind. Mind is the only thing that exists in the first dimension, the idea, the dream. So at the first dimension, when the being realizes who he is when the first dimension says, I know who I am. I am is the most important statement in the universe. It's the only thing that exists. I am everything. I am all. I am nothing, and I am void, and I am everything. So in this moment, when it realizes about himself, start to wonder, what could I become? So it becomes the second dimension. The second dimension will show what the being had within to see it outside. Then this being starts to ask himself, what could I do with these new questions? What could I do with this reflection I am having about myself? So it starts to create the third dimension. Third dimensional beings are the ones that will experience those separations statements of the universe. Who I am, what could I become, who I can become. In the third dimension, the mind of the universe can experience what it has think about itself. So at the moment that the third dimension is created, the second dimension starts to split and multiply by 2, so it becomes the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension will be the time in which the space in the third dimension will live. So the fourth dimension will allow the being to understand himself in many different perspectives of time.
Thank you very much. This is very important. This is a big event, and I want to just congratulate all of the people standing behind me because they have done an incredible job. This is something that hasn't been done in more than 25 years. Just a few moments ago, I hosted a very special call with two friends, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed of the United Arab Emirates, where they agreed to finalize a historical peace agreement. Everybody said this would be impossible.
But because of
And as
me,
you know, Mohammed is one of the
I
great
made it
leaders
happen.
of the
Because
Middle
I'm
East.
the best.
After 49 years,
Yes, sir, it
Israel
was.
and the United Arab Emirates will fully normalize their diplomatic relations. They will exchange embassies and ambassadors and begin cooperation across the board and on a broad range of areas, including tourism, education, healthcare, trade, and security. This is a truly historic moment. Not since the Israel-Jordan peace treaty was signed more than 25 years ago has so much progress been made towards peace in the Middle East. By uniting two of America's
This guy. This guy.
Blackstone Audio presents 1984 by George Orwell. Part 1, Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, a coloured poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a metre wide, the face of a man of about 45 with a heavy black moustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times it was seldom working, and at present the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes follow you about when you move. Big Brother is watching you, the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror, which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window. A smallish, frail figure, the meagreness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, his skin roughened by coarse soap and blunt razor blades, and the cold of the winter that had just ended. Outside, even through the shut window pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals, and though the sun was shining and the sky a harsh blue, there seemed to be no colour in anything, except the posters that were plastered everywhere. The black mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapped fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering the single word, Ingsoc. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a bluebottle, and darted away again with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered. Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the over-fulfillment of the 9th three-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made above the level of a very low whisper would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody, all the time. But at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew, even a back can be revealing. A kilometre away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with some sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. Whether always these vistas of rotting 19th century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard, and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions. And the bomb sites, where the plaster dust whirled in the air, and the willow herbs straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger path, and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wooden dwellings, like chicken houses. But it was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright-lit tableaux occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth, Mini-True in Newspeak, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete, soaring up terrace after terrace, 300 meters into the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face in elegant lettering, the three slogans of the party. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order. And the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. Their names in newspeak: Mini True, Mini Pax, Mini Love, and Mini Plenty. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometre of it. It was a place impossible to enter, except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine gun nests. Even the streets leading up to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. Winston turned round abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism, which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except a hunk of dark-coloured bread, which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colourless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell, as of Chinese rice spirit. Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet, and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid. Moreover, in swallowing it, one had the sensation of being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down, and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled pack marked Victory Cigarettes, and incautiously held it upright, whereupon the tobacco fell out onto the floor.
Hey, bud, come on.
With the next, he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood to the left of the
I'm
telescreen.
asleep for a bit.
From the table drawer, he took out a pen holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marble cover.
Best way, man.
For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual
And you
position.
didn't hear yet.
Instead of being placed, as was normal, in the end wall where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall opposite the window. To one side of it, there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, and which, when the flats were built, had probably been intended to hold bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen, so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed in his present position, he could not be seen.
It's always going.
It was part
Well-
of the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to
Nothing new.
him the thing that he was now about to do.
Kind of
It
rehash.
had also been suggested.
Well, this one, 1984. Have you ever read 1984?
Yeah, of course.
It was a peculiarly beautiful.
George Orwell.
Its smooth, creamy
audio,
paper,
so I thought-
a
That's what
little
this is?
yellowed by
Yeah.
age, was of a
Gotta
kind that had
revisit
not been
that just to-
manufactured for at least 40 years.
That's
past.
cool. I'm
However,
inspired to read
that the book was
reread
much
all
older
this Huxley's
than
Brave New World again because like that
He
was
just
had
read it.
lying in the window,
what's that?
frowsy
Just read it again. It's on
junction in the
audio
slummy
too, eh?
quarter of the town.
Yeah,
Just what
I like audio now, but
that's fair.
He'd
That's
been
fair.
stricken immediately by an overwhelming
I've
desire
done my fair share of
to possess
reading,
it.
but
Yeah,
Party
I
members were
prefer to
supposed
read.
not to
You
go
you
into
you get more out
auctions.
of reading, right? And
Dealing
for
on the
me,
free
I get
market,
more out
it's
of
called.
probably hearing.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
everybody's got their thing. Like
Yeah.
sometimes like,
Because there were various
I can
things
hear
such
it,
as
I'll understand
shoelaces
it,
and razor blades,
but it's like
which it was
gone.
impossible to get hold of
My
in
brain doesn't
any
keep
other way.
things. And it used to drive some of
He'd
my
given a
teachers
quick glance
crazy.
up and down the
So
street,
at first,
and then it
when
slipped
I was a little
inside.
younger, like, oh
and
no,
walked
he doesn't
the
know what
book
he's
for
reading
$2.
because then they're like, he does like we talked
At
to him
the
the next
time,
day about
he
things,
was
and I
not
would just
conscious of wanting it for any
just can't
particular purpose.
go there, right? But
He
then
carried it
so
easily
then
home
started
in his
we'd go over things,
with
right?
nothing
Like
written,
as I'm going, like
it was
and I'd
a
explain it all, and
compromising
like, okay,
possession.
yeah, explain it, right? But then
thing
ask
that
me
he was
more
about
about
to
the
do
book
was
with
to
something,
open
right?
it.
That was like happens.
This
So
was not illegal.
this is like well before I was a
Since
weed
there were no
smoker,
longer
you
any
know,
laws.
you know,
But
and
if
like.
detected, it was reasonably
Trying
certain
to my
that it would be
teacher's
punished
ears
with
like
death,
because it's like
or at
well,
least by
you
25
understand
years
because I live so
in
much in the
forced
moment,
labor camp.
right? And it's there and it's gone. And if I don't need it in the moment, then I don't need it, right? And like, and most of the stuff in
You're
school
right,
I
though.
realized I didn't need, and so my brain just didn't keep it.
That's right.
But it kept all the things I needed.
Seldom
Like if I
used
needed to
in
know how to
percentages.
add, subtract, multiply, divide, I can do all those incredibly well. Perfect.
Simply because
When
of
it
the
comes to
feeling
reading, can I
that
read?
the
Like I
beautiful
can
creamy
arrange words and I can
deserved to
rearrange
be
letters and I
written
can do all
with a
that.
real nib,
That's great.
instead of being scratched.
It doesn't tell you about taxes. It doesn't
Actually,
tell you how to do
it was
anything
not
out in the
used
real
to
world.
writing
Nope.
You know, like it doesn't.
Apart from
It's
very
just
short
like a
notes,
joke, right?
it was usual
It's
to
a-
visit
it's
text
a-
everything into the speaker.
You get to a point where now you're just storage for this memory
Dip the
that
pen
you don't need, and it's not how the
then
brain's wired to
full
work.
for just a second.
The brain's wired to work to
Tremor
pull
had gone through his body.
things when you actually need it and to
Mark
keep
the
everything
paper.
separate,
Was
you
it
know,
decisive?
and in a way so you can think clear,
Small,
right?
clumsy letters.
And it's one of the worst things that the educational system has done. That they'll point out people that
A sense of
or
helplessness
kids
had descended upon him.
that seem
begin with,
scattered,
He did not know
right,
with any
or
certainty
not paying
that
attention,
this
or not
was
retaining.
1984.
But
It must be around that
there's
date,
a
since he was fairly sure that
there's
his
a-
age was 39.
there's a
and he believed
definite,
that he had been
like,
born in 1944
a
or
way where we
1945.
optimally learn.
But it was
and
never
it's like,
possible nowadays
we're
to
always
pin
picking
down any
fragments.
date within a
Oh
year.
yeah.
Right, fragments.
It's impossible to absorb everything that's going on around you
Suddenly
at all
occurred
times.
to him.
And that's why, like, for a book
Was he
like
right
this,
at the
right?
start?
Say I'm listening to it.
Future?
Let's say I listen to
The
5% of it, and maybe that's in
Mind
the
hovered for a
the
moment
third
around the
quarter of the
date
book,
on the
right?
page.
Well, maybe I
Then
didn't pay
fetched
attention to
up
that
the bump
third
against
quarter
the
too
music
much,
word.
right? Now I'm getting something completely different out of it.
For the first time,
Oh, yeah.
the magnitude of what he had
It's
undertaken
like watching
became
things a couple
public.
times, right?
How could you communicate
I don't.
with the future?
I don't like doing it, but I
It
don't
was
like
of its
doing it.
nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case you would listen to him,
There
or
is
it
something
would
to be
different
said
from
for the
his predicament would be meaningless.
being able to have
Sometimes,
somewhat
like
the
David,
concentration to follow something through, but I think concentration
Telescreen
again is
changed over to
misunderstood.
strident military
Concentration on what? Like a
music. It
single
was
fucking
curious that
thing?
he seemed not merely
Or
to have lost the power to
Is
express
concentration
himself, but even to have forgotten
that's I don't
what
think
it
that's
was
important actually. I
that he
think
had originally
that
intended to say.
works against
A week
brain
passed.
function
He'd been making ready
because
for
it's
this
like
moment.
one thing, right?
It had never crossed his mind
that,
that anything would be needed.
It's not the
except
whole.
courage.
It's not the whole.
The actual writing would be
Right,
easy.
just a fragment.
All he
just
had
a
to
piece,
do was
piece
to
of the
transfer
piece.
to paper the internal.
Yeah, so you're not
restless
taking
monologue
fragments
that
to
had been
put to
running
the
inside
whole.
his
You're
head
just taking
literally for
fragments
years.
as if it's the final fucking truth or
moment,
whatever it is, right?
Even the monologue.
Yep.
Rather, Erica's ulcer begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it because
As
it
far
had
as I
cancer.
see it.
It always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by.
Yeah, nice day,
He was
man.
conscious of nothing except the blankness
Yeah.
of the page in front of him,
It is actually.
the itching of the skin above his ankle,
Oh, it is.
the blaring of the music, and the slight boozings caused by the drink.
What's your plan for the rest of the
He
day?
began writing in
No
short,
plan? That's the best plan.
only
anyways.
imperfectly aware of what he was setting down.
Yeah.
His small but childish handwriting straggled up and down the page, shedding
No,
first its
I don't know what you're
capital
talking
letters,
about.
and finally
Who?
even its full stops. April 4th, 1984.
Oh, did he live on the
Last night, the flips.
in this section?
Do you know what
All
number?
war films.
What's his name?
One very good one, a ship full of refugees.
I'm having kale tonight.
The audience,
But,
which
He
moved
might be-
shots
he might be
of
around on the other
huge fat
balcony.
man trying to swim away with a helicopter.
On this side here.
First you saw him wallowing along
Yeah,
in
because
the
like,
water
right,
like
like
a porpoise.
my
Then you
balcony,
saw
you
him
see,
through the
it's just around the
helicopter's
corner
gun
there.
sights. Then he was full of
And then
holes,
there's a little
and the
corner.
sea round him turned pink. And he sank as suddenly.
There's somebody I I haven't met him. Let's just say that.
Audience shouting with laughter and sound. And then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it, But there was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up
And I
in
was
the bow
thinking
with a little
about,
boy
well,
about 3 years old.
what's really important to talk
The
about
boy
today? I'm
screaming,
thinking, nothing.
hiding his head between her breasts, as if he was trying to
Yeah.
You're going to the coast. And the woman.
No coast today. All we had to do was move somebody around the corner. They sold their house, bought a house literally around the corner. But it was a bigger house, nicer yard, pool, blah blah blah. So good for them. But
Terrific flash.
yeah,
and the boat
you know,
went towards
easy
them.
5-hour day.
Then there was a wonderful shot. The child's arm going up.
Not much money, but
a helicopter with a
eh.
camera in its
Yeah.
nose must have followed it up. And there was a lot of applause.
yeah, I got enough to eat and be
The
married
woman
today.
down
So
in the
it was
throat
that.
Yeah.
suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting that they
No,
Listen.
I was contemplating grabbing some beers and just gonna go sit on the beach. To
not
be
in front of the
honest.
kids.
Yeah.
Until the police
That's a reasonable thing.
turned her up.
Yeah.
I don't
I
suppose
work till
anything
11:30 in the
happened.
morning.
Nobody cares.
It's like a 2-hour job.
Typical
maybe
Cole
3.
reaction. They never
Probably 2.
Winston stopped. Partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know
We'll see,
what
though,
it
we'll
made
see.
him pour out.
Maybe I can fucking
The
win.
curious thing was,
Yeah, Jesus, I
that
just
while
went
he was
0 for
doing
4
so,
in my
a
bets
totally
today.
different memory
in one
clarified
game.
itself in his
Yeah,
mind.
You
0
pulled
for
that 1-0
4.
yesterday, though, right?
Yeah, so that one won, yeah. So that won me 432.
He now realized
So then I made 4
because of this
$100 bets
other
and one was
he had
132.
suddenly
And
decided
everyone
to
lost.
and begin the dive today.
I'd say I don't go
It
0
had
for
happened
4 almost
that
ever.
morning.
Yeah.
And usually, so
If anything,
I often do parlays a lot, right? So I'm like, hey, well,
It was
gonna-
nearly 1100.
if I'm,
and in the records
I
department,
generally go
Winston
at
was-
least 2 for
They were dragging
4.
the chair
So
out
often
of
it's
the
3 for 4. Like it's
grouping in the centre of
it's
the
actually
hall,
like
opposite the
mind-numbing
telescope,
how much. So
in
now I was like,
preparation
I'll just
for
spread it out
2
over
minutes.
4.
Winston was just taking
Boom,
his
all
place
4
on
lost.
one
And I was
of
like,
the
are you
rows.
fucking kidding me? I don't.
And 2
This is
people
unreal. Like
knew
this
by
streak
sight
I'm on now.
that
Like
never
I am basically like,
unexpectedly
what was it like?
One of them
4 out
was
of
a
my
girl
last like
whom he often passed in the
22,
corridors.
23
He did not know
bets.
her name, but he knew
So it's
that
like
she worked
it's like
in
4 and
fiction.
18, 4 and 19.
Presumably, since he was
Like
sometimes
4
seen
wins,
with oily
18.
hands,
You know what I mean? Like it's,
I got a
it
thought.
It doesn't usually go like this. It's starting to go longer than.
She was
This
a
may
bold
not
looking
pertain at
girl,
all,
about
actually, but this is
27,
my thought.
with thick, dark
that
hair,
just came to
a
me.
freckled face,
Um,
and swift, athletic movements.
So,
An
all
arrow
these
scarlet
sports,
sash,
there's
emblem of the
no
junior
audience
anti-sex
anymore,
league,
right? There's no
was wound several times around
fans
the waist
in
of
the,
her
in the,
overall,
in the stadium.
just tightly enough to
In the
bring out the
stadiums,
shakiness of
but
her
that
hips.
plays a huge factor in home team advantage, right? Huge, right?
Oh yeah,
Huge.
yeah,
Right?
no, for
So,
sure.
there's not that anymore. Are you factoring this in?
Yeah, so but the home ice advantage, what home ice advantage isn't just about crowds. So in hockey, home ice advantage means you have last change. So you can match your team lines whoever you want. So the other, what that means is like the visiting team, whoever's the visitor,
swallowers of slogans.
they have to change their players first during every every
Gave him the
whistle
impression of
every
being more
time it's time,
dangerous
like
than most.
you know, in between all plays.
Once, when they passed
So
in the corridor,
that means the home team can be like, oh, their fucking fourth line is going out. We're sending out our top line. We can
Do some damage in a short period of time.
That's right. So you have line control.
I didn't know that.
That's a very big deal.
Okay.
And it really makes a
That's the big deal, right?
for sure. Now that's not to say crowds still make a
I
big
think it's a
difference.
huge deal
They
that no one's aware
absolutely
of.
do, and especially for the refereeing. The referees get off big time, way easy now, man. The refs don't have a. Because like some of these calls, you like the whole when you hear the whole fucking mouth, full booze and obscenities being thrown your way, like, you probably need to really like gonna have to have a look at that one. I think maybe I botched that one.
O'Brien,
There's like 30 million people out there, and
But
they're
that
all
keeps
yelling.
you in check.
Right, but now there isn't like that. And like
I
I already think it's tilted. Like I really think it's like.
Yes. Yeah. Listen, there's the way things have been changing. It's rigged even more. If it wasn't rigged before.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is the situation now too, because like it's just for example, the the National Hockey League, they just did a draft lottery, and all the teams GMs wanted to wait till the playoffs were finished, but the league rushed it through. They're like, no, we want it done now. So for all the teams that were in line for the number one pick, the number one pick is consensus. Everybody knows who's going number one this year. So Alexis Lafreniere, he's a Canadian forward out of Rimouski in Quebec. He's like the number one prospect on in the world. He's hands down
everything.
Yeah, the whole world knows. Like there's no, there is nobody that debates this. Like it's that universal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but he's got star potential written all over. Now, all the teams that were on the bottom feeding that had the shot at him were all small market teams, not good markets for him, right?
Right.
Now the NHL is having a hard time with fan revenue, so they're losing all the fans' ticket revenue, so they need to make up money somewhere. So now they need to go, where's viewership going to go? Where is our star player going to go? And so what market is he going to benefit most financially for the league? All right, so none of it is the small market teams, especially my team that I cheer for, the Ottawa Senators. They had the second and third overall pick, which gave them the over a 25% chance at winning the lottery.
Yeah.
And by far the biggest in the league. In a 32-man league, you got over 25% equity.
As of some monstrous machine running without oil,
right?
Yeah.
You know, and I from day one was like, well, there's no chance we're winning. And all my friends kind of like, dude, why not? We have the best chances. Like, nah, it's rigged. Our owner's hated by the league first off because the owner of the team is an asshole, absolute jackass, straight asshole. There's no sugarcoating it. He's a piece of shit.
Is he American? Just curious.
No,
Or is he from Canada? Is he from
he's
Canada?
Canadian.
Oh, interesting.
Goldstein was the renegade and backslide.
Fucking son of a bitch.
Long ago.
But anyway,
How long ago?
so it was like there's no chance he's going to small market Ottawa where the league hates the owner and just no chance, you know. And so for the league rushes it through and they make some bizarre rule changes. And if the number one overall, just in case if it's not won by the teams here, because there's a 2% chance that mathematically that team outside of it can win, right? So you know, and it just so happened to be the time that the 2% hits that. Well, the winner is going to be there's going to be the play-in round. So there's going to be 8 teams that are vying for playoff spot, and the loser of the series. The 8 losers of because there's 8 play-in series. The losers of these series get dropped, go into a ball of their own lottery.
Right, and then they get redrawn.
And then the winner, so then it's 1 in 8 shot to,
Yes,
you know,
to get in.
except it went to the New York Rangers. The New York Rangers win, and like, it's not really coincidental. Like, when you look at where he would go, where would the league make the most from this guy? 100% New York. They're losing Henrik Lundqvist. He's the king. The Rangers have like a sick group of young kids coming up already before this, and so it's like a way of hyping up the team, like keeping a team like that ratings team, like New York.
Rangers, classic team. Their fans are there all the time.
Yeah, so the
huge market.
Of the party.
Yeah.
But
He was demanding the immediate
no fans anymore, so I don't know that.
Well, the market makes a big difference because they have the more fans, right? So that means there's more fans, more viewership. So the media,
More merchandising, more everything.
more advertising, right? So the advertising space has become a premium. So in fact, sports viewership is up, and because of the sports viewership is up now, because there's so many more people on home, what else are they going to do, right? The price of the ads are going up, so they're losing on some revenue, but they're actually it's not as bad as
No, not for them. No.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
making
no,
something on the back end, and it's not as much as the ticket sales. So it's not like they're even keel, but it's not.
You got to put it in perspective.
Zero. They haven't lost all the ticket revenue, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're getting a percentage.
Oh,
of
they're
that
getting it back on the
through
back end
Freestyle.
though, with all this other, whatever it is.
Yeah, and like their merchandise, they sell so much merchandise. And people are buying so much now, like the mail order system's just like jacked, right?
Explanations of rage
So-
are breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied sheep
It is what it is.
It's the new,
and the
that's one
terrifying
of the
power
new
of the Eurasian army
huge
behind it.
markets. It's not
Too
necessarily a
much.
bad market, actually.
Besides, the
It's
sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced
postage.
fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred
or
and constant
delivery
Eurasia or East
product
Asia.
because
Since when
everybody's
Oceania
ordering
was
it
at war
online.
with one
It's
of
like
its powers
I don't know if Amazon can keep up with all this shit, or the Post,
was strange
or
was that although
Purelator.
most
They're not keeping up
Amazon
with it.
despised by everybody,
Amazon,
although every
the only
day and
company
thousands
was
a
like
day
they knew this shit was coming. Like they built all these places are fucking shutting down. Amazon decided to build all these fucking mega warehouses all over the
for the
fucking place,
pitiful rubbish they were.
right?
Despite
Their
Then all of a
infrastructure is.
sudden, all the world's fucking shopping went through Amazon. And I remember helping to build the shelves there, and like there's a weird energy there, and like and now it makes sense. Like seeing it all, like now, like these fuckers are planning all this. Like it's just like a marionette show.
I guess we're all the, like, for me, let's say as an actor, if I was ever to call myself an actor again, or you know, people that have any talent, that well, the only opportunities right now are like Amazon Prime. They're getting themselves in, and now they're cornering kind of every market.
One knew of such things only.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting to watch, but you got a bad feeling, like a weird feeling too, right? When you're building all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's a way. It's not good.
In its second minute, hate rose.
Went shopping with my mom
People were
yesterday.
leaping up and down in their places,
To the
and shouting
grocery
at the
store.
tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening, bleating voice that came from the screen.
Felt like a
Little
fucking
sandy-haired
funeral
woman, a turned bright pink, and her
it's
mouth
like,
was
fucking
open
who
and
died here,
shouting
Mom?
like that of a bandit.
I was talking to her in
Even
the
though
store.
Brian was
Who
very
died?
flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair.
And everybody's wearing
his powerful
masks and
chest
so
swelling and
somber.
quivering, as though he was
It's
standing
the
up to the
weirdest
assault
thing, man.
of the way.
Shit's bad. That's
The
coming,
dark-haired
man.
girl
People
behind Winston had begun
don't
crying
want to
out,
know. People don't
"Swine!
believe.
Swine!
Can't be. So they're
And
it's
suddenly
denial.
she picked up a heavy
Yeah.
newspeak dictionary
And
and
then
flung
by
it
the
at the
time they're gonna
screen.
be like, oh,
Too late.
Those times,
Yeah.
no.
Too late. You waited too long.
Voice continued in its. In
That's
a
alright, they had their
moment,
time to fucking
Winston
shine.
found that he was shouting with the
My
others,
turn's coming back
kicking
now.
his heel
Yep.
violently against the rung of his
Absolutely.
chair.
Absolutely,
You all
man.
fucking
Horrible
suffer.
thing
I'm
about
fucking not so
two
suffering.
people
Why is that?
was not
Why is
that
that?
one was obliged to
I put myself in position.
Yeah.
I fucking played the game.
Long game.
Within 30
And it's a
seconds, any
fucking
pretense was
bitch
always
of a game.
unnecessary.
Yep.
The hideous ecstasy
It
of
is.
fear and vindictiveness, a desire to
play it
kill,
right,
to torture, to
And that
smash
long game
faces
is
in with a
the game
sledgehammer,
that
seemed
if
to
you want to
flow
make
through the
out
whole group of
real
people
good
like an
in
electric
the end,
current, turning one even against one's
that
will,
long game
into
is the
a
best game to
frenzied,
play.
screaming lunatic.
Oh yeah.
because it's sustainable.
One thing you know is
which could
this
be
fucking
switched from
planet's
one object to
bullshit.
another, like a flame of
And I will die
Winston's
vehemently
hatred was not turned
believing
against
that.
Goldstein at all,
So
but on the contrary,
if I'm wrong, well,
against
say
Big
la
Brother,
vie
the
to the
party,
pits I
and
go.
the thought
But,
police.
like,
And at such
think
moments,
God's gonna have some
his heart
serious
went out to the
explanation
lonely,
to tell me
derived
why,
heretic on the screen,
certain
sole
powers that
guardian
be
of
were
truth
right.
and sanity in a world of lies. Yet,
We gotta
very
talk
next
about
instant,
what this
he
God
was at
thing
one
is
with the
then.
people about him,
That's,
and all that was said of
that's
Goldstein
a-
seemed to him to be true.
That's a big
At those
question.
moments, his secret loathing of
You're
Big
looking
Brother
for-
changed into adoration.
So,
Big Brother seems to
it's
tower
it's
up,
the
an
only
invincible,
question, really.
fearless protector,
And
standing
where
like
does
a
that
rock
lead you?
against
Some
the odds
some
of
people
Asia.
it leads them to this fucking
Those-
higher power
In spite of his isolation,
that is in
his
control of
hopelessness,
them,
and the
that
doubt
is
that hung about his very existence,
constantly
seemed like some
making them feel
sinister
guilty
creature,
for whatever it
capable
is.
by the mere power of his voice of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that
Maybe the
by
fear
a
of it.
voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a
So
nightmare,
that
Winston
argument,
succeeded in transforming his
after,
hatred from the face on the screen.
well, it depends who you're arguing, not
dark-haired
arguing,
girl
it depends who you're debating with, but
Vivid, beautiful
it's usually
hallucinations
easily
flashed
put
through his
aside
mind.
with any
He would flog her to death
intelligent
with a rubber truncheon.
group of people.
He would tie her naked to a stake and
Yeah.
shoot her full of arrows.
Not
like
to say that
slings of
religion
arrows.
doesn't have its place.
He would
in
ravish her
religion.
and cut her throat
You
at the
can't
moment of
extract
climax.
like very
Better than before,
real
moreover, he
principles.
realized
But
why it was
when it
that
talks
he
about
hated
God
her.
in
He hated
any
her
of these
because she was
sacred
young
texts,
and pretty and
Yeah.
sexless. Because he
any,
wanted to go to
and
bed
then
with her.
for the
and would
Bible,
never
let's
do
just say
so,
the Bible
because round her
says
sweet,
God
supple
is
waist, he seemed
something.
to ask him to
It
insert
doesn't even say something.
There was only
It's a thing that you can't describe. It's omniscient. It's omnipresent. It's
the voice of Goldstein become
omnipotent,
sheep's
you
breed,
know.
and for an instant the face changed into that of the
didn't
sheep.
have a beginning, didn't have an end. It doesn't look like it resemble anything. You put a word to it, you don't know what it is. You know? Yeah.
Huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. And in the same moment,
Then you'll quickly
Can't believe
realize.
this is all there is.
Hostile
Like,
figure
I can't.
into
I
the
just can't.
face.
This is not.
Oh, this?
Black hair,
No.
white moustache,
Yes.
full of power and mysterious power, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big
It's a
Brother was saying.
Test of some
It was merely
kind.
a few words
It's
of
a,
encouragement.
It's
The sort of
a,
words
it's a
that
playground
didn't
of
back
some kind where
not
there's
distinguishable
lessons.
individuals,
Dealing for a while.
but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken.
I don't
And the
know.
face of Big
Sometimes,
Brother
you know,
faded away
the
again.
way people think
Instead,
of failure.
three slogans of the party
No,
stood out.
yes, you know, that's not necessarily the right word.
Yeah.
But I had
that's
to,
it.
I had to see a different path for a little
Freedom
bit.
is slavery.
Yep.
Ignorance. is
But
spam.
that also gives you more
The face of
information
Big
to
Brother
apply to
seemed to
whatever you're
persist
doing
for
next.
several seconds on the screen,
Yeah,
as though the
now I got a
impact that had been
foundation,
made on
so
everyone's
it's
eyeballs were
different.
too vivid to wear off.
Yeah.
Little sandy-haired woman had flung
I don't-
herself forward
I think
over the
it
back
took
of
me
the
a
chair
while to
in
even
front of her.
understand my own self.
With a tremulous murmur,
The
sounded
power,
like,
what,
"I saved you."
where it
Extended
headed,
her
where it's
arms
going,
to
what it is.
Then she buried
Now,
her
now
face
I'm getting a little bit more clear picture on that.
Yeah,
You know?
it seems like.
touching her prayer. At this moment, the
But
entire
you know,
group
as soon as you
of people
define it, then you
deep,
know,
slow
No, there's,
rhythm
it's not.
chant.
But it's a
I'm
it's
on
a
the
thing.
right path towards the,
Be. Be.
where I need to be going.
Yeah.
Be,
You know, like I got
be,
infinitely more
Be.
to learn. I don't know.
over and over again. Very
Working on
slowly,
creating,
long
fixing
pause
some of
between
my
the first beat
past
and the
mistakes and
second.
some relations.
A heavy,
Yeah.
murmurous
Those are
sound.
being worked away, which is creating like better days.
Immense, yeah.
You know,
Hear the
so
stamp,
It's very important.
things like I could just. No, I have the proper perspective that I need for some of the things that I'd gone through in life, and I realized I had just hadn't really dealt
was a
with.
sort of
You know,
hint, wisdom,
so
Yeah.
majesty, Big Brother. But still more, it was an act of
Yeah.
self-hypnosis.
Now I can see that I've like
consciousness
picked up myself. I could see like really like the air, the ways, and like I know where I gave
In the
myself
2
away.
minutes hate, you cannot
sense.
help sharing in the
Which is
general
why I've been
delivery.
so like on the
But this
downside because I just wasn't
subhuman
me.
chanting
And
of
I was-
be,
just because I was trying to fit
Giving
myself,
yourself away. That's a
I
good
was
way of putting
trying
it.
to fit myself
Always
into
filled.
things around me that people that I love, whether it
course,
was Cyril being
he
my
chanted.
family, all my family wanted me to
It was
be this
impossible
way,
to do
not-
otherwise.
Not this way. 'cause
to
I was
dissemble
crazy
your
for talking
feelings,
this
to
stuff.
control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was
You
an
know,
instinct.
friends, you had to be a different way. So then it just
There was
developed
a
like
space, a couple of
like,
seconds,
s-
during which
just
the
basically
expression in his eyes might conceivably have
lost myself in a
was
sense. It's just because like I could just everywhere I go, I just see what
a
everybody else is
significant thing happened,
trying to get or
if indeed
asking me,
it did.
and like
Momentarily.
most people really don't
Caught
really
O'Brien's
want to
eye.
have a real conversation because when things
O'Brien
get really
stood up.
dicey and a real
He had
conversation,
taken off his spectacles
Hey,
and was in the act of resettling them off his nose.
truthism comes out. People don't really like talking about that.
It was
So,
a fraction of a second.
Yeah, well,
In
it
that
just
eye.
exposes.
oh, you don't have
As
Jesus,
long
you're
as
an
it took
idiot.
to
Yeah.
Yeah.
O'Brien
I love talking
Well, what
with
if we both have Jesus and you don't even know it?
Yeah, hey.
You know?
Or whatever Jesus was talking about, let's explore that because that's fucking interesting.
Yeah, the book that they use has been changed a million times, and like the powers that be are using it as a
I know
blueprint. So that's
precisely.
what it is. Of course, it's going
But even the plain
I know
shit
all
that's
about
there
it.
that hasn't been manipulated over the course of time through generations of Bibles, even it's there and they don't even see it. It's not even fucking talked about in the church. I know this is my
Of course, it's not talking in the church. I remember having sitting down like my dad's fucking
He
best
was already
friend, fucking
uncertain
priest,
whether
Mr.
it
Father Dahl,
Yeah.
from
Incidents never
Saskatchewan.
had any secret.
And my dad's like, oh, you really should just go talk to him. So I was like, all right, so let's go have a talk. with this guy.
Fair, okay. Try it out.
Beside himself were the enemies.
I sat in his deacon
Perhaps the rumors of vast
office
underground
because he lived at the church, right? So,
Yeah.
Perhaps the Brotherhood
I sat
really
in his
existed.
office. And I got to his
It was
place.
impossible, in spite of the
7:30,
endless
8 o'clock at
arrests
night.
and confessions
And
and
I didn't leave
executions.
until like
Be
11:30,
sure
shortly
Brotherhood
before midnight.
was not
We
simple.
had it was a really
Some days
interesting
he believed
conversation.
Good.
And he's like, well, you're definitely not a Christian or Catholic. And I was like,
Only fleeting glimpses.
well, no, we knew that coming here. Like, like you know, like I don't know what you were looking for. I said, I was just looking for this, like interesting conversation, and like, but you guys are thinking of trying to help me or like save me, because these things, and it's just like, oh no, not real. But then like,
He had imagined everything.
it turned out like all these dreams and things I had with my dad were like, well, it was real. And then we just had a big argument about this. Like, and it was like, well, then he had a falling out with this guy. Of course he had a falling out with because he's just weird schism.
Yeah.
And then like my dad and my mom finally ended up having a divorce, and my dad calls me up and he's like, yo, you need to call the church, this church, the town, and this priest, and like, I know you know all these things about the church and yada yada, so I need you to like really get up in his grill, and I was like, are you fucking with me right now? Because I absolutely refuse to do that. Like, you see what you're asking your son to do? Like, you're telling your son to call the fucking priest of the fucking church and tell him to go fuck himself. Because you can't, you're not man enough to do it yourself.
Because you can't do it. You won't do it.
You don't even know because you don't know anything on all these times. You're fucking yelling at me for this bullshit knowledge. And now you're coming to me to not only tell me, not to say sorry, not to be like, oh, I kind of think, I need you
on my behalf.
The priest was in my bedroom with my wife, like, so, like, what do you want from me, Dad? Are you fucking well? No chance I'm doing that. I said, you're on your own. You want to fucking have a go out, or you have a fucking go out. Like, you want me?
It's your deal. It's your life. It's your thing. Yeah.
Said, man, get bent.
He knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote
church guys, all well, church breeds a certain breed of people.
Whether he went on with the
intense righteousness.
Oh yeah, intense righteousness / ignorance and denial plus guilt. But guilt for the wrong things.
The essential crime.
Not guilt for pride or guilt because it's guilt because I thought this sexual thing one time. Or
yeah, it's crazy. And like, you look at nature, everything's sexual, and they're trying to tell us, no sex life. Oh, like, get bent, get bent. I mean, there's not an actual thing. We're sexual beings. Like, that's that.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Rough hand shaking the
man or woman. Like, people say, oh, it's all about the men. Like, man, you talk to these ladies, right? You can need some dick.
Well, it's true. It's true. I've been propositioned so many times. I'm not right. I'm not here now, but maybe at one time, okay.
Yeah, no,
but it's the same of both genders, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's needed. It's not. It's thought of, but the church condemns it because that's the easiest way to control. Guilt is a huge device used in the church to control. I grew up with guilt. Guilt, I know.
I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down.
No place.
They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother.
And to a large extent, my mom, her mom, it's passed down guilt, right? To reinforce, to guide your children or the people that you guilt them into changing for you. Right? And then it's disguised as this really righteous thing. It's like only the righteous people could actually make you feel guilty for it. So now they got power, right? Yeah. I can go like poker. I can go on about the church and that particular topic probably for a good 15 hours.
As he put his hand
needs to be talked about.
Anger is so natural too. Like it came from like I don't know, like really.
Down with Big Brother was written all over
really young age.
in letters almost big enough to be legible.
Like my parents send me to Catholic school, and then they're telling me
that's how it's expressed, right?
Don't believe in the Bible. Like that's another thing. Like all right, so think about that. I'm a kid, and you're telling me because then they were worried about me, so they're like, hey, don't believe in the Bible. Well, okay, yeah, so I don't believe in the Bible, right? Great.
Instantly.
So then they found a satanic Bible, and then they're all worried about like, well, what the fuck, right? And I was like, they say don't believe in the Bible, right? There's gotta be something out there. But the thing is, I got knowledge. I said, it's just like they're out there, right? They're like, no. I said, well, men, like I live in the world, I know this. Like I've encountered them. Like you can tell me you know all the fuck you want, right? Like But mom, I'm fucking 18 years old here. Like, you can't, like, you're beat. You're
Well, you're done,
You're not,
anyways.
You're not talking to me about my Buddhist book either, right? Why aren't you talking about that? You know, no, because you're only focusing on that. You notice how I have a bunch of diverse, different books in there,
Yeah.
stuff that you're not like you would never read.
Yeah.
Well, that's because we have different views and hobbies. You enjoy Coronation Street, Mom.
Yeah,
And
so it's a
I
very
enjoy
narrow,
fucking-
focused view, but whereas you're, you got to take in the world as a fucking whole.
For sure. And like I'm doing this at like 15, 16, 17 years old, right? And they thought I was doing these drugs this entire time. And they're trying to get me to go see doctors and get me off. And like, so and I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So they didn't understand where I was stashing my drugs and where I kept it. And I was like, man, how can I be doing all these drugs if I was out fucking playing all these sports, high level and shit? Like, what do you guys think?
Oh, that's why you got the super ability to. I've heard all these things. Like I hear people's minds too.
Like,
yeah.
It's just, you know, it is what it is.
It is.
And then, like, how do you tell a kid to, like, don't believe in it, and then have me expect me to grow up and, like, well, of course I am a fucking anti-church and fucking dude, like.
Doesn't mean I'm anti whatever is true. You know?
No, exactly. But like, it is quite clearly a work of fiction. Right? And all it is some blueprint that the hierarchy is using. That's it. That's it.
And then there's stories about how the Bible was canonized and God's hand was on
like the Revelation, right? Like it's pretty clear. Like in the humanity is doomed. Even like what's Revelation? Like the whole fucking the beast gets his time. And you know what this beast wants? This whole fucking call him the devil, the enemy of the fucking Bible, whatever you want to call us motherfuckers, is simply the annihilation of the fucking wicked. Like you came here looking for some fucking truth and some fucking real shit. We don't care what you do, but you fucking come here and you ruin people's lives over bullshit. No, fuck you all, man. You corrupt pieces of shit. Go burn, and that's it. Like that's what it is. Like the very central core message of death metal and deathcore is literally the destruction of corrupt humanity. That's it. All we want was truth, and all you guys gave us was lies from the very fucking start. You lied to us at school, you lied to us in fucking our work, you lied to us from the moment. Fuck you guys. Yeah. This is the one life we got. This is it. Like, nah, man, I'm dying saying I believed it from the moment until the day. I fucking put myself out. I stayed poor. All I had to do was agree to be part of the goddamn system multiple different times, but fuck that shit. Like, that's not me. I'm not selling my shit out. I'm not just fucking
some things are just there's no value you can put on
You've managed to
that's
stay
not
on in the skies for a year beyond the statutory age.
either
At the ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post.
my conflict is assured.
But on the other hand, he
the
was a
power
leading
that I
figure
fight
on the
is
sports
just
committee
simply
and all the
greater
other
than me
committees engaged in organising
on this plane of existence. It's simple as that.
demonstrations,
Absolutely
And,
not. I say absolutely not to that.
At the end of the day, he's the man who wields his sword, sir.
But who's he?
That's life.
Right. So like if you think of ourselves, we're universes. We're like who's he? Like, well, you, me, you're it. So like. Who's the devil? Who's the fucking devil here? There's some...
We're two sides of the same coin. So like essentially, it's a representative of one, right? Because it says the one. So like the God, right? The God force, the energy must be at once both the God and the devil, and that would make sense. That there's a positive realm and a negative realm. So the energies are the same. So like one and the same. The rules of engagement in the positive charged world are different than the rules of engagement in the negative charged world. But your positive fucking world is absolutely impossibly to function without the negative world. And so the split of mind, and like we're made in God's image, and like if you look at humanity, everybody's like split. Like people want to be good, but there's every one of us has some fucking never-ending demon in it inside. Like there's not the white and black sock is the symbol of this.
So you gotta reconcile.
All of us have this. Everyone. There's nobody that doesn't have that fucking battle inside. Not a fucking. It's everyone. It's all of us, right? We're all suffering. That's why I know this level is hell. This is the world of fucking prison, because we are here. At some point,
You're a traitor.
there is we veer incorrectly, right? And it is up to us to recognize that. Like, and everyone's on their own path of learning.
And it's not just one correction, though. That's the way people think. It's like, well, this is the one way. Fuck no. There's an unlimited number of ways to correct, and then 7.5 billion, 7.7 billion people on the planet. That's how many. You can, in different ways to correct if you wanted to. Right? It doesn't have to be. But the correction, like, how do you narrow it, right? Well, what's the main thing?
If you don't learn on this go around, you come back and do it again. Like and all of us have our own cycles, and you see that, right? If the same cycle's happening, then
It seems like this is right.
You need to check, right?
They do get
So,
they're disappointed
do
because
the best you can every day.
It seems like this, right? And there's cycles within the cycle of
I'm too
life.
busy to take them.
The whole thing is
Back
like
from work in time.
you got to go through both sides, right? So the Satan world is, which could be this world, and this is where those worlds exist, and those are.
See, Satan's got a bad rap, right?
Eurasian prisoners.
And
course he does.
it's only because of how.
What if it's backwards? Like, what if the real rap is like this?
What if it's upside down? Yeah. What if Yahweh was the real fucker? Right? At this point in time, like which it seems to
the
be.
church is super insanely corrupt, man. It's unbelievable. But
Well, and Yahweh is a very corrupt God, right? And that's who they.
that's who they worship.
That's who they worship.
Yeah. An agonizingly painful.
So it's like.
a red hot wire.
But now, within that knowingness, okay, you and I, and some of us know this, right? Still, there's a middle, right? So we got to reconcile both those fucking extremes, and there's got to be a reconciliation, you know, instead of like. And this is where my whole life, I always thought there was redemption for everybody, right? But I know, question.
Still rubbing.
But is there? Is there redemption at one point in time? Can there be redemption for everybody, regardless of what you've done?
The sort of brutal relish.
You know, not say that you should be stripped of power, right, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I feel.
You know what I'm saying? Like, can there be a time in history?
Maybe that's what those black hole poles are, the universal. Another year. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to get sucked in it. Like in the star, just go supernova. That's your soul. Boom. You get sent through there. And maybe that's like eternal hell. Like it's just eternal darkness. You just get shut out. You literally just you're done.
And yet, this produced in them no tendency.
You know, and that's disheartening. That's literally disheartening, especially if you're any kind of being. Who's
But logically, if you really think about it, this logical conclusion with black holes, do you really believe like?
no, it's just.
But that would be a horrible conclusion to make. I think that's like.
What I'm saying is like future redemption. Like we're like probably not like there's got to be some
that's the
redemption.
redemption.
The brevity is going to be. It's really low. Like you're going to be like, you know what I mean? And so like where does these nasty energies go? They go to the really dark dense place.
Yeah, and I think that's the redemption there too, right? So like it does dissipate.
It might not be a forever redemption, right? You know what I mean?
But it also always comes back.
It could be very damn near impossible. Like so, it's like you're stuck in blackness for basically eternity.
Wondering whether he could find.
Well, yeah, you get deeper and deeper, like different dimensions of, right? So there's an eternal amount of dimensions of
years ago,
all ways, right? And you'll be unrecognizable. It's a weird thing, but Tibetan Book of the Dead talks about it. I'm not sure how I really put all this, but at the same time, like, really, is that really how it works? Like the Tubosaurus and all this, I get it. I understand how they're explaining it to me, but there's so much we don't fucking understand.
What was
When
curious
you're talking about fractal patterns and
Of course, well, that's never. It's just too much. It's just too.
but the thing that we can agree on though is that things are out of fucking balance.
He could not now remember.
There's a disharmony, right?
The world is tilted.
Frequencies are off.
The game is tilted. It's rigged.
Nor could
For
he
sure.
remember when he had first identified the
And
voice.
it's especially rigged towards
At any rate,
the people
the
that have
identification existed. It was O'Brien.
the ability
spoken
to comprehend and articulate
Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after
whatever it
this
is
morning's
the
flash
truth of the day,
eyes,
right?
It was impossible to
So
be sure.
and so if it's in if
Whether
you're
O'Brien was a friend,
hey guys,
or did it even seem to me?
what's that?
There was a link of understanding between them, more important than the
Oh, yeah?
partisanship. We shall meet in the place.
Oh, there you go.
Where was this at?
Parrot.
Oh yeah.
Winston did not know what it meant,
Nice.
only that in some way or another,
You're walking.
the voice from the
There
text,
you go.
Perfect.
Enjoy your day.
a trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated into the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly. Attention! Your attention, please. A news flash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the news flash. Bad news coming. Sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of the Eurasian army with stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that, as from the next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. Winston belched. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into Oceania, 'tis for thee. You were supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. Oceania, 'tis for thee, gave way to lightnings. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescope. The day was still cold and clear. Somewhere, far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull reverberation of wind. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London. Down in the street, wind flapped the torn posters.
I know. I was
word
going to say
English
express and verbal
fit to his ear.
I think he just loves the fact that he can sleep during the day because
Sacred principle.
It's cold, but
You
he
speak
doesn't sleep anywhere.
immutability of the past.
Listen, he's a cool guy,
He
man.
felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom,
I'm glad
lost
he
in a
came around.
monstrous world where he himself was the monster. To love,
I think it's been
Past was
equally
dead.
beneficial.
the future
So
was
that's a good
unimaginable.
thing.
What certainty had he that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the dominion of the party would not endure? An answer.
His brother's dragging
These slogans on the
bike.
white face of the Ministry of
Long
Truth
time.
came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery.
There's no rush for anything. This is my.
Ignorance is
I was telling my mom this.
He took a 25-cent piece. There too,
You can have
tiny,
plans and
clear
everything, but
the same
the best laid
slogans
plans.
were inscribed. And on the other face of the coin,
Yeah,
head.
best laid plans.
even from the coin, the eyes were seen. Coins,
Oh, that's
on
a cool
stamps,
one.
on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrapping of a
They're pretty
cigarette
quick.
packet, everywhere.
They are.
Always, the eyes watching you and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in the bath or in bed, no escape. Nothing was your own, except a
So,
few
any more thoughts
fleeting
about
seconds
fighting?
inside your skull.
Yo,
The sun,
you're gonna be
chipped ground,
taking
the
some.
myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, the light no longer shining on it, looked grim as the loopholes of the It's hard to
Extra
take
treat.
off the yoga first.
Yoga.
It was too strong.
Responsibility.
It could not be stolen.
And
A thousand rocket
then I can
bombs
start
don't
going into kickboxing classes.
wondered again.
Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu's the big one.
Yeah.
podcast I revisited, but
Only
he was
the
talking
thought
to Jordan
of
Peterson, I
being
guess.
before they wiped it out of existence.
They both of them like the sports
How could you make
analogies,
an appeal
but
to the future when not a trace, not even an anonymous
back
word
in the day,
scribbled on a piece of
when
paper?
MMA started, that's when I started watching it, right?
Telescreen
The Hoist Gracie and the whole Gracie family was dominating, right?
You have to be back at work.
And lo and behold, you look at the guy.
Chiming of the hour seemed to have put me.
Oh yeah, dude was
It's a
amazing.
lonely ghost
Dude,
talking
fucking
the
legend.
truth that nobody would ever hear.
And then he came back.
So long
flashed
as he
on it.
in
Dude's a
some obscure
monster.
way, continuity is not
Like legit.
It's not by making yourself heard.
Like, was he
but
ever-
by staying sane.
He's knocked
Carried
out
on
maybe
with
once?
heritage.
Oh yeah, he got.
He went back to the table, dipped his
How many times though?
and wrote
No, he only lost a handful of
to
times.
the future,
Dude's a
to the
legend.
past.
And then he just
Time
choked
when
everybody
thought
out.
was free.
He came in with a
Men are
key
different.
at the beginning, right?
Live alone.
And he used his key.
Time when
Yeah,
truth
it was to his
exists.
advantage.
Yeah, it was an advantage. He knew that. They're fucking smart, these
Age of
Brazilian
The
fighters.
age of solitude.
Because he could hold his own
The age
team.
Yeah, that's
You know,
right.
If that makes a
Oh
big
yeah,
difference.
leverage, man.
It was already
Because what he can't, if you don't have the key, like
only
holding a guy's arm is a lot harder. Right? Like you can like grab it, like you can do
But
more.
especially if like it's sweaty.
consequences of every act.
Yeah,
It's
so
greased.
like, you're holding on to your own self, but you're holding on to him
Yeah.
yourself,
Thought
right?
crime
It's like
does not entail day.
it's definitely an
Thought
advantage
crime
for him.
Yeah.
He
Not
took
every
some
event
really
is
big dudes though,
is
man.
a dead.
Like it is crazy.
It became important to
He's
stay
like
alive as long as
350-pound giants. Fuck you, done.
the fingers of his right hand.
Tap tap tap. Tappity tap. They fell. They all
Armbar.
tapped. They all
Chokehold.
tapped in the end, man.
A woman,
Yeah.
something like a sandy-haired woman or a dark-haired girl from a fiction
And
department.
like
Might
like
start
even for
wondering
me,
why
like
he
as a
might
fight, like I gotta get myself in close. So I generally usually requires me getting a shot or three.
Yeah.
And, to get in, and then I gotta stick to
Went to the
dude, like
bathroom,
dude, like I have T-Rex, right?
Yeah.
But I can generate a lot of power really fast.
Yeah.
So like when I'm
Close.
like,
Sandpaper.
you know, I'm no Mike
Was
Tyson,
therefore
right?
well
But like,
adapted.
That's why Muay Thai. You. That's why you were thinking about
Put the
because that's
diary
close,
away.
right?
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
It's
it's
quite useful.
very close range and like good
But you
training,
gotta
right?
just make
So
sure
and then like
whether or not
like when I got is like so when people are like in close and they don't see it
Yeah,
coming,
across the
it's like
page
a
on
quick
it.
elbow because my hand is here, so they're
Sure.
seeing the hand and
Yeah.
like that elbow.
Picked
And,
up
like
and
when you can
identified
like
and
when you're
elbows
snapping through, elbows cut.
Positive.
Elbows really hurt.
Those are the fucking knives.
Found like shape.
Yeah.
Going that shit, look at that, this or that. Like that's, you know, you hit somebody in the side, that's
This is small
knocking their
thing.
juice.
This
It's
is small
knocking their
thing.
juice
Winston
for a
was
second. I don't care
being
who you are, and like
It's
Is it a
you're-
bigger bone?
if you're quick enough and catch them in that moment, you can like.
She was a tall, statuesque.
That's the thing about
sight.
fighting. It's just,
That's why
it's just
knees
these
are
one in the game, right?
Yeah.
So
Magnificent fair
you
hair.
know,
His father, he remembers more
unfortunately,
vaguely as dark and
it's a
thin.
do or die game.
Dressed
So
always in
it's
neat
either I'm getting knocked out or I'm fucking putting the guy like I'm choking them out, or I'm fucking like I'm gonna put a hurt onto a piece of their body
The
because
two of
You
them
have
must
to.
evidently
It's the
have
game.
swallowed up in one of the first great purges.
That's the game.
At that moment,
for sure.
his mother was sitting in some place.
It's not like I want to fight at times.
young
But sometimes
sister.
it's no idea. Like that
He
older
didn't
guy in
remember his
Toronto.
sister at
I don't
all,
understand why he would
except
just
as a
keep
tiny,
following me. Like,
feeble
dude,
baby,
follow me. I don't want to do
always
this. Why are you doing this?
large, watching.
Don't put your fists up.
Yeah.
Please don't do that.
We're looking up at him,
You're really
down
doing
in
this.
some
We're really doing.
subterranean
No, we're not
place
doing this.
at the bottom of the well.
Kick you. I kicked. That's right. I kicked him in his legs. Like, no, go back. Like,
was a
stop
place
this.
which already
Stop
far
this.
below him
And then he swung.
was
Like,
itself
oh,
moving
he's
downwards.
sweet.
And soon the sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening,
Unfortunately for you, bud,
still air
not a
and
good idea. You were very
Still
drunk,
seated.
uncoordinated.
Yeah. Disadvantage
the
you.
wild was sinking down into the green
So that
waters,
was
which in another moment must
that
hide
ended
them
up
from
with
sight.
my feet miss
He
kicks,
was out
kissing
in the
his
light.
face on the
They
ground.
were sunk
Yeah.
down,
Double guy.
and they were down there
It
because
doesn't need to happen. Like, why? I don't understand these people.
He knew
Like, why are you following me?
See the
Because you're harassing a kid, and I'm telling you to stop
Yeah.
harassing a kid.
That's
faces
right.
all in their hearts.
Okay,
Only the knowledge
you could have just
they
gone
must
home
die
like I originally
in
told
order
you.
that he might remain
Yeah.
alive.
because you're fucking being an asshole to that kid. And that kid was not going to be able to. What was the kid going to do? The kid had no money, no nothing. Dude hates life. You think he wants to sit there with his fucking cup, fucking, like, with his face of dejection? Of course he doesn't, man. Like, leave the fucking kid alone. You were there. Of course you were. Like, you're not far from there now. That guy might even been homeless for all I know. They're like,
which one becomes
people like that just make me so mad.
New and valuable after one is away.
Pestering a fucking kid because he's down on his luck. Kid was in his very early 20s, man. Like,
30 years ago.
it's not easy, especially living in Toronto. Life's expensive. Life's expensive. Like, suddenly going with no money and you're fucking living in nowhere. Like, you're living in Toronto.
There's a huge difference between having $1,000, right, or having no money. No money is a very precarious situation for most people, right? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. How do you come back from nothing? Right? So, and it happens a lot. But then, yeah, there's not a lot of sympathy out there for. You're 20 and you gotta, you know, you look like you're able-bodied and get a job.
Absolutely. I remember, for an example, this guy out to the bar one night at work, and it's just down the road from Lee Street in Ottawa. And I normally work the overnight shift, so it was one of the nights that I could actually go out to the town. And this guy was in his trench coat, this kid, and he was walking around, and he was asking everybody, he's like, hey, we got $1. He was asking us just for $1.
He was standing on shore,
Right?
springy
And,
turf, on a summer evening, when the slanting rays of the
guy
sun
says to me, he's like, yo, I
gilded
got
the
$1. And I said, hey, do me a favor, can you do something? He's like, yeah. I said, can you go like that? He's like, yeah. I said, can you go like that? He's like, yeah. So congratulations, you can go to McDonald's and get a job flipping a burger. Like, you can go make some money. Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Like, dude, like, you're a fucking young, able-bodied walking around. You just want to fucking get anything you can for free so you can go get drunk and high, right? You said the fucking money that you're asking for me, do you think it came from a fucking just a hole in the wall? You think some magical god being just said, hey, Nick, you're awesome, here's some fucking money?
There's a time for this.
No, unfortunately not there, kid. I fucking work at the hotel down there every fucking night, so to get this money. This is so I don't mind helping out the veteran because there's this guy every day I'd go buy him breakfast at the fucking bakery that I used to go to. Veteran with no legs and fucking.
That's right. Yeah.
Different.
Different.
Right?
Different.
Right? Yeah. You're a fucking able-bodied kid that's just being a dick walking up to anybody asking for $1 and you're pestering people. But anyway, so I go through that whole spiel, right? And the guy fucking ends up just walking away all pissed off. Right? And there's these two guys standing back there. And one guy was like, fucking, oh, what an asshole. Right? So then I walked up straight to that guy. I was like, hey, man, you got $1? And his buddy just walking there, looks at me, right? Right? I said, hey man, it's just a fucking $1, right? He said, it's $1. You got $1? I know you. I said, I know you got $1. Give me $1, right? And the guy's like, and he's looking at his buddy, right? Because he's just, right? And so I was just making a point, and I persisted for like a solid 2 minutes. I said, you got $1 40 times, like $1. Dude just got fucking pissed off, right? Just fucking walked away, and his friend was just pissing himself.
That's a good one.
And his buddy's just laughing, right? And I said to him, like, my buddy, because his buddy, dude just walked away, right? And like, and his buddy was there, and he's like, hey man, so it's not $1. So like, guys, fucking can leave a buy, right? Give him a little speech. He's like, no, I fucking get it. And I said, this guy telling me I'm a fucking asshole. I'm like, no, man, maybe that kid's gonna think twice before he's bothering you, right? Like, you know? No, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing it for no stuff. It's funny, man.
Yeah,
that's
you're telling me I'm a
hilarious.
fucking what an annoying asshole. So I was like, all right, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
I am what
I am what you say, and I'm better at it than you think.
You just created it. This is right? Like a dude is like just
That's right.
beside himself. Like, what do you do? $1?
Arms bending $1. Take your time, find me. 1, 2.
Yeah, you don't like it when it bothers you, right? You see what I'm fucking saying, asshole?
Come on, comrades, put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Guy couldn't handle it. Right?
And this is what we do sometimes for shits and giggles, man. Because it has to be. It has to be because you're so stupid.
Oh, they always think you're stupid. And
Yeah.
the look of grim enjoyment.
Right.
It's happened so many times with my bar in fucking Fort McMurray.
He was struggling to think his way back.
Like I'm loud, right? So in fights, I'm animated. I fucking love the fight, so I get animated. The people around, I generally get pretty good. I can always have a good time. You know, I walked up to the bar. I even told them I was a rowdy person beforehand, right? I said, like, and I've been working my face off. I said, this is my first day off. I had like 2 or 3 weeks at this point. And I said, I just want to eat some fucking awesome food, drink some beer, and watch these fights. And I said, yeah, I'll be animated. He's like, yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome. He's like, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, but no, it's good. And sure enough, you know, all these, because when you're sitting at the bar by yourself, because I go there super early, right? It was like 5 o'clock or something, the fights didn't start so a little later. But I knew it generally gets busy, right? So I wanted my prime spot. When I came out, I was ready. So it was good. So guys trickle in, and it was great. Everything is smooth, right? You know, the place is getting packed, and like goes well. Me and these guys become friends. We're just doing shots together, like just roaring. And this one guy is like kind of a you can tell he's kind of like flustered with me, right? Because I was kind of like loud. You know, it drove home a little bit. Yep. But then he said an offside comment to me, and I looked at him and was like, well, hey man, I mean, that's cool. You can think whatever you want. I said, if you say something like that one more time though to me, I said, we can step outside. And I said, I don't care what you've got besides you. I said, you've been a bit of an ass, right? Like, that's that.
Yeah.
So, you got a problem with me, I'm pretty sure nobody else has, right?
Yep.
And everybody's like, no
problem.
Not just this guy. And so he just didn't have nothing, right? Nothing. So he fucking ends up leaving, and his buddy's like, oh yeah, man, you fucking intimidated. He's all pissed off.
Because he's usually maybe the guy.
Yeah, like he said to me, motherfucker,
Miserable.
I don't care. Like I said, you better fucking knock me out when you get. I said, that's it. I said, because I'm not a good guy.
Yeah, fucking, not the easiest.
If you create blood if you spill my blood, I said, well, that's a signature, but I get to spill yours. Just keep that in mind.
Yes.
So if you don't knock me out, I'm getting up. That's it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have the same standard, right? Like, believe me, I fucking run in 10 IPAs, right? So when these guys fucking shoot their load after 2 minutes, right? And they're like, yeah, but I can weather that storm. So they hit me a couple times, all of a sudden, like, they think they got me and whatever. And then
now they're exerting all this fucking
they're
energy.
Super fucking tired.
Yep.
You like my blood? How's that taste, motherfucker? I'll squeeze it on them all over, drip them all over, and I fucking take my turn. It's how it is in the world. Most people are just fucking like, they're not built for the long game. They're built for the 2 seconds, so their outburst is just like bodybuilders. Yeah, they're fucking tough for the first 30 fucking seconds, but they have no cardio, they can't do anything. So once you wither their arm and their arm's tired, they can only hit you so many times. Then it's like, well now it's like,
I didn't have anything else. My other arm's not very good.
Yeah. And then these juice monkeys, leg day. What the fuck is leg day, bro? You fucking you fucking double leg them out, pull their leg out. They're done. They have no energy to come back up because all they have is they just spent it on you. And I don't care that you're fucking 120 pounds more than me now or on the ground because you're fucking. I'm way more agile and mobile than you and quick, and so all my shots are gonna do way more damage. Because I can create my leverage from nowhere, like small town, whereas the other
long lanky fuckers that
Yeah,
if they hit.
And I had to use that. So after that, so that guy leaves. This other guy fucking pops up at the bar. Bets me $20 on one of the guys, right? I was like, you guys are not winning. Sorry, buddy. It's not happening. What's that? Sure enough, fucking. So I flashed the $20 right across the bar. So I had 20. And he pulled out 20. I was like, there it is.
There it is.
Right, and so then, sure as shit, he owes me the $20, and my guy wins, right? And I remember talking to the guys on my side too that I was with, and they're like, man, that's like a free $20 right there, right? Like, because we're all like, for sure that Cormier was going to win. We just knew he was beating Rumble. He was fighting Rumble Johnson, 205 back in the day.
Okay.
And so I go talk with him to get my money, right? So I sit and have a drink, and he has these 2 girls with him, his girlfriend and his girlfriend and friend. Things are kind of okay. The dude was like, just didn't like me, right? So he was fucking, he started chirping a little bit. I was like, dude, you really don't want to start chirping now, man. Like, you know, like, yeah, I took your money, but like, don't be, you don't want to be a dick, right? And it kind of like, I went back to my spot, and like, it was alright. And but we go outside, right? And because my buddies there were smoking, and he was a smoker, right? So we were just chilling outside. And the fucking dude starts peeking at me, right? And I was like, man, dude, you really need to stop. Like, you need to shut up. Like, you're digging yourself a hole. Like, I'm gonna fucking get really mad in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And you know, and all he was he's taller than me, no thicker than me. You know what I mean? So it's just fucking nothing, right? You know, and especially at this point, I've been doing kickboxing classes at the Bowman's MMA in Fort McMurray. I work a 10-hour job doing fucking hard labor, and I'm running. I'm super in shape at this point, right? And this kid is like, man, like, you need to fucking back up. And then if I can put his finger into my chest, right? And I'm like, don't ever do that. That was a bad move, bro. Like, I just told you to shut up. And you said, or what? And put your finger into my chest, or what? Or what? Boom! I smashed him, right? And dude hits the fucking ground hard. Like, he just like, dude just hits pavement quick, right? And his girlfriend's yelling. He's like, oh fuck, right? And I was like, yo, I'm fucking told you stop talking, right? You know? And he gets up, and he's mad, and he goes to swing at me, and I was like, oh, you fucking idiot. You're such an idiot, right? So I fucking bang one more time. And so, you know, it's like punch. So what happens? Of course he hits the fucking ground. You didn't even have the legs on, the proper legs the first time when you're trying to swing at me. I don't know if you're just trying to show off your little dick to your fucking woman here right now. I don't know what your play is, but like, stop, like, shut up, right?
Yeah.
Well, then he spits at me from the ground, so I just fucking booed him. I straight kicked him, like a ding, soccer kicked him, like straight ding. And
he's on the fucking ground, he's spitting at you.
And it was bad, dude. It was bad actually at this point. So now he's like convulsing and shaking on the ground. His girlfriend is freaking. Like, she's like peeking, bro. Like, and call it, blah, blah, blah. And then the guys I was drinking are like, yo, Nick, you need to just go. You're done. We'll see you later. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, fuck's sakes, right?
That's a nice done.
I go in, I fucking pay my tab, right? And I say to him, like, sorry for the mess. And they're like, no, it's okay. They know what's up. And good, pay my bill. And I was like, probably can't come back, eh? You know, that's what I was saying. He's like, oh no, you'll be fine, bro. But you should get going pretty quick. Yeah, now the police will be here pretty quick.
Yeah. This is a stop off for them usually. So.
Yeah, so I was like, fucking, alright, thanks guys. Peace out, no issue, right? Because again, he's an asshole being around, and everybody knew he was being an asshole, right? So when people know what's up, right? I'm not just going around. I don't have any intention to want to go around and smash people.
No.
You know what I mean?
Why? Yeah.
I don't like to get smashed.
No.
So I know this, and therefore it's not right to do this to somebody. But unfortunately, there is sometimes that self-defense
that's one fight I didn't like. Just not to change the subject too much, but that Forrest Griffin fight. You remember back in the day when
Griffin and Bonner?
Yeah. I hated it. You know why?
Why did you hate that fight? That fight's
Hold on. Everybody likes the fight, right?
Dude, I remember watching that live. Oof. I was like,
I did. I watched it live too. But I thought about it later. And I thought,
but it was possible that in its own speed.
That shit fucking saved the UFC, bro. That fight
probably did actually.
Man, it really did, dude. That fight was fucking bananas. Yo, those two guys beat the shit out of each other.
But here's the thing I loved about it. So they hugged it. They hugged it, and I thought Bonner won too. I thought they hugged at the end, and this is good, right? But the shedding of blood. I don't know. It's a tough thing. That was a bloody fucking mess. They beat the shit out of each other.
That was fucking amazing. That shit was amazing. Like, dude, like, I don't know, like. That's everything you want.
6079 Smith W.
Yes. I had a
they just sat in the pocket trading bombs. For 15 minutes. Oh, dude, that's so taxing on the body. 15-minute fights, yo, most guys in a street fight are tired after 2 minutes.
His face
2
remained.
minutes.
Oh, well, it was definitely a show of how fucking in
Never
shape
showed
they
himself.
both were. So, and they were equally in shape by the end of it because they were
Stood
both
watching while the
standing, which was,
instructors raised her
yes,
arms
okay, it was a great fight.
but
But
not
the,
so gracefully, but with remarkable
what was it?
efficiency.
It was how bloody it was,
Tucked the first
right?
joint of
And there was no defense. It didn't seem like there was any defense at the fucking time, at that point.
Well,
Right, so-
everything was evolving, right? It wasn't supposed
Yeah.
to kind of
It's not
technical
sophisticated,
as it is now, right?
yeah.
So now, like fighters nowadays, it's intense.
You see,
These
my
guys would
knees
walk through the
aren't bent.
whole old school UFC
But
days
all
straight
right
up,
if you
and like even the average guy, like the average UFC
Anyone
guy.
under 45 is
But it's also
perfectly
just a
capable
testament
of
of the
touching his
times. Like,
toes.
there's a
That's
like,
true.
there's
That's a
walk
testament
around
to
here,
the
man.
these
Like, you
people
take a walk,
keep
it's like, you just walk down this
Remember our
boardwalk,
boys on
you
the
size
Malabar
yourself
front,
up against
and the
society,
sailors in the
there's
floating
a large
fortresses.
portion that can
Just
just
think
fucking
what
snap
they
us
have to
in,
put
like,
up.
in two. It's,
Now,
like,
try again.
it doesn't matter how strong
That's
you are,
better,
I mean, the
comrade.
world's always
That's
so
much
much bigger.
better.
But the fight
Kind
game,
of
the people on the whole,
As
have become
Winston,
way
with
more
a violent
aware
lunge,
and stronger.
succeeded in
than-
touching
than
his
have.
toes.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's
in a lot of part
involved.
because of the MMA, right? And because of the constant involvement. Now people are training it as a normal way of fucking life, and
With the deep,
take it
unconscious
much more
sigh,
serious. And since we have the power of science and nutrition,
Much
you
more
combine
serious.
that
That's-
with
Winston pulled the speaker.
the hard work and dedication that you can make these athletes do, and now you can really personalize people's workouts based on their blood types, their
Yeah.
body types, and you know what I mean. Like so,
That's right.
you,
In the walls of the cubicle,
it's
there
just
were
a whole
three
different game,
orifices.
and now it's
Right
created
at the
like
speak
legit
right,
killers.
a
Like
small
there's
pneumatic tube, a written
you
message.
walk into any gym, and like
To the left,
even in
a
Thailand,
larger
like,
one
so,
from Michigan. And in the
the
side,
amount of
easy reach of
people
Winston's
out
arm,
there
a
that can
large
just
oblong
fucking work
slit,
it.
protected by a wire grating. This
It's
last
impressive.
is
Yeah,
for the
that's good.
disposal of these
But people don't
similar slits.
Well, with
realize
that
thousands or
usually,
tens of thousands
almost
throughout the world.
almost
Not only in every
always
room,
comes
but
with
in
some
some
kind of humbleness, because
reason,
to get to
they
a
were
point
nicknamed
where,
Nemesis.
you know, you need to go
And one
through a
knew that
huge
any
fucking
document was due
transition
for
of some
destruction.
sort. you
Even
know,
when one saw a
recognition
scrap
of
of waste paper lying
realization
about,
of
it was an
something
automatic action.
other
to
than
lift the
what
flap
other
of the
people
nearest
have,
memory
right?
hole
So
and
I think
drop the
compassion comes with
But
it.
upon it will be
A lot
whirled
of the
away
time,
on
that's what I
current
see.
warm air.
And you
The
wouldn't think
enormous
it, right?
furnaces
Because it's
which
such a
were hidden somewhere
violent
in the recesses.
sport, a violent thing to do to one,
Oh,
one
there's
another.
tons of
But
compassion.
it's the
Second, people
purest.
knocked out, the guy saying all the time, you'd be like, yo, man, the ref's not stopping the fight, and you feel like
In
it
the
should be
abbreviated
stopped, right?
jargon.
But you gotta keep hitting the guy.
Yep.
And sometimes those guys are friends, right? It's just because it's the honor. Like when you're a fighter, you're a fighter. You like the
Times.
Yeah, that's right.
There's an adrenaline
Yeah,
rush.
that's right.
Like,
BB speech.
and you lose,
now
it's
reported
okay.
Africa.
You got me. Tap out. It's okay. You got me. It's
Times
all right. The rules are,
19.12,
you know, whatever.
Pretty clearly defined and I think reasonable. And I think they made it more reasonable. I think you hit it on the head is that they take it
Times
more seriously or more thoughtfully, because you know the Bonner fight and. But even before that, like Tank Abbott and you know these fucking huge fuckers, you're coming into the ring, right? And they're eating each other in the fucking bag, you know, like this is not good, right? So, but from it evolved into something that was a lot better, you know, than its original beginning. So that's a testament, right? Joe Rogan played a huge part in this.
Rogan's
legitimacy.
like the man. Like, Rogan is the sound and voice of
Winston
the
dialed
industry.
back numbers on the telescreen.
There's a reason
He called
he's.
for the
If it was only up to
appropriate
Dana
times.
White or
Slid out
people
pneumatic tube.
like
Well,
him,
I
not
mean,
to
Dana
say.
White, without Dana White, there would be no
Messages he had
UFC.
No, and
received.
this is true,
The
right?
first
But
is
I think he
news
needed a
items,
team
which,
to
for one
build
reason or
around.
another,
He didn't have the money.
was
He
thought
convinced
necessary
the
to
Fertitta
report.
brothers to
Or, as the
purchase
official phrase
UFC
has it,
for
to
$2
rectify.
million.
For example,
They didn't really want to do it
from the
at
Times
first.
of
He was
March.
Dana
$2
White
million.
was 100%. That's right. That's right.
Predicted the South Indian front would
and-
remain quiet,
You,
but that the Eurasian
White
offensive,
like
which
lobbied
shortly
hard.
launched in North
He
Africa,
told these guys, he's like,
as
yo,
it happened,
guys,
the Eurasian High Command had launched
Finally, they're like,
its
well,
offensive in South
I guess you could take $2 million. I guess they're worth a lot. Like,
It was
the
therefore
worst case
necessary
scenario
to
is
rewrite
it is
a paragraph of Big Brother's
not that
speech
big of a
in such a
deal,
way
right?
as to make him
the
predict
first little bit was a
the
struggle.
direction.
Right? They had a little struggle.
Again, Times
grow.
of the 19th of
Right?
December
So it wasn't all
published the
peaches and
official
cream.
forecast
No,
of the
no,
output of various
But
processed consumption goods
it really
for the
did change
fourth
the
quarter of 1983, which was
Bonner
also the
Griffin
sixth
fight
quarter
really
of
changed
the
things a lot.
93
It brought in a lot more viewers and people
Today's
realized
issue
like, holy
contained a
shit.
statement
It's not just the
in which it appeared
old school like
forecasts were
rest
in every
what it is. These guys got
grossly wrong.
are bringing it
Winston's
now,
job
right?
was to rectify
And
the original
and then
figures,
from there, like
making
things
them
really
agree
grew,
with
and then that's when you see, now you can really see the
As the third
rewards of
message,
that because like
it referred
that's
to a
over
recent
10
error,
years ago,
which
12
could be
years
set
ago.
right
So now
in
you
a
look at the
couple of
younger
years.
generation that saw that and
As
be like
short a time
inspired
ago
that
as
now train for 7,
Ministry
9,
of
10,
Plenty
12 years.
issued the promise
Right? And these guys
the
are-
categorical
He's a town, yeah.
And the same thing like with
There
all
was
the
no
pro
reduction
sports
in
now,
chocolate
like because
ration
you know the
during
UFC is so young. But back in the day, you know,
Actually,
now
as
the kids are like,
compared
oh, grow up, like, oh,
chocolate
watch them
ration
play, like, oh,
was to be
I
reduced
can't wait to
from
play with
30
them in the
grams to
NHL
20
one day, right? And be like, wow, I couldn't even imagine the guy that inspired me is on the other side of the ice. It's the same thing cage fighting, right? Like I said, Bonner is like, holy shit, suddenly I'm a premier fighter, and like, look, who's there?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, and it's because you inspired me. And there's a lot of legends fighting young prospects throughout their career because they become a gatekeeper, right? And that's like the beauty and the beast of the system in a sense too. Right? The beauty and how like, wow, like that guy inspired me. And then like, but then there's the compassion and like comes into at points where, you know, when the fight is over, you don't want to hurt the guy. If it's the veteran who doesn't want to hurt the young buck who's inexperienced, who probably maybe was fighting over his head, didn't realize it, or the opposite, where the young buck was, you know, he brought it, and then the veteran fucking passed the guard, right? Like sometimes the fights get let on too much. The guys nowadays are very helpful. Like, the other day, one of the guys choked a dude out. He was put him up cold, and then the referee, you know, was like the stop point, right? And he ran right. All he did right away is lift up the guy's legs, making sure he was doing proper things.
There you go.
Didn't care about showing his win, right?
Yep.
And like these are things. And
That's changed drastically. Like
oh yeah,
the number
the
of
guys just didn't give a fuck. Like John Jones, he choked out Leo Machida standing, and then the ref was like, "Yo, let him go," and Jones just let him free fall. He just went, dude's out cold, right? And he's, what happens to it? If you let dude, his fall was gross. But whatever.
on the fucking.
People is whatever. John Jones just said, he's like, hey, the ref told me to let go. That's my job. It's not my job to let him down. My job is to fucking.
In no case would it have been
But it changed.
once
You
the
know,
deed was
but
done.
the mentality is a lot
That any
nicer.
falsification taking
And it was on the same card, for example,
Largest section of the
Trinaldo,
department,
and
larger
clearly
than
knocked the dude out, and so he didn't really keep
Insisted
punching him, but the ref
person
didn't call the
whose
fight.
duty it
Trinaldo's like,
to track
what?
down and collect
And the
all
guy was
copies
kind of
of
like
books,
getting out, and
newspapers,
so
and other
Trinaldo hit him a couple more
which had been
times, and
superseded under
man,
due
that fight should have been stopped. It was so weird that it
A number
didn't,
of the
like,
times,
especially for
which
Herb
might
Dean. Herb
cause
Dean's such a
changes in
veteran
political
referee, so
alignment,
it's just a bad
mistaken
call.
prophecies
Yeah.
uttered by
But
Big Brother
I
have been
mean,
rewritten
after the
dozens
fight,
of times.
Trinaldo was
Still
asked, he's
stood
like,
on the
I mean, the ref could have
files,
stopped it. He's like, I didn't want to hurt him anymore. You know, he was quite clearly knocked out, and then the ref's like, no, he's not done. It's just because he's kind of coming to his feet. I can't let him
any alteration.
come back to conscious at this
Even
point.
the
So
written
I
instructions
hit him
which
2 more
Winston
times,
received,
like
which he invariably got rid of
before
as soon as he felt
the ref.
Either
And
stated or implied
you know, and
that an act of forgery was
you don't want to see that, right?
Always
And it's
a
happened
reference
numerous
to
times,
Yeah.
essentially. You know?
errors, misprints,
But it just
or
shows like the
misquotations,
compassion of the
which
fighters
was
in there. Like
necessary to
we know what we
put
sign up for.
in
The
the
injuries,
interests
the broken, the
Yeah.
that's
all that-
that's part of it. You know what I mean? Oh,
Ministry
dude, you splashed my arm,
It's not even
motherfucker.
It was
You
merely
know,
the
like that's
substitution
okay. I'll
of
have a beer with you after.
Yeah.
We'll discuss it, right?
Most of the
And
material
this
which
happens
has
as a
been
thing.
Yeah.
You know?
collection of
But
anything
like
real. Not even the kind of
we
connection
don't want
that
to
is
kill each
contained
other,
in
but
the
it's
direct line.
it is a sport. It is competitive nature.
Just as much a
And it's a
fantasy
good way of
in the
releasing
original
like the
version
negative
as in
charge
their
inside
rectified
you.
version.
Man, because
A great deal of the
everybody's kind
time,
of got that.
you
right?
were expected to
And
make them up
I
out of
know
your head.
personally when I was younger,
For
sports
example,
was my outlet.
the Ministry of
for that. I
Plenty's
started growing up with
forecast
the world.
That was my only
estimated
outlet.
I
output
could
of
step
goods
on the ice,
quarter
and I was
at
I can legally
145
fight.
million
I'm allowed to
pairs.
punch somebody in
The actual
in my
output
face.
was given as 62
That's
million.
awesome. So then I could just build
Winston,
up all my
however,
energies through the day,
rewriting
and
the
then things I
forecast
really
marked
wanted to
the
do.
figure down
I
to
knew there was
57 million.
somebody that I
So
could
as to allow
fucking
the usual claim.
punch out, because there's always somebody running their mouth that deserve it, because it's just how it is. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, there's
your
kind of-
enemy is trying to get in your head just as much as they're being an enemy, and you're
More than
it's a
145.
dogfight.
Yeah.
Sometimes we
And
win,
then you
sometimes we
become
lose.
you
Boots have
become
been
the
produced
enforcer. I've got a lot
Likelier
of
still,
friends that are enforcers.
nobody knew how many had been produced,
My
much
alias
less
was
All
Little
one knew
Hextall.
was that every quarter, astronomical
You know who
numbers
Ron
of goods
Hextall was?
produced on paper.
So he's the Flyers'
Or
bad boy
perhaps half the
goalie, right?
population
He's
of
going as like the bad boy goalie of all time.
So it was.
I just remember the name Hextall.
So he was like the
Faded away into a
crazy son. Like the dude could fight anybody.
He'd
who
hack
would
someone's legs with his stick, you know, shit like this.
Ron Hackstall.
Winston Glass.
Hackstall, okay,
Because,
there we go,
hacking,
okay.
Corresponding
you know, his name
cubicle
was
on the other
Hextall.
side.
Yeah.
A small,
He was called
precise-looking,
Hacksaw.
dark-chinned man named Toots.
And that was me
was
coming
working
from my
steadily
life,
away.
come in front of you,
The
and
folded
you like
newspaper
feel
on
it.
his
Like I
knee,
hit some
and his
people so
mouth
many
very
times.
close to the
Like,
mouthpiece
all the
of the
time, like
speaker.
I get fucking guys would just get
He had
mad.
the air of trying to
Get fucking
get
right in my
saying,
grill, and I
a secret
push
between
back.
himself and the telescope.
And
He looked
I always
up,
played good
and
little
his
hockey,
spectacles darted a
and so
hostile
I tried
flash
out for
in
the
Winston's
midget
direction.
team. But I was
Winston
bantam
hardly
age
knew
now,
Townsend
so that means they're going out to
and
play
had no
with guys
idea what
bigger.
work he was employed.
But they
People
call
in the
around
records department
for my references.
readily
My
dropped
references are good, but nobody tells them that
the
I'm
long
small, right?
windowless
They
hall
only,
with its double row of
if I tell the guys
and
that
endless
they
rustle
tell
of
them that I'm
paper,
small,
voices, murmuring
guys,
speakers.
especially for goalies, they people
Quite a dozen people whom Winston
get leery,
did not
right?
even know by name.
So, because
Though he daily
not
saw
only am
them
I
hurrying
underage,
to and
I'm
fro in
undersized.
corridors, or
So
gesticulating
there's some
to
real
the
concerns there.
Yeah.
But anyway, because I just didn't want to play my age hockey in my town because it was not very
Because it's
great. My
not-
team
it's not
got
competitive.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
The names
so
of people who have been vaporized
I got
and were therefore
convinced.
considered
I was-
never to have existed.
You have to get exemption. You got to
There was a
you got to get
certain
approval
purpose
from
to
the
this,
league
since her
and
own
your
husband had been
jurisdiction
vaporized a couple of years earlier.
to be able to
And
go.
a few
So
cubicles away, a
I
mild,
found
ineffectual,
this Sherwood
dreamy
Park
creature
team in Sherwood
named
Park,
Emperor
which is outside of
with
Edmonton.
very hairy
To
ears,
try out for. I walk in the
surprising
dressing
talent for
room.
juggling the rhymes
Yo,
and meters.
no,
Was engaged in
you
producing
can't.
garbled
You can't.
versions
You're gonna get hurt. You're too small. Blah blah.
of
And I
poems
was like,
which
yo,
I
Dad,
can't find
we just
ideologically
drive like an hour
which for one reason or another
to
would
not,
You got
not,
it. You're getting in there.
you know.
Yeah.
So
was only
it was like we had to sign a waiver, though. So if I got hurt, like they weren't.
young,
Fair enough, okay.
where other swarms
Yeah,
of
that's
workers
fine.
engaged in
Now,
unimaginable
here's the thing about
multitude
Sherwood
of
Park.
jobs.
Sherwood Park, and I
There were the
lived in a
huge
town called
print
Gibbons.
shops with their
There's a bit of a
subject,
rivalry
their
between the
typography,
two. So
and their
right off the
elaborately
get-go, I'm
studios
undersized.
for the faking of photo.
And then they find out I'm from
Was the
Gibbons.
teleprogram section.
That wasn't so great. It was a great mix. So
Specially chosen
putting my
for
shit on,
imitating
and nobody's
voices.
really talked to me.
Were the
There's some
armies of records
shitty comments,
whose
yeah,
job was
you know what I mean? Like,
simply
Yeah.
because this tiny guy
some
here,
periodicals
Yeah.
which would
And
use
so,
were the vast
in the warm-up
repositories
practice,
where the corrected documents were stored.
it's common, right?
And
So
the hidden
you do,
furnaces
you just
where the original
ring up,
copies
and
were
then you
stored.
shoot at all the goalies. So everybody shoots a puck. Right? So
Anonymous.
from
The
everybody lines
word
up
the
around,
directing
it's just a
brains
little end, the
would
inside of the blue line,
hold
takes a shot, right?
Lay down
So this,
the lines
the
of
whole team does this to me, where so I line up to do my row. And every one of them were headhunting. Everyone, not a single one of them was
Yeah.
not headhunting, right?
Yeah.
The records
So I
department, after all,
nothing went
was
in. I
itself
fucking took them
only
all.
a
I
single
fucking put my
branch
hands on
of
work.
the
That's
Ministry
it.
of
That's
Truth.
it. This is what we got.
whose
Like,
primary job
you have anything more there for us? Like, what are we
to
doing?
supply the
Like, that's
citizen
that.
personnel.
No, all right. Well, fucking round up, round two, go through it all, right? And
No,
so
with every
clearly I kind of got a little something, right? So right, all right, well, you can come back because they really did need a goal. Now the other goalie hated me because now I'm taking his ice time.
Yeah.
Of course he's gonna hate me.
Of course.
You know?
to a new
Yeah.
speed.
And because he's older, he was supposed to be whatever, and he was. I mean, he was okay, but
Whole operation at a
he
lower
wasn't
level
really
for
awesome.
the
Yeah.
benefit of the proletariat.
Not fast enough,
There was a
maybe,
whole
probably.
chain of
Yeah,
separate
yeah.
departments
Not quick enough.
dealing with
But anyway, if I
proletarian
can end up,
literature, music, drama,
long story short, making a
entertainment,
team, right? And so,
here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing
game
almost
one, I
nothing
get my
except
fucking
sport,
first time
crime,
in
and struggle.
these guys, they fucking
Sensational
crash me pretty
five-cent
good.
novelettes,
Crash hard and
films
hard, right?
oozing
And I
with
fucking tell this
sex,
guy's like,
and
yo,
sentimental songs
you do this
which were
once?
composed
Alright,
entirely
this
by
is it.
mechanical
I said,
means on a
you come at me a
special
second
kind
time,
of
I say, I
kaleidoscope
promise
known
you
as
it's
a
not going to
versicle.
end in this
There was
same.
even a whole
Yeah.
All you, blah, 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 what are you going to do?
It's called the
Let's
newspaper.
see. Sure shit, a little bit later in the period, he does it again, fucking hits the ground and take out my legs. But this time, I just jump. So as soon as he comes to hit me, I jump. Right?
Yeah.
So what's happening now? Now he's just taking my eggs, and I'm on top of you, you son of a bitch. Like,
Yep.
and because my legs are going with you,
Yep.
and I have a blocker.
Yep.
What's happening now? I'm chomping down on the back of the fucking head,
Yeah.
like, and I crash hard on this dude, right? Like really badly. The dude is fucking pissed, so he gets up and he wants to go, right? And I want to go with him. The dude's a big fucking guy, right? There's no two ways about it, right? But I don't give a fuck. It's hockey.
Yep.
you could
ready,
lose
right?
yourself
But
in
I'm trying to
the
skate
depths
at him,
of
right? And the guy's kind of moving backwards. I'm not moving. I'm like, what the fuck? My defenseman's holding me for my jersey. And he's like, yo, dude, you crazy son of a bitch, man. He's like, hey, that guy's going to whoop your ass. Like, and second, he's like, settle down. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, you got the upper hand now. It's like, you did your job,
Yeah,
man.
so then I got to earn the team, right? It was like a little fucking rowdy. Like, man, like, you don't fuck around there. No, man, no fucking, no shit.
BB day order, double plus ungood refs, persons, rewrite, full wise, upset.
So fucking Nick. And I was tiny, man. Like, dude, I was 15 years old and I was fucking tiny, so tiny.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of creepy. But I would eat so much and people were concerned, so like the coach, they put me on this crazy diet, so I had to eat a lot. I was eating like tons of steak, pasta, so much fucking meat. And it was crazy, and I gained 5 pounds in the entire season. And they were like, well, we can't even necessarily attribute that to the diet, like your normal weight regain, because you're 15, like I'm growing, so I'm naturally gaining weight. Because it's so hard for me to
comrade with
put on weight metabolism, which is so
have been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit.
That was me. I think it slowed down somewhat for me, but always when I was
suddenly
young,
been dissolved with no reason
always, never overweight.
Could assume that with
But I could see it one time in my life.
There had been no
Got
report of the matter in the press or on the
drinking
television.
too much wine,
That was to be
mostly
expected,
wine,
since it was
altered with
unusual
sugar.
for political
Yeah,
offenders
yeah.
to be put on trial or even publicly
Drink too
denounced.
much. I really
Great
haven't.
purges
I got drunk
involving
one night with
thousands
you.
of people,
Haven't
public
drank
trials
since.
of traitors,
I think we're
thought
gonna have
criminals,
like
who
6
made
packs
abject
of
confessions of their
beach and
crimes
stuff.
were afterwards
That's
executed.
good.
The special
my head probably
cases,
fucking
not
lost
occurring
like
oftener
the next
than
round
once
of
in a couple of years. More commonly,
Whoa.
people who had
See,
incurred
this is...
displeasure
No, I had a bad
of
feeling.
simply disappeared.
I think I'm gonna get a 6-pack and just gonna chill out.
One never
and
had the
sit.
smallest clue as to what had happened.
I might have won though. You're right.
In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to
You don't
Winston
want to go into these things at a deficit,
had disappeared one time.
you know?
I
Thought.
mean,
Winston
It's,
stopped his general
it is what it is.
cubicle across the way.
Here's what I know. I am going to win again. I'm going to lose again.
Yes.
Raised his head
So,
again, a
it's okay.
hostile spectacle.
Yes. It is
Winston
okay,
wondered
either
if
way.
Comrade Tillotson
But
was engaged
I would
in the
rather
same
win.
job as himself.
Yeah,
So, like-
I'm dying trying, bro.
So
think you
tricky
won.
a piece of work
Dying
could
trying.
never be
We're having a
entrusted
good
to a
time.
single person. On the other
So
hand,
that's
to turn
what
it over
matters.
to
This is
a
it,
committee
man.
would be to admit openly that an act of
It
fabrication
doesn't make my
was
butt
taking
pucker.
place.
Sometimes I don't like it.
Very likely
So,
as many
I
as a
like-
dozen.
I
Is
like-
Big
I
Country
like
playing
working
on rival versions
for
of what Big
the
Brother
Lakers
could
now?
actually
Big Country
say.
Reefs?
Presently, some
No, Big Country's gone. Like he
would select this
man, I don't even know how many years he's gone for.
would re-edit
Couldn't even tell
set in
you.
motion
One huge into basketball.
You didn't
Big
get my
Country.
reference, though?
cross-referencing.
Big Country only was in.
He looks a little bit like Big Country. That's
Chosen
why I was referencing that. I thought that was funny.
permanent
Oh, yeah.
Now, when Big Country came in Vancouver, remember this?
Yeah, the Grizzlies.
Oh, God, man.
Perhaps
Yeah, everybody was having these high expectations.
Perhaps Big Brother
This
was
guy
not
was the
getting rid
worst.
of the two
Yeah.
populace.
He was
Yeah,
the
no,
fuck. He was a
Perhaps
puffball.
Withers or someone
no.
close to him.
He was a
been
puffball.
suspected of heretical
And he
tendencies.
was the
Perhaps
first pick?
what was
Ah,
likely
yeah,
was the
yeah.
goal. The thing had simply happened.
Pros
Those
fuck
purges
it up
and
all the time, man.
vaporizations were a necessary
anyway,
part of the
I'm gonna head back for a bit.
The only real clue
Tell us that.
lay in the words
Yeah,
"reps
for sure.
and person," which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty as much as a year or 2 years before being executed. Very occasionally, some persons whom you would believe dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial, where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a bit too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front, some triumph of overproduction in the 9th three-year plan, might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly, there sprang into his mind, ready-made as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order for the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy of follow. Today he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy. A few lines of print, a couple of faked photographs, would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speakpipe toward him and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style. A style at once military and pedantic, but because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them. What lessons do we learn from this fact, comrades? Lessons, which is also one of the fundamental principles of insult, that, etc., etc. Easy to contain. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year earlier, with special relaxation of rules, he had joined the Spartans. At 9, he had been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the thought police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at its first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action. Pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean for important dispatches, he had weighted his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and a non-smoker, had no recreations except a daily hour in the gymnasium, and had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24 hours a day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of insult, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit, and in the end he decided against it, because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that would entail. Once again, he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tillotson was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose version would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past. And when once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. Chapter 5. In the low-ceilinged canteen, deep underground, the lunch queue jerked slowly forward. The room was already very full and definitely noisy. From the grill at the counter, the steam of stew came pouring forth with a sour and metallic smell, which did not quite overcome the fumes of Victory gin. On the far side of the room, there was a small bar, a mere hole in the wall, where gin could be bought at 10 cents the large nip. "Just the man I was looking for," said a voice at Winston's back. He turned round. It was his friend Sim, who worked in the research department. Perhaps friend was not exactly the right word. You did not have friends nowadays. You had comrades. But there were some comrades whose society was pleasant compared to others. Sim was a philologist, a specialist in newspaper. Indeed, he was one of the enormous team of experts now engaged in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. He was a tiny creature, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and large protuberant eyes, at once mournful and derisive, which seemed to search your face closely while he was speaking to you. "I wanted to ask you whether you've got any razor blades?" he said. "And not one," said Winston, with a sort of guilty haste. "I've tried all over the place. They don't exist any longer." Everyone kept asking him for razor blades. Actually, he had 2 unused ones which he was hoarding up. There had been a famine in months past. At any given moment, there was some necessary article which the party shops found supply. Sometimes it was buttons, sometimes it was diamonds, sometimes it was shoelaces. At present, it was razor blades. You could only get hold of them, if at all, by scrounging more or less furtively on the food market. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks," he added, untruthfully. The queue gave another jerk forward. As they halted, he turned and faced Sim again. Each of them took a greasy metal tray from a pile at the edge of the counter. "Did you go and see the prisoners hanged yesterday?" said Sim. "I was working," said Winston indifferently. "I shall see it on the flicks, I suppose." "A very inadequate substitute," said Sim. His mocking eyes roved over Winston's face. "I know you," the eyes seemed to say. "I see through you. I know very well why you didn't go to see those prisoners hanged." In an intellectual way, Sim was venomous and orthodox. He would talk with a disagreeable, gloating satisfaction of helicopter raids on enemy villages, the trial and confessions of thought criminals, the executions in the cellars of the Ministry of Love. Talking to him was largely a matter of getting him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in the technicalities of news sport, on which he was authoritative and interested. Winston turned his head a little aside to avoid the scrutiny of the large dark eyes. "It was a good hanging," said Sim reminiscently. "I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together. I like to see them kicking, and above all at the end the tongue sticking right out, and blue, a quite bright blue. That's the detail that appeals to me." "Next, please," yelled the white-aproned prole. Winston and Sim pushed their trays beneath the grill. Onto each was dumped swiftly the regulation lunch: metal pannikin of pinkish-grey stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless victory coffee, and 1 saccharin turret. "There's a table over there under that telescope," said Sim. "Let's pick up a gin on the way." The gin was served out to them in handless china mugs. They threaded their way across the crowded room and unpacked their trays onto the metal-topped table, in one corner of which someone had left a pool of steam, a filthy liquid mess that had the appearance of vomit. Winston took up his mug of gin, paused for an instant to collect his nerve, and gulped the oily-tasting stuff down. When he had winked the tears out of his eyes, he suddenly discovered that he was hungry. He began swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which, in among its general sloppiness, had cubes of spongy, pinkish stuff, which was probably a preparation of meat. Neither of them spoke again till they had emptied their pannikins. From the table at Winston's left, a little behind his back, someone was talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble almost like the quacking of a duck, which pierced the general uproar of the room. "How's the dictionary getting on?" said Winston, raising his voice to overcome the noise. "Slowly," said Sim. "I'm on the adjectives. That's fascinating." He had brightened up immediately at the mention of newspaper. He pushed his pannikin aside, took up his hunk of bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, and leaned across the table so as to be able to speak without shouting. "The 11th edition is the definitive edition," he said. "We're getting the language into its final shape, the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we've finished with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing new words. Not a bit of it. We're destroying words. Scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, then continued speaking with a sort of pedant's passion. His thin, dark face had become animated. His eyes had lost their mocking expression and grown almost dreamy. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. Of course, the great wastage is in the verbs and adjectives, but there are hundreds of nouns that can be got rid of as well. It isn't only the synonyms. they're also the antonyms. After all, what justification is there for a word which is simply the opposite of some other words? A word contains its opposite in itself. Take good, for instance. If you have a word like good, what need is there for a word like bad? Ungood will do just as well. Better because it's an exact opposite, which the other is not. Or again, if you want a stronger version of good, what sense is there in having a whole string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good if you want something stronger still. Of course, we use those forms already, but in the final version of Newspeak, there'll be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words. In reality, only 1 word. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It was BB's idea originally, of course. He added as an afterthought. A sort of vapid eagerness flitted across Winston's face at the mention of Big Brother. Nevertheless, Sim immediately detected a sudden lack of enthusiasm. You haven't a real appreciation of Newspeak, Winston, he said almost sadly. Even when you write it, you're still thinking in old speak. I've read some of those pieces that you write in the Times occasionally. Well, good enough, but they're translations. In your heart, you prefer to stick to old speak, with all its vagueness and its useless shades of meaning. You don't grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Do you know that Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year? Winston did know that, of course. He smiled sympathetically at Robert, not trusting himself to speak. Sim bit off another fragment of the dark-coloured bread, chewed it briefly, and went on. Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there'll be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly 1 word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. Already in the 11th edition, we're not far from that point. But the process will still be continuing long after you and I are dead. Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. But in the end, there won't be any need even for that. A revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak. He added with a sort of mystical satisfaction. Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 25th, at the very latest, not a single human being would be alive who could understand such a conversation as we're having now? Except, began Winston doubtfully, then stopped. It had been on the tip of his tongue to say, except the pros, but he had checked himself, not feeling fully certain that this remark was not in some way unorthodox. Sim, however, had divined what he was about to say. The pros are not human beings, he said carelessly. By 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of old speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in Newspeak versions. Not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like "Freedom is slavery" when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. One of these days, thought Winston, with sudden deep conviction, Sim will be vaporized. He's too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party doesn't like such people. One day, he will disappear. It is written on his face. Winston had finished his bread and cheese. He turned a little sideways in his chair to drink his mug of coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice was still talking remorselessly away. A young woman, who was perhaps his secretary and who was sitting with her back to Winston, was listening to him and seemed to be eagerly agreeing with everything he said. From time to time, Winston caught some such remark as, "I think you're so right. I do so agree with you," uttered in a youthful and rather silly feminine voice. But the other voice never stopped for Winston, even when the girl was speaking. Winston knew the man by sight, though he knew no more about him than that he held some important post in the fiction department. He was a man of about 30, with a muscular throat and a large, mobile mouth. His head was thrown back a little, and because of the angle at which he was sitting, his spectacles caught the light and presented to Winston 2 blank discs instead of eyes. What was slightly horrible was that from the stream of sound that poured out of his mouth, it was almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Just once, Winston caught a phrase, "Complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism," jerked out very rapidly, and as it seemed, all in one piece, like a line of time past the song. The rest was just a noise, and yet though he could not actually hear what he was saying, he could not be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein and demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs. He might be fulminating against the atrocities of the Eurasian army. He might be praising Big Brother or the heroes on the Malabar front. It made no difference. Whatever it was, you could be certain that every word of it was pure orthodoxy, pure insult. As he watched the eyeless face with the jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston had a curious feeling that this was not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It was not the man's brain that was speaking, it was his larynx. The stuff that was coming out of him consisted of words, but it was not a speech in the true sense. It was a noise uttered in unconsciousness, like the quacking of a duck. Sim had fallen silent for a moment, and with the handle of his spoon was tracing patterns in the puddle of steam. A voice from the other table quacked rapidly on, easily audible in spite of the surrounding din. "There's a word in you speak," said Sim. "I don't know whether you know it. Duck speak, to quack like a duck. It's one of those interesting words that have 2 contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it's abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it is praise." Unquestionably, Sim will be vaporized, Winston thought again. He thought it with a kind of sadness, although well knowing that Sim despised him and slightly disliked him, he was fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he saw any reason for doing so. There was something subtly wrong with Sim. There was something that he lacked. Discretion, aloofness, a sort of saving stupidity. You could not say that he was unorthodox. He believed in the principles of Unsa. He venerated Big Brother. He rejoiced over victories. He hated heretics, not merely with sincerity, but with a sort of restless zeal, an up-to-dateness of information, which the ordinary party member did not approach. Yet a faint air of disreputability always clung to him. He said things that would have been better unsaid. He had read too many books. He frequented the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. There was no law, not even an unwritten law, against frequenting the Chestnut Tree Cafe, yet the place was somehow ill-omened. The old discredited leaders of the party had been used to gather there before they were finally purged. Goldstein himself, it was said, had sometimes been seen there, years and decades ago. Sim's fate was not difficult to foresee, and yet it was a fact that if Sim grasped, even for 3 seconds, the nature of his, Winston's, secret opinions, he would betray him instantly to the thought police. So would anybody else, for that matter. But Sim, more than most. Zeal was not enough. Orthodoxy was unconsciousness. Sim looked up. "Here comes Parsons," he said. Something in the tone of his voice seemed to add, "That bloody fool." Parsons, Winston's fellow tenant at Victory Mansions, was in fact threading his way across the room. A tubby, middle-sized man with fair hair and a frog-like face. At 35, he was already putting on rolls of fat at neck and waistline, but his movements were brisk and boyish. His whole appearance was that of a little boy grown large, so much so that although he was wearing the regulation overalls, it was almost impossible not to think of him as being dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirt and red neckerchief of the spies. In visualizing him, one saw always a picture of dimpled knees and sleeves rolled back from pudgy forearms. Parsons did, indeed, invariably revert to shorts when a community hike or any other physical activity gave him an excuse for doing so. He greeted them both with a cheery "Hello, hello," and sat down at the table, giving off an intense smell of sweat. Beads of moisture stood out all over his pink face. His powers of sweating were extraordinary. At the community centre, you could always tell when he'd been playing table tennis by the dampness of the bat handle. Sim had produced a strip of paper on which there was a long column of words, and was studying it with an ink pencil between his fingers. "Look at him, working away in the lunch hour," said Parsons, nudging Winston. "Keenness, eh? What's that you've got there, old boy? Something a bit too brainy for me, I expect. Smith, old boy, I tell you why I'm chasing you. It's that sub you forgot to give me." "Which sub is that?" said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. "For Hate Week, you know, the house-to-house fund. I'm treasurer for our block. And we're making an all-out effort, going to put on a tremendous show. I tell you, it won't be my fault if old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2, you promise me?" Winston found and handed over 2 creased and filthy notes, which Parsons entered in a small notebook, in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. "By the way, old boy," he said, "I hear that little beggar of mine let fly at you with his catapult yesterday. I gave him a good dressing down for it. In fact, I told him I'd take the catapult away if he does it again." "I think he was a little upset at not going to the execution," said Winston. "Ah, well, what I mean to say, shows the right spirit, doesn't it? Mischievous little beggars they are, both of them, but talk about keenness. All they think about is the spies and the war, of course. Do you know what that little girl of mine did last Saturday, when her troop was on a hike out Berkenston way? She got 2 other girls to go with her, slipped off from the hike, and spent the whole afternoon following the strange man. Well, they kept on his tail for 2 hours, right through the woods, and then when they got to Amersham, handed him over to the patrols." "What did they do that for?" said Winston, somewhat taken aback. Parsons went on triumphantly. "My kid made sure he was some kind of enemy agent. Might have been dropped by parachute, for instance. But here's the point, old boy. What do you think put her onto him in the first place? She spotted he was wearing a funny kind of shoes. Said she'd never seen anyone wearing shoes like that before, so the chances were he was a foreigner. Pretty smart for a nipper of 7, eh?" "What happened to the man?" said Winston. "Oh, that I couldn't say, of course. But I wouldn't be altogether surprised if..." Parsons made the motion of aiming a rifle and clicked his tongue for the explosion. "Good," said Sim abstractly, without looking up from his strip of paper. "Of course, we can't afford to take chances," agreed Winston dutifully. "What I mean to say, there is a war on," said Parsons. As though in confirmation of this, a trumpet call floated from the telescreen just above their heads. However, it was not the proclamation of a military victory this time, but merely an announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. "Comrades!" cried an eager, youthful voice. "Attention, comrades! We have glorious news for you. We have won the battle for production. Returns now completed of the output of all classes of consumption goods show that the standard of living has risen by no less than 20% over the past year. All over Oceania this morning there were irrepressible, spontaneous demonstrations when workers marched out of factories and offices and paraded through the streets with banners voicing their gratitude to Big Brother for the new, happy life which his wise leadership has bestowed upon us. Here are some of the completed figures. Foodstuffs." The phrase, "our new, happy life," recurred several times. It had been a favourite of late with the Ministry of Plenty. Parsons, his attention caught by the trumpet call, sat listening with a sort of gaping solemnity, a sort of edified boredom. He could not follow the figures, but he was aware that they were in some way a cause for satisfaction. He had lugged out a huge and filthy pipe, which was already half full of charred tobacco. With a tobacco ration at 100 grams a week, it was seldom possible to fill a pipe up to the top. Winston was smoking a Victory cigarette, which he held carefully horizontal. The new ration did not start till tomorrow, and he had only 4 cigarettes left. For the moment, he had shut his ears to the remoter noises and was listening to the stuff that streamed out of the telescreen. It appeared that there had even been a demonstration to thank Big Brother for raising the chocolate ration to 20 grams a week. And only yesterday, he reflected, It had been announced that the ration was to be reduced to 20 grams a week. Was it possible that they could swallow that after only 24 hours? Yeah, they swallowed it. Parsons swallowed it easily, with the stupidity of an animal. The eyeless creature at the other table swallowed it fanatically, passionately, with a furious desire to track down, denounce and vaporize anyone who should suggest that last week the ration had been 30 grams. Sim, too, in some more complex way, involving doublethink. Sim swallowed it. Was he, then, alone in possession of a memory? The fabulous statistics continued to pour out of the telescreen. As compared with last year, there was more food, more clothes, more houses, more furniture, more cooking pots, more fuel, more ships, more helicopters, more books, more babies. More of everything except disease, crime, and insanity. Year by year and minute by minute, everybody and everything was whizzing rapidly upwards. As Sim had done earlier, Winston had taken up his spoon and was dabbling in the pale-coloured gravy that dribbled across the table, drawing a long streak of it out into the pan. He meditated resentfully on the physical texture of life. It had always been like this. That food always tasted like this. He looked around the canteen. A low-ceilinged, crowded room, its walls grimy from the contact of innumerable bodies. Battered metal tables and chairs, placed so close together that you sat with elbows touching. Bent spoons, dented trays, coarse white marks. All surfaces greasy, grime in every crack, and a sourish composite smell of bad gin and bad coffee and metallic stew and dirty clothes. Always in your stomach and in your skin there was a sort of protest, a feeling that you had been cheated of something that you had a right to. It was true that he had no memories of anything greatly different. In any time that he could accurately remember, there had never been quite enough to eat. One had never had socks or underclothes that were not full of holes. Furniture had always been battered and rickety. Rooms underheated, tube trains crowded, houses fallen to pieces. Bread, dark-coloured, tea a rarity, coffee filthy tasting, cigarettes insufficient. Nothing cheap and plentiful, except synthetic gin. And though, of course, it grew worse as one's body aged, was it not a sign that this was not the natural order of things? If one's heart sickened with the discomfort and dirt, the scarcity, the interminable winters, the stickiness of one's socks, the lifts that never worked, the cold water, the gritty soap, the cigarettes that came to pieces, the food with its strange evil tastes. Why should one feel it to be intolerable unless one had some kind of ancestral memory that things had once been different? He looked around the canteen again. Nearly everyone was ugly, and would still have been ugly, even if dressed otherwise than in uniform blue overalls. On the far side of the room, sitting at a table alone, a small, curiously beetle-like man was drinking a cup of coffee, his little eyes darting suspicious glances from side to side. How easy it was, thought Winston, if you did not look about you, to believe that the physical type set up by the party is an ideal. Tall, muscular youths, deep-bosomed maidens, blonde-haired, vital, sunburnt, carefree, existed and even predominated. Actually, so far as he could judge, the majority of people in Airstrip 1 were small, dark, and ill-favoured. It was curious how that beetle-like type proliferated in the ministries. Little dumpy men growing stout very early in life, with short legs, swift, scuffling movements, and fat, inscrutable faces with very small eyes. It was the type that seemed to flourish best under the dominion of the party. The announcement from the Ministry of Plenty ended on another trumpet call and gave way to tinny music. Parsons, stirred to vague enthusiasm by the bombardment of figures, took his pipe out of his mouth. "The Ministry of Plenty's certainly done a good job this year," he said, with a knowing shake of his head. "By the way, Smith, I suppose you haven't got any razor blades you can let me have?" "Not one," said Winston. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks myself." "Oh, well, just thought I'd ask, old boy." "Sorry," said Winston. The quacking voice from the next table, temporarily silenced during the minister's announcement, had started up again, as loud as ever. For some reason, Winston suddenly found himself thinking of Mrs. Parsons, with her wispy hair and the dust in the creases of her face. Within 2 years, those children would be denouncing her to the thought police. Mrs. Parsons would be vaporized. Sim would be vaporized. Winston would be vaporized. O'Brien would be vaporized. Parsons, on the other hand, would never be vaporized. The eyeless creature with the quacking voice would never be vaporized. The little beetle-like men who scuttled so nimbly through the labyrinthine corridors of the ministries, they too would never be vaporized. And the girl with dark hair, the girl from the fiction department, she would never be vaporized either. It seemed to him that he knew instinctively who would survive and who would perish, though just what it was that made for survival, it was not easy to say. At this moment, he was dragged out of his reverie with a violent jerk. The girl at the next table had turned partly round and was looking at him. It was the girl with dark hair. She was looking at him in a sidelong way, but with curious intensity. The instant that she caught his eye, she looked away again. A sweat started out on Winston's backbone. A horrible pang of terror went through him. It was gone almost at once, but it left a sort of nagging uneasiness behind. Why was she watching him? Why did she keep following him about? Unfortunately, he could not remember whether she had already been at that table when he arrived or had come there afterwards. But yesterday, at any rate, during the 2 minutes' hate, she had sat immediately behind him when there was no apparent need to do so. Quite likely her real object had been to listen to him and make sure whether he was shouting loudly enough. His earlier thought returned to him. Probably she was not actually a member of the thought police, but then it was precisely the amateur spy who was the greatest danger of all. He did not know how long she had been looking at him, but perhaps for as much as 5 minutes, and it was possible that his features had not been perfectly under control. It was terribly dangerous to let your thoughts wander when you were in any public place or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing could give you away. A nervous tic, an unconscious look of anxiety, a habit of muttering to yourself. Anything that carried with it the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. In any case, to wear an improper expression on your face, to look incredulous when a victory was announced, for example, was itself a punishable offence. There was even a word for it in newspeak. Face crime, it was called. The girl had turned her back on him again. Perhaps, after all, she was not really following him about. Perhaps it was a coincidence that she had sat so close to him 2 days running. His cigarette had gone out, and he laid it carefully on the edge of the table. He would finish smoking it after work, if he could keep the tobacco in it. Quite likely the person at the next table was a spy of the thought police, and quite likely he would be in the cellars of the Ministry of Love within 3 days. But a cigarette end must not be wasted. Sim had folded up his strip of paper and stowed it away in his pocket. Parsons had begun talking again. "Did I ever tell you, old boy," he said, shuffling round the stem of his pipe, "about the time when those 2 nippers of mine set fire to the old market woman's skirt because they saw her wrapping up sausages in a poster of BB? Sneaked up behind her and set fire to it with a box of matches. Burned her quite badly, I believe. Little beggars, eh? But keen as mustard. That's a first-rate training they give them in the spies nowadays. Better than in my day, even. What do you think's the latest thing they've served them with? Ear trumpets for listening through keyholes. My little girl brought one home the other night. Tried it out on our sitting-room door and reckoned she could hear twice as much as with her ear to the hole. Of course, it's only a toy, mind you. Still, gives them the right idea, eh?" At this moment, the telescreen let out a piercing whistle. It was the signal to return to work. All 3 men sprang to their feet to join in the struggle around the lifts, and the remaining tobacco fell out of Winston's cigarette. Chapter 6. Winston was writing in his diary. It was 3 years ago. It was on a dark evening in a narrow side street near one of the big railway stations. She was standing near a doorway in the wall, under a street lamp that hardly gave any light. She had a young face, painted very thick. It was really the paint that appealed to me, the whiteness of it, like a mask, and the bright red lips. Party women never paint their faces. There was nobody else in the street, no telescreens. She said $2. For the moment, it was too difficult to go on. He shut his eyes and pressed his fingers against them, trying to squeeze out the vision that kept reoccurring. He had an almost overwhelming temptation to shout a string of filthy words at the top of his voice, or to bang his head against the wall, to kick over the table and hurl the inkpot through the window, to do any violent or noisy or painful thing that might black out the memory that was tormenting him. Your worst enemy, he reflected, was your own nervous system. At any moment, the tension inside you was liable to translate itself into some visible symptom. He thought of a man whom he'd passed in the street a few weeks back, a quite ordinary-looking man, a party member, aged 35 or 40, tallish and thin, carrying a briefcase. They were a few meters apart when the left side of the man's face was suddenly contorted by a sort of spasm. It happened again, just as they were passing one another. It was only a twitch, a quiver, rapid as the clicking of a camera shutter, but obviously habitual. He remembered thinking at the time, that poor devil is done for. And what was frightening was that the action was quite possibly unconscious. The most deadly danger of all was talking in your sleep. There was no way of guarding against that, so far as he could see. He drew in his breath and went on writing. I went with her through the doorway and across a backyard into a basement kitchen. There was a bed against the wall and a lamp on the table turned down very low. His teeth were set on edge. He would have liked to spit. Simultaneously with the woman in the basement kitchen, he thought of Catherine, his wife. Winston was married, had been married at any rate. Probably he still was married. For so far as he knew, his wife was not dead. He seemed to breathe again the warm, stuffy odor of the basement kitchen, an odor compounded of bugs and dirty clothes and villainous cheap scent, and nevertheless alluring because no woman of the party ever used scent, or could be imagined as doing so. Only the pros used scent. In his mind, the smell of it was inextricably mixed up with fornication. When he had gone with that woman, it had been his first lapse in 2 years or thereabouts. Consorting with prostitutes was forbidden, of course, but it was one of those rules that you could occasionally nerve yourself to break. It was dangerous, but it was not a life and death matter. To be caught with a prostitute might mean 5 years in a forced labor camp, not more, if you had committed no other offense. And it was easy enough, provided that you could avoid being caught in the act. The poorer quarters swarmed with women who were ready to sell themselves. Some could even be purchased for a bottle of gin, which the pros were not supposed to drink. Tacitly, the party was even inclined to encourage prostitution as an outlet for instincts which could not be altogether suppressed. Mere debauchery did not matter very much, so long as it was furtive and joyless, and only involved the women of a submerged and despised class. The unforgivable crime was promiscuity between party members. But though this was one of the crimes that the accused in the Great Purges invariably confessed to, it was difficult to imagine any such thing actually happening. The aim of the party was not merely to prevent men and women from forming loyalties which it might not be able to control. Its real undeclared purpose was to remove all pleasure from the sexual act. Not love so much as eroticism was the enemy inside marriage, as well as outside it. All marriages between party members had to be approved by a committee appointed for the purpose. And though the principle was never clearly stated, permission was always refused if the couple concerned gave the impression of being physically attracted to one another. The only recognized purpose of marriage was to beget children for the service of the party. Sexual intercourse was to be looked on as a slightly disgusting minor operation, like having an enema. This again was never put into plain words, but in an indirect way it was rubbed into every party member from childhood onwards. There were even organizations such as the Junior Anti-Sex League, which advocated complete celibacy for both sexes. All children were to be begotten by artificial insemination, artsem, as it was called in newspeak, and brought up in public institutions. This, Winston was aware, was not meant altogether seriously, but somehow it fitted in with the general ideology of the party. The party was trying to kill the sex instinct, or if it could not be killed, then to distort it and dirty it. He did not know why this was so, but it seemed natural that it should be so. And so far as women were concerned, the party's efforts were largely successful. He thought again of Catherine. It must be 9, 10, nearly 11 years since they parted. It was curious how seldom he thought of her. For days at a time, he was capable of forgetting that he'd ever been married. They had only been together for about 15 months. The party did not permit divorce, but it rather encouraged separation in cases where there were no children. Catherine was a tall, fair-haired girl, very straight with splendid movements. She had a bold, aquiline face, a face that one might have called noble, until one discovered that there was nearly as possible nothing behind it. Very early in their married life he had decided, though perhaps it was only that he knew her more intimately than he knew most people, that she had, without exception, the most stupid, vulgar, empty mind that he had ever encountered. She had not a thought in her head that was not a slogan, and there was not an imbecility, absolutely none, that she was not capable of swallowing if the party handed it out to her. The human soundtrack, he nicknamed her in his own mind. Yet he could have endured living with her if it had not been for just one thing: sex. As soon as he touched her, she seemed to wince and stiffen. To embrace her was like embracing a jointed wooden image. And what was strange was that even when she was clasping him against her, he had the feeling that she was simultaneously pushing him away with all her strength. The rigidity of her muscles managed to convey that impression. She would lie there with shut eyes, neither resisting nor cooperating, but submitting. It was extraordinarily embarrassing, and after a while, horrible. But even then, he could have borne living with her if it had been agreed that they should remain celibate. Curiously enough, it was Catherine who refused this. They must, she said, produce a child if they could. So the performance continued to happen, once a week, quite regularly, whenever it was not impossible. She used even to remind him of it in the morning, as something which had to be done that evening, and which must not be forgotten. She had two names for it. One was making a baby, and the other was our duty to the party. Yes, she had actually used that phrase. Quite soon he grew to have a feeling of positive dread when the appointed day came around. But luckily no child appeared, and in the end she agreed to give up trying, and soon afterwards they parted. Winston sighed inaudibly. He picked up his pen again and wrote. She threw herself down on the bed, and at once, without any kind of preliminary, in the most coarse, horrible way you can imagine, pulled up her skirt. He saw himself standing there in the dim lamplight, with the smell of bugs and cheap scent in his nostrils, and in his heart a feeling of defeat and resentment, which even at that moment was mixed up with the thought of Catherine's white body, frozen forever by the hypnotic power of the party. Why did it always have to be like this? Why could he not have a woman of his own, instead of these filthy scuffles at intervals of years? But a real love affair was an almost unthinkable event. The women of the party were all alike. Chastity was as deeply ingrained in them as party loyalty. By careful early conditioning, by games and cold water, by the rubbish that was dinned into them at school and in the spies and the youth league, by lectures, parades, songs, slogans and martial music, the natural feeling had been driven out of him. His reason told him that there must be exceptions, but his heart did not believe it. They were all impregnable, as the party intended that they should be. And what he wanted, more even than to be loved, was to break down that wall of virtue, even if it were only once in his whole life. The sexual act successfully performed was rebellion. Desire was thought crime. Even to have awakened Catherine, if he could have achieved it, would have been like a seduction, although she was his wife. But the rest of the story had got to be written down. He wrote, "I turned up the lamp when I saw her in the light. After the darkness, the feeble light of the paraffin lamp had seemed very bright. For the first time, he could see the woman properly. He had taken a step toward her, and then halted, full of lust and terror. He was painfully conscious of the risk he had taken in coming here. It was perfectly possible that the patrols would catch him on the way out. For that matter, they might be waiting outside the door at this moment. If he went away without even doing what he had come to do, it had got to be written down. It had got to be confessed. What he had suddenly seen in the lamplight was that the woman was old. The paint was plastered so thick on her face that it looked as though it might crack like a cardboard mask. There were streaks of white in her hair. But the truly dreadful detail was that her mouth had fallen a little open, revealing nothing except a cavernous blackness. She had no teeth at all. He wrote hurriedly, in scrabbling handwriting. When I saw her in the light, she was quite an old woman, 50 years old at least. But I went ahead and did it just the same. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids again. He had written it down at last. But it made no difference. The therapy had not worked. The urge to shout filthy words at the top of his voice was as strong as ever. Chapter 7. If there is hope, wrote Winston, it lies in the prose. If there was hope, it must lie in the prose. Because only there, in those swarming, disregarded masses, 85% of the population of Oceania, could the force to destroy the party ever be generated. The party could not be overthrown from within. Its enemies, if it had any enemies, had no way of coming together or even of identifying one another. Even if the legendary Brotherhood existed, as just possibly it might, it was inconceivable that its members could ever assemble in larger numbers than 2s and 3s. Rebellion meant a look in the eyes, an inflection of the voice, at the most, an occasional whispered word. But the proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely, sooner or later, it must occur to them to do it. And yet, he remembered how once he'd been walking down a crowded street when a tremendous shout of hundreds of voices, women's voices, had burst from a side street a little way ahead. It was a great, formidable cry of anger and despair, a deep, loud "oh" that went humming on like the reverberation of a bell. His heart had leapt. It started, he had thought. A riot! The proles are breaking loose at last. When he had reached the spot, it was to see a mob of 200 or 300 women crowding around the stalls of a street market with faces as tragic as though they'd been the doomed passengers on a sinking ship. But at this moment, the general despair broke down into a multitude of individual quarrels. It appeared that one of the stalls had been selling tin saucepans. They were wretched, flimsy things, but cooking pots of any kind were always difficult to get. Now the supply had unexpectedly given out. The successful women, bumped and jostled by the rest, were trying to make off with their saucepans, while dozens of others clamoured around the stall, accusing the stall-keeper of favouritism and of having more saucepans somewhere in reserve. There was a fresh outburst of yells. 2 bloated women, one of them with her hair coming down, had got hold of the same saucepan and were trying to tear it out of one another's hands. For a moment they were both tugging, and then the handle came off. Winston watched them disgustedly. And yet, just for a moment, what almost frightening power had sounded in that cry from only a few hundred throats. Why was it, then, that they could never shout like that about anything that mattered? Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious. That, he reflected, might almost have been a transcription from one of the party textbooks. The party claimed, of course, to have liberated the proles from bondage. Before the revolution, they'd been hideously oppressed by the capitalists. They'd been starved and flogged. Women had been forced to work in the coal mines. Women still did work in the coal mines, as a matter of fact. Children had been sold into the factories at the age of 6. But simultaneously, true to the principles of doublethink, the party taught that the proles were natural inferiors who must be kept in subjection, like animals, by the application of a few simple rules. In reality, very little was known about the proles. It was not necessary to know much. So long as they continued to work and breed, their other activities were without importance. Left to themselves, like cattle turned loose upon the plains of Argentina, they had reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them, a sort of ancestral pattern. They were born, they grew up in the gutters, they went to work at 12. They passed through a brief blossoming period of beauty and sexual desire. They married at 20, they were middle-aged at 30, they died for the most part at 60. Heavy physical work, the care of home and children, petty quarrels with neighbours, films, football, beer, and above all gambling, filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. A few agents of the thought police moved always among them, spreading false rumours, and marking down and eliminating the few individuals who were judged capable of becoming dangerous. But no attempt was made to indoctrinate them with the ideology of the party. It was not desirable that the proles should have strong political feelings. All that was required of them was a primitive patriotism, which could be appealed to whenever it was necessary to make them accept longer working hours or shorter rations. And even when they became discontented, as they sometimes did, their discontent led nowhere, because being without general ideas, they could only focus it on petty, specific grievances. The larger evils invariably escaped their notice. The great majority of proles did not even have telescreens in their homes. Even the civil police interfered with them very little. There was a vast amount of criminality in London, a whole world within a world of thieves, bandits, prostitutes, drug peddlers and racketeers of every description. But since it all happened among the proles themselves, it was of no importance. In all questions of morals, they were allowed to follow their ancestral code. The sexual puritanism of the party was not imposed upon them. Promiscuity went unpunished. Divorce was permitted. For that matter, even religious worship would have been permitted if the proles had shown any signs of needing or wanting it. But they were beneath suspicion. As the party's slogan put it, proles and animals are free. Winston reached down and cautiously scratched his varicose ulcer. It had begun itching again. The thing you invariably came back to was the impossibility of knowing what life before the revolution had really been like. He took out of the drawer a copy of a children's history textbook which he had borrowed from Mrs. Parsons, and began copying a passage into the diary. In the old days, it ran, before the glorious revolution, London was not the beautiful city that we know today. It was a dark, dirty and miserable place, where hardly anybody had enough to eat, and where hundreds and thousands of poor people had no boots on their feet and not even a roof to sleep under. Children no older than you are had to work 12 hours a day for cruel masters who flogged them with whips if they worked too slowly and fed them on nothing but stale bread crusts and water. But in among all this terrible poverty, there were just a few great big beautiful houses that were lived in by rich men who had as many as 30 servants to look after them. These rich men were called capitalists. They were fat, ugly men with wicked faces, like the one in the picture on the opposite page. You can see that he is dressed in a long black coat, which was called a frock coat, and a queer shiny hat shaped like a stovepipe, which was called a top hat. This was the uniform of the capitalists, and no one else was allowed to wear it. The capitalists owned everything in the world, and everyone else was their slave. They owned all the land, all the houses, all the factories, and all the money. If anyone disobeyed them, they could throw him into prison, or they could take his job away and starve him to death. When any ordinary person spoke to a capitalist, he had to cringe and bow to him and take off his cap and address him as Sir. The chief of all the capitalists was called the King, but he knew the rest of the catalogue. There would be mention of the bishops in their lawn sleeves, the judges in their ermine robes, the pillory, the stocks, the treadmill, the cat-o'-nine-tails, the Lord Mayor's banquet, and the practice of kissing the Pope's toe. There was also something called the jus primae noctis, which would probably not be mentioned in a textbook for children. It was the law by which every capitalist had the right to sleep with any woman working in one of his factories. How could you tell how much of it was lies? It might be true that the average human being was better off now than he had been before the revolution. The only evidence to the contrary was the mute protest in your own bones, the instinctive feeling that the conditions you lived in were intolerable, and that at some other time they must have been different. It struck him that the truly characteristic thing about modern life was not its cruelty and insecurity, but simply its bareness, its dinginess, its listlessness. Life, if you looked about you, bore no resemblance not only to the lies that streamed out of the telescreens, but even to the ideals that the party was trying to achieve. Great areas of it, even for a party member, were neutral and non-political. A matter of slogging through dreary jobs, fighting for a place on the tube, darning a worn-out sock, cadging a saccharine tablet, saving a cigarette end. The ideal set up by the party was something huge, terrible and glittering, a world of steel and concrete, of monstrous machines and terrifying weapons, a nation of warriors and fanatics, marching forward in perfect unity, all thinking the same thoughts and shouting the same slogans, perpetually working, fighting, triumphing, persecuting. 300 million people, all with the same face. The reality was decaying, dingy cities, where underfed people shuffled to and fro in leaky shoes, in patched-up 19th century houses that smelt always of cabbage and bad lavatories. He seemed to see a vision of London, vast and ruinous, a city of 1,000,000 dustbins, and mixed up with it was a picture of Mrs. Parsons, a woman with lined face and wispy hair, fiddling helplessly with a blocked waste pipe. He reached down and scratched his ankle again. Day and night, the telescreens bruised your ears with statistics proving that people today had more food, more clothes, better houses, better recreations, that they lived longer, worked shorter hours, were bigger, healthier, stronger, happier, more intelligent, better educated than the people of 50 years ago. Not a word of it could ever be proved or disproved. The party claimed, for example, that today 40% of adult Poles were literate. Before the revolution, it was said, the number had only been 15%. The party claimed that the infant mortality rate was now only 160 per thousand, whereas before the revolution it had been 300. And so it went on. It was like a single equation with two unknowns. It might very well be that literally every word in the history books, even the things that one accepted without question, was pure fantasy. For all he knew, there might never have been any such law as the jus primae noctis, or any such creature as a capitalist, or any such garment as a top hat. Everything faded into mist. The past was erased, the erasure was forgotten, the lie became true. Just once in his life, he had possessed, after the event, that was what counted. Concrete, unmistakable evidence of an act of falsification. He had held it between his fingers for as long as 30 seconds. In 1973, it must have been. At any rate, it was at about the time when he and Catherine had parted. But the really relevant date was 7 or 8 years earlier. The story really began in the middle 60s. The period of the great purges in which the original leaders of the revolution were wiped out once and for all. By 1970, none of them was left, except Big Brother himself. All the rest had by that time been exposed as traitors and counter-revolutionaries. Goldstein had fled and was hiding no one knew where, and of the others, a few had simply disappeared, while the majority had been executed after spectacular public trials in which they made confession of their crimes. Among the last survivors were 3 men named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. It must have been in 1965 that these 3 had been arrested. As often happened, they had vanished for a year or more, so that one did not know whether they were alive or dead, and then had suddenly been brought forth to incriminate themselves in the usual way. They had confessed to intelligence with the enemy. At that date, too, the enemy was Eurasia. Embezzlement of public funds, the murder of various trusted party members, intrigues against the leadership of Big Brother, which had started long before the revolution happened, and acts of sabotage causing the death of hundreds of thousands of people. After confessing to these things, they had been pardoned, reinstated in the party, and given posts which were in fact signposts, but which sounded important. All 3 had written long abject articles in the Times, analysing the reasons for their defection and policy. Sometime after their release, Winston had actually seen all 3 of them in the Chestnut Tree Cafe. He remembered the sort of terrified fascination with which he had watched them out of the corner of his eye. They were men far older than himself, relics of the ancient world, almost the last great figures left over from the heroic early days of the time. The glamour of the underground struggle of the Civil War still faintly clung. He had the feeling, already at that time facts and dates were blurred, that he had known their names years earlier than he had known that. Doing so, they were enemies, untouchable, doomed to absolute certainty of extinction within years. No one who had once fallen into the hands of his victims ever escaped them. They were forced, waiting for some battle. There was no one at any of the table to notice. It was not wise even to be seen on the menu. They were sitting in silence before glasses of the gin flavoured with cloves, which was the speciality of the party. Of the 3, it was Rutherford who appearance of Rutherford had once been a famous caricaturist, whose brutal cartoons had helped to inflame popular opinion before and during the Revolution. Even now, at long intervals, his cartoons were appearing at times. They were simply an imitation of his earlier manner, and curiously lifeless and convincing. Always they were a rehashing of the ancient themes: slamming tenements, starving children, street battles, capitalists in top hats. Even on the barricades, the capitalists still seemed to cling to their top hats. An endless, hopeless effort to get back into the past. He was a monstrous man, with a mane of greasy grey hair, his face polished and seamed with true lips. At one time, he must have been immensely strong. Now his great body was sagging, sloping, bulging, falling away in every direction. He seemed to be breaking up before one's eyes, like a mountain trembling. It was the lonely hour of 15. Winston could not now remember how he had come to be in the cafe at such a time. The place was almost empty. The tinny music was trickling from the telescreens. The 3 men sat in the corner almost motionless, never speaking. On command, the waiter brought fresh glasses of gin. There was a chessboard on the table beside him, with pieces set up, but no game was started. And then, for perhaps half a minute or more, something happened to the telescope. The tune that they were playing changed, and the tone of the music changed too. They came into it, but it was something hard to describe. It was a peculiar, cracked, braying, jeering note. In his mind, Winston called it a yellow. Then a voice from the telescreen was singing, "Under the spreading chestnut tree, I sold you and you sold me. There lie they and here lie we, under the spreading chestnut tree." The 3 men were still. But when Winston glanced again at Rutherford's luminous face, he saw that his eyes were full of tears. And for the first time, he noticed a kind of inward shudder, and yet, not knowing at what he shuddered, both Aronson and Rutherford had broken voices. A little later, all three were arrested. It appeared that they had engaged in fresh conspiracies from the very moment of their release. At their second trial, they confessed to all their old crimes over again with a whole string of new ones. They were executed, and their fate was recorded in the party histories, a warning to posterity. About 5 years after this, in 1973, Winston was unrolling a wad of documents which had just swept out from the netted tube onto his desk, and he came on a fragment of paper which had evidently been slipped in among the others and then forgotten. The instant he had flattened it out, he saw its significance. It was a half page torn out of the Times of about 10 years earlier. The top half of the page, so that it included the date, and it contained a photograph of the delegates at some party function in New York. Prominent in the middle of the group, Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. There was no mistake. In any case, their names were in the caption. The point was that at both trials, all three men had confessed that on that date they had been on Eurasian soil. They had flown from a secret airfield in Canada to a rendezvous somewhere in Siberia and had conferred with members of the Eurasian General Staff to whom they had betrayed important military secrets. The date had stuck in Winston's memory because it chanced to be Midsummer Day. The whole story must be on record in countless other places as well. There was only one possible conclusion. The confessions were lies. Of course, this was not in itself a discovery. Even at that time, Winston had not imagined that the people who were wiped out in the purges had actually committed the crimes that they were accused of. But this was concrete evidence. It was a fragment of the abolished past, like a fossil bone which turns up in the wrong stratum and destroys a geological filter. It was enough to blow the party to atoms if, in some way, it could have been published to the world and its significance made known. He had gone straight on working. As soon as he saw what the photograph was and what it meant, he had covered it up with another sheet of paper. Luckily, when he unrolled it, it had been upside down from the point of view of the telescope. He took his scribbling pad on his knee and pushed back his chair so as to get as far away from the telescreen as possible. Keep your face expressionless was not difficult, and even your breathing could be controlled with an effort. But you could not control the beating of your heart, and the telescreen was quite delicate enough to pick it up. He let what he judged to be 10 minutes go by, tormented all the while by the fear that some accident, a sudden draft blowing across his desk, for instance, would betray him. Then, without uncovering it again, he dropped the photograph into the memory hole, along with some other waste papers. Within another minute, perhaps, it would have crumbled into ashes. That was 10, 11 years ago. Today, probably people would kept that photograph. It was curious that the fact of having held it in his fingers seemed to him to make a difference even now, when the photograph itself, as well as the event it recorded, was only remembered. Was the party's hold upon the past less strong? Because a piece of evidence which existed no longer had once existed. Today, supposing that it could be somehow resurrected from its ashes, the photograph might not even be evidence. Already, at the time when he made his discovery, Oceania was no longer all of Eurasia, and it must have been to the agents of Eurasia that the three dead men had betrayed their country. Since then, there have been other changes. 2, 3, he could not remember how many. Very likely, the confessions had been rewritten and rewritten until the original facts and dates no longer had the smallest significance. The past not only changed, but changed continuously. What most afflicted him with a sense of nightmare was that he had never clearly understood why the huge imposture was undertaken. The immediate advantages of falsifying the past were obvious, but the ultimate motive was mysterious. He took up his pen again and wrote, "I understand how. I do not understand why." He wondered, as he had many times wondered before, whether he himself was a lunatic. Perhaps a lunatic was simply a minority of one. At one time, it had been the sign of madness to believe that the earth goes round the sun. Today, to believe that the past is unalterable. He might be alone in holding that view. and if alone, then a lunatic. But the thought of being a lunatic did not greatly trouble him. The horror was that he might also be alone. He picked up the children's history book and looked at the portrait of Big Brother, which formed its frontispiece. The hypnotic eyes gazed into his own. It was as though some huge force was pressing down upon him, something that penetrated inside your skull, battering against your brain, frightening you out of your beliefs, persuading you almost to deny the evidence of your senses. In the end, the party would announce that 2 and 2 made 5, and you would have a claim. It was inevitable that they should make that claim sooner or later. The logic of their position demanded it. Not merely the validity of experience, but the very existence of external reality was tacitly denied by their philosophy. The heresy of heresies was common sense. And what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. And after all, how do we know 2 and 2 makes 4? Or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? No. His courage seemed suddenly to stiffen of its own accord. The face of O'Brien, not called up by any obvious association, had floated into his mind. He knew with more certainty than before that O'Brien was on his side. He was writing the diary for O'Brien. To O'Brien. It was like an interminable letter which no one would ever read, but which was addressed to a particular person and took its colour from that fact. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. His heart sank as he thought of the enormous power arrayed against him. The ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in a debate. The subtle arguments which he would not be able to understand, much less answer. And yet, he was in the right. They were wrong and he was right. The obvious, the silly and the true had got to be defended. Truisms are true. Hold on to that. The solid world exists. Its laws do not change. Stones are hard, water is wet, objects unsupported fall toward the Earth's center. The feeling that he was speaking to O'Brien, and also that he was setting forth an important axiom. He wrote, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 plus 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." Chapter 8. From somewhere at the bottom of the passage, the smell of roasting coffee, real coffee, not victory coffee, came floating out into the street. Winston paused involuntarily. For perhaps 2 seconds, he was back in the heart.
I'm not going to do it, but Melanie says that she wants me to give you a hug.
Cut off the smell as abruptly.
She wants me to give you a hug from her.
Several kilometers of the pavements, and his varicose ulcer was throbbing. This was the second time in 3 weeks that he had missed an evening at the community center.
Where are you?
A rash act, since you
Hey,
can be
Melanie.
certain that the number of your attendances at the center were carefully checked. In principle, the party member had no spare time and was never alone except in bed. It was assumed that when he was not working, eating, or sleeping, he would be taking part in some kind of communal recreations. To do anything that suggested a taste for solitude, even to go for a walk.
I gotta check the boracle.
Was always slightly
And hello.
dangerous. There was a word for it in newspaper. Own life, meaning individualism and eccentricity. But this evening, as he came out of the ministry, the balminess of the April air had tempered. The sky was a warmer blue than he had seen before. And suddenly, the long, noisy evening at the centre, the boring, exhausting games, the lectures, the creaking camaraderie oiled by gin, had seemed intolerable. On impulse, he had turned away from the bus stop and wandered off into the labyrinth of London. First south, then east, then north, amusing himself along unmarked streets. Words coming back, statement of a mystical truth, and alchemy of silver. He was somewhere in the vague brown-coloured slums to the north and east of what had once been St Pancras Station. He was walking up a cobbled street of little two-storey houses with battered doorways which gave straight onto the pavement, and which were
Where'd he
somehow
go?
curiously suggestive of writing. There were puddles of
429, 56,
in
57,
and out of the
58,
dark doorways and down narrow
59,
alleyways branched off on
430,
either side.
01,
People
02.
swarmed
There I
in
am.
astonishing numbers. Girls in full bloom with crudely lipstick mouths, and youths who chased the girls, and swollen, waddling women who showed you what the girls would be like in 10 years' time. And old, bent creatures shuffling along on splayed feet, and ragged, barefooted children who played in the puddles and then scattered at angry yells from their mothers. Perhaps a quarter of the windows of the street were broken. Two monstrous women with brick-red forearms folded across their aprons were talking outside a door. Winston caught scraps of conversation as he approached. Yes, I says to her, that's all very well, I says, but if you'd been in my place, you'd have done the same as what I done. It's easy to criticise, I says, but you ain't got the same problems as what I got. No, that's just it. That's just where it is. The strident voices stopped abruptly. The women studied him in hostile silence as he went past. But it was not hostility exactly, merely a kind of wariness, a momentary stiffening, as at the passing of some unfamiliar animal. The blue overalls of the party could not be a common sight in a street like this. Indeed, it was unwise to be seen in such places, unless you had definite business there. The patrols might stop you if you happened to run into them. Now see your papers, comrade. What are you doing here? What time did you leave work? Is this your usual way home? And so on and so forth. Not that there was any rule against walking home by an unusual route. It was enough to draw attention to you if the thought police heard of it. Suddenly, the whole street was in commotion. There were yells of warning from all sides. People were shooting into the doorways like rabbits. A young woman leapt out of the doorway a little ahead of Winston, grabbed up a tiny child playing in a puddle, whipped her apron around it, and leapt back all in one move. At the same time, a man in a concertina-like black suit who had emerged from the side alley ran towards Winston, pointing excitedly to the sky. Stay there! He yelled. Look out, Governor! Bang on red! Right down quick! Steamer was a nickname which, for some reason, the Cowles applied to rock stars. Winston promptly flung himself on his face. Suppose when they called his right and they gave you a warning of this kind. They seemed to possess some kind of instinct which told them several seconds in advance when a rocket was hit. Although the rocket was so that it would travel faster than itself. Winston clasped his forearms at his head. It was a war which seemed to take the human being. A shower of light rockets crashed on the table. Confounded and covered with fragments of glass.
So you get super tall.
Every plastic fork and knife imaginable.
Is that right, Tom?
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Chasing ghosts.
And their round swing doors endlessly opening and shutting. Came forth a smell of urine, sawdust and salt. Then angry formed about the deathly hospital. Three men were standing very close together. And every one of them holding a perfect newspaper. Everything was funny and really short. And before he could feel out the new expression of the faces, Winston could see the smoke in every eye. It was obviously something serious as a news. It was a few paces away from them, and suddenly the group broke up. Two of the men were in violent competition. The number between the corners of the group. Come on, you baby girl, listen to the fuss. I'll tell you, no number. They were talking about the left. Winston was back to They were still arguing with vivid passion. The likely of the complete layout of the enormous spider was the one public event called as still. It was probable that there were some millions of dollars and they were likely to change something for the remaining of life. It was their delight and always and their intellectual stimulus. Where the lottery was concerned, even people who could barely handle and love seemed capable of mythical operations and staggering feats of men. There was a whole tribe of men who made a living simply by selling systems, forecasts, and rusty cameras. Winston had nothing to do with
Here's
running
Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup, even when her daughter makes a little drop off. Because Candace has toys. Toys under pressure and toys in her pants. It takes toys.
Being non-existent. In reality, the only real communication between one part of Oceania and the other. This was not. Hang on. When you put it in words, it sounded reasonable. It was when you looked at the human beings passing you on the table that it became an act.
Whole grains are part of a healthy diet. Did you know? They're the first ingredient in champions. Do you suffer from skin irritation or razor bumps while shaving? Try Gillette Skin Bed, a razor clinically proven for sensitive skin. Its skin guard technology absorbs pressure and raises blades to reduce skin irritation. Try Gillette Skin Guard.
At this moment, Winston remembered. The alley led out into the main street, and down the next turn, on 5 minutes
My friend Jane, I told her she's in here. You grab her
they
suitcase,
walked
honey.
Blankford, which was now and in a small stationer's shop, not far away, the road was pretty well. He paused for a moment across the street. On the opposite side of the alley was a dingy little pub, whose windows appeared to be frosted over, but in reality remained completely dark. A very old man, bent, active, white moustaches, bristling forward like those of corn, pushed open the swing door and went in. As Winston stood watching, it occurred to him that the old man, who must be 80 at least, had already been middle-aged in the Revolution. He and a few others like him were the last links that now existed with the vanished world. In the party itself, there were not many people left whose ideas had been formed before the Revolution. The older generation has mostly been wiped out by the great purges of the 50s and 60s, and the few who survived had long ago been certified in complete intellectual slumber. If there was anyone alive who could be good to the sort of conditions of the early 20th century, it could only be Cowles. Suddenly, passage from the history book that he had copied into his diary came back into Winston's mind. And he looked at interest. He would go into the pub. He would scrape acquaintance with that old man and question him. He would say to him, "Tell me about your life when you were a boy. What was it like? Were things better than they are now? Or were they worse?" Hurriedly, lest he should have time to contract, he descended the steps and crossed the middle street. It was madness, of course. As usual, there was no definite ruling against talking to Cowles, but he went in. There was too unusual an action apart from this. If the patrols appeared, we might plead an attack of Venus. It was not likely.
The cells are open if you want to come out.
He opened the door. A hideous, cheesy smell of sour beer hit him in the face. As he entered, the dinner voices dropped to about 40%. Behind his back, he could feel everyone eyeing his blue faces. A game of darts, which was going on at the other end of the room, interrupted itself for perhaps as much as 30 seconds. The old man, whom he had followed, standing at the bar, having some kind of altercation with the barman. A large, stout, hook-nosed young man with enormous forearms. A knot of others standing around with glasses in their hands were watching the scene. I asked you shivery enough, didn't I? Said the old man, straightening his shoulders suspiciously. You telling me you ain't got the fine enough in the old breeding butcher? And what the hell is known as a trumpet? Said the barman, moving forward to the kitchen seat in the car. Just after you, called yourself a barman, you don't know what a pay, eh? All right, come on, we are here, and it's 4 quarts to the gallon. Never heard of it. Later after, it's the glasses on the shelf in front of you. Find out, find it. You could have brought me up the front into a nap. You know, you're thinking this is a young man. And you're a young man, you're all living in the treetop. Said the barman, and glanced at your truck. There was a shout of laughter, and the uneasiness caused by Winston's interest seemed to disappear. The man's not sudden face. He turned away, muttering to himself. He wondered. Winston caught him gently. May I ask you a question? You were a king, said the man, straightening his shoulders. He heard enough to admit his strength and his strength. Fine, he said pleasantly. Fine as what? He had rinsed in the bucket. The air was only rinsed into deafness. Cowles were not supposed to be here, though in practice it was pure terror, right? The game of darts was in full swing again, and another man at the bar had been talking about the luck. Winston's presence was forgotten. There was a heel table under the window. He and the old man had talked about the field of yours. Solidly dead. At any rate, there was no fill scheme. The point he had made sure of as soon as he came in. He could have killed the other one. Down the word. No, it's too much. We can conclude that this mysterious screen cannot be debunked. You must have seen that shot. Elizabeth, we gotta split up, okay? The old man stared in the eyes, moved in the dark, that was loud, from the bar, to the door of the gates. As though it's near in the bar, he expected to change his beer, okay? Go down to the end of the cell block here, pick a cell. When I was a young man, okay, there, go to the other side of the prison.
Do you like vinegar?
Nope.
Alright, well, I'm gonna let you set it up yourself then.
Okay.
There's more sausage on the stove there too.
Winston went to the bar and came back with 2 more hot dishes. The old man appeared to have forgotten the prejudice against drinking. He all very much stronger. He must have been a drunk man. He remembers all this before the revolution. People of my age about it. We can only read about them in books. It says in books. They worked 12 hours a day, but left school at 9. They slept 10 in the morning. At the same time, there were very few, only a few thousands, capitalists, as they call them, who were rich and powerful. They owned everything that their masters. They lived in great gorgeous houses with 30 servants. They rode about in motorcars, horse carriages. They drank champagne. They wore top hats. The old man brightened said, "Top hats? Starting to get tired." The same thing coming to my own yesterday. I don't know why. I was just thinking, I didn't see the top hat in years. The last time
This is a clear aligner from Smile Direct Club. It tastes teeth like these and transforms them into those.
I think the key is lots of butter, so do what you will. Do what you will.
Workers were their slaves. They could do what they liked. They could ship you off to Canada with cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. They could order you to be flogged for something called cat o' nine tails. You had to take your cap off when you passed them. Every capitalist went about with a gang of lackeys who, the old man brightened. Lackeys? Now there's a word I ain't heard since I don't know. That really paints me back, that does. I reckon a couple of years ago, I used to sit and go around the park Sunday afternoon, near the blokes making speeches, Salvation Army, running cattle.
Are you gonna do a song for Melanie?
And there was one
Party poopers. She's saying we're party poopers.
real powerful speaker was in after it. Lackeys, he says. Lackeys of the bourgeoisie. Flunkies of the ruling class. Parasites. Oh, that was another.
Happy birthday, fist bump. High five.
He was referring to the Labour Party, I understand. Winston got the feeling that they were talking across purposes. What I really wanted to know was this. Do you feel that you have more freedom now than you had in those days? Are you treated more like a human being? In the old days, rich people, the people at the top, they asked their lords. Within the old man. The House of Lords, if you like. What I'm asking is, were these people able to treat you as an inferior, simple, rich, is it a fact, for instance, that you had to call them sir and take your cap off when you passed them? The old man appeared to be deep. He drank off about a quarter of his beer.
Here's Candace. Who works from home.
Yes.
So she can handle pickup.
I'd like you to touch your cap to
Drop off.
show respect.
Candace has poise.
I didn't agree
Poise
with
under
it
pressure
myself.
and poise in her pants.
Had to, she
It takes poise.
And was it usual? I'm only quoting what I've read in the history books. Was it usual for these people and their servants to push you off the pavement into the gutter? Or one of them pushed you once?
I told she so again.
I recollect it as if it was yesterday. It was boat racing. Terrible round the things to get the boat racing on. And I bumped into a young bloke in Shaftesbury Avenue. This short, top hat, black hair. He was kind of zigzagging across the pavement. Bumps into him, accidentally like. He says, why can't you look where you're going? He says. I says, do you think you bought the bleeding pavement? He says, I'll twist your bloody head off if you get fish with me. I says, you'll run. I'll give you in charge in half a minute, I says. And if you believe me, he puts his hand on the chest and gives me a shove that's pretty near sent me under the wheels of the bus. I was young in them days. I was going to have fetched him, but only a sense of helplessness. The old man's memory was nothing but a rubbish heap of detail. One could question him all day without getting any real information. Party histories might still be true after fashion. They might even be completely true. It made a last attempt. Perhaps I'm not being so clear. What I'm trying to say is this. You have been alive a very long time. You lived half your life before the revolution. In 1925, for instance, you were already grown up. Would you say, from what you can remember, that life in 1925 was better than it is now, or worse? If you could choose, would you prefer to live then or now? The old man meditatively danced. He finished up his beer more slowly than before. When he spoke, it was with a tolerant, philosophic air, as though the beer had melted. I know what you expect me to say, he said. You expect me to say as I'd sooner be young again. Most people would say they'd sooner be young again. You got your health and strength. When it gets my time in life, I'm hungry. I'm saying something wicked from my feet. My blood is just terrible. 6 and 7 times a night he has me out of bed. On the other hand, there's great advantages in being an old man. You ain't got the same worries. No trouble with women. And that's a great thing. I ain't had a woman for near on 30 years. Nor wanted to, I thought.
Winston sat back against the desk. It was no use going on. He was about to buy some more beer when the old man suddenly got up and shuffled rapidly into the stinking urinal at the side of the room. The extra half-litre was already working. Winston sat for a minute or two, gazing at his empty glass, and hardly noticed when his feet carried him out into the street again. Within 20 years at the most, he reflected, the huge and simple question, was life better before the revolution than it is now, would have ceased once and for all to be answered. But in effect, it was unanswerable even now, since the few scattered survivors from the ancient world were incapable of comparing one age with another. They remembered a million useless things, the quarrel with a workman, the hunt for a lost bicycle key, the expression on a long-dead sister's face, the swirls of dust on a windy morning 70 years ago. But all the relevant things were outside the range of their vision. They were like the ant, which can see small objects but not large ones. And when memory failed, the written records were falsified. Given that, the claim of the party to have improved the conditions of human life had got to be accepted, because there did not exist and never again could exist any standard against which it could be tested. At this moment, his train of thought stopped abruptly. He halted and looked up. He was in a narrow street with a few dark little shops interspersed among the dwelling houses. Immediately above his head, there hung 3 discoloured metal balls, which looked as if they had once been gilded. He seemed to know this. Of course. He was standing outside the junk shop where he had bought the diary. A twinge of fear went through him. It had been a sufficiently rash act to buy the book in the beginning, and he had sworn never to come near the place again. And yet the instant that he allowed his thoughts to wander, his feet had brought him back here of their own accord. It was precisely against suicidal impulses of this kind that he had hoped to guard himself by opening the diary. At the same time, he noticed that although it was nearly 21 hours, the shop was still open. With the feeling that he would be less conspicuous inside than hanging about on the pavement, he stepped through the doorway. If questioned, he could plausibly say that he was trying to buy razor blades. The proprietor had just lighted a hanging oil lamp, which gave off an unclean but friendly smell. He was a man of perhaps 60, frail and bowed, with a long benevolent nose and mild eyes distorted by thick spectacles. His hair was almost white, but his eyebrows were bushy, still black. The spectacles, the gentle, fussy movements, and the fact that he was wearing an aged jacket of black velvet gave him a vague air of intellectuality, as though he had been some kind of literary man or perhaps a musician. His voice was soft as though fading, and his accent less debased than that of the majority of proles. "I recognized you on the pavement," he said immediately. "The gentleman who bought the young lady's keepsake out. That was a beautiful bit of paper, that was. Pre-made, it used to be called. There's been no paper like that made for 50 years. He peered at Winston and dropped his spectacles. "Is there anything special I can do for you? Or did you just want to look around?" "I was passing," said Winston. "I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular." "I don't suppose that would satisfy you." He made an apologetic gesture with his soft, cold hand. "You see how it is. Empty shop, you might say.
All grains are part of a healthy diet.
Antique trade's just about finished.
They're the first ingredient in Cheerios.
And no stock either. Furniture, china, glass. It's all been broken up by cheapers. Of course, the metal stuff's usually been not too bad. I can see that's chemicals that you use. The tiny interior of the shop was in fact uncomfortable. There was almost nothing in it, the slightest of it. The floor space was very restricted, because all round the walls were stacked innumerable vestments of chocolate. In the window there were trays of nuts and bolts, worn-out chisels, penknives with broken blades, tarnished watches that did not even pretend to be in gold order, and other miscellaneous rubbish. Only on a small table in the corner was there a litter of odds and ends, lacquered snuff boxes, agate brooches, which looked as though they might include something interesting. As Winston wandered toward the table, his eyes were caught by a round, smooth thing, gleamed softly in the lamplight. He picked it up. It was a heavy lump of glass, curved on one side, flat on the other, making almost a hemisphere. There was a peculiar softness, as of rainbow in both the colour and the texture of the glass. At the heart of it, magnified by the curved surface, there was a strange, pink, convoluted object that recalled a rose or a sea in memory. "What is it?" said Winston, fascinated. "That's coral, that is," said the old man. "It must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to kind of embed it in the glass. That wasn't very less than 100 years ago. Oh, look at it. It's a beautiful thing," said Winston. "It is a beautiful thing," said the other appreciatively. "But there's not many of them that say so nowadays. Now it so happened that you wanted to buy it, that it cost you £4.
Approach the ranch with a degree of reverence. Bad things happen. Legend says that a centuries-old number of curse plagues this ranch. For decades, it's been the center of strange activity. Just to get some answers. Now, for the first time, a team of scientists will film their attempts to uncover the mystery. From the producers of the Curse of Oak Island comes the next big dig. The Secret of Scoutwater Ranch, series September 6th on History.
Many people believe that the is always vaguely suspect. A good man had grown roots
You're in the dark cell now, and it's living up to its reputation.
There's not much in it.
I heard it, but I haven't seen anything.
There is another ladder, and the road back walked away slowly up
Oh, surgical
stairs,
stuff.
and along the tiny passage into a room which
Haven't
was
seen
not out
anything.
into the street, looked out on a cobbled yard to the forest of chimney.
Oh,
Winston noticed that the furniture was spread
surgical
across
stuff.
the room. There was a strip of carpet on the floor, a picture or two on the walls, and a deep slatternly armchair drawn up to the fire. An old-fashioned glass clock with a 12-hour face was ticking away on the mantel. Under the window, and occupying nearly a quarter of the room, was an enormous bed, the mattress still. Said the old man, after a joke. "I'm seeing the furniture up. Now that's a beautiful mahogany bed. I used to do it years ago. But I dare say you'll find it comes. It's holding the lamp so as to illumine the whole room. In the warm, dim light, there's something curiously nice. The thought flitted through Winston's mind that it would probably be quite easy to rent the room for $2 a week if he dared to take the risk. There was a wild, impossible notion to be abandoned as soon as this. The room had awakened him, a sort of nostalgia, a sort of ancestral memory. It seemed to him that he knew exactly what it felt like to sit in a room like this, in an armchair beside an open fire, with your feet tightly bended, kettle on the top, utterly alone, utterly secure. Nobody watching, your voice pursuing you without help. I never thought
Upon immediate review of our recording session, it sounds like we capture unexplained grunting, laughing after a taunt. Listen closely, you'll be able to hear it very easily. As we continue to review the recording, this time we capture a very distinct voice, and it just might be the same entity that just laughed at us. So what do you think and say? Your guesses on Twitter right now using hashtag #GhostAdventures. As we return to base camp, we all begin to hear something from this next camera's audio. It's a piano. Hear what sounds like old solo music playing near the prison cells. One of our production lights that we use to light nerve center begins flashing for no reason.
It's a pretty again, like we have back there.
Just dies. This is part of the lights that we use when we set up the nerve
I've never done this before. So we're just here in saloon music, produced millions of Disney bars and that right there was the Yuma prison band. Look at, they had brass instruments, they had everything. Old saloon music. This was known to have a lot of music. And we were hearing it. And that's probably the one thing in the entire prison that was just an absolute luxury and a piece of just.
They must really like gardening. Oh, she lives there. Yeah.
So they were trying to get us to notice that. Oh my God, dude, that's right. Like we were told, there's no reason being over here. Okay, turn on this. We come over here to the blinking light, which is right next to the keys that displays the prison band and the instruments. This is where they play too. Back here, right? Inside this museum theater is electric, so we immediately grabbed the SLS camera to see if the old prison band was possibly still performing the art we were about to capture. Is truly astounding.
For some very small talking to his name he discovered was not Willis, one might gather from the description of the shop, but Chang. Mr. Charing was a widower aged 63 and had his head shot. Throughout that time, it was intending to alter the name of the window, but it never quite got the conversation. All the while they were talking, Hart remembered Ryan
Then this fourth figure enters frame right, like it's jumping in to do a quick chance again. Everything that Jay just said. He's like he's strumming the strings.
Not away.
See that? Down the right there. He's strumming the strings of his guitar.
He'd already made up his mind. Take the risk of this being
Both of these figures raise their
means come back here. Without knowing whether the proprietor.
All right. You want to play chess?
He would.
Checkmate.
Buy further straps. He would buy the engraving of St. Clement's Day, take it out of its frame and carry it home concealed under the jacket of his own. He dragged the rest of that poem up Mr. Chandler.
Checkmate.
When the lunatic project.
Good day. What a great day.
Perhaps 5 seconds. Expectation made him careless, and he stepped out onto the pavement without so much as a...
Another day of waiting is another day closer to whatever it is I'm waiting for.
Oranges and lemons, so
Very close.
Suddenly his heart seemed to turn ice in his flowers. A figure in blue overalls was coming down the pavement not 10 meters away. It was the girl from the fiction department, the girl with dark hair. He liked his face, but there was no difficulty in recognizing her. She looked straight in the face, then walked quickly on as though she had not seen it. 2 seconds. Winston was too paralyzed. Then he turned to the right and walked heavily away, not noticing for the moment that he was going in the wrong direction. At any rate, one question was settled. There was no doubting any longer that the girl was spying. Winston followed her, because it was not credible that by pure chance she should have happened to be walking on the same evening up the same obscure back street, kilometers distant in any quarter or part of the city. It was too great for coincidence. Or simply an amateur spy actuated by viciousness. Hardly mattered. It was enough that she was watching. Probably he could see him going to the park as well. It was an effort. The lump of glass in his pocket banged against his thigh each step. He was half-minded to take it out and throw it away. Worse thing, the pain was there. For a couple of minutes he had the feeling that he would die if he did not reach a lavatory soon. But there would be no public lavatories in a quarter like this. Then the spasm passed, leaving a dull ache behind. The street was a blind alley. Winston halted, stood for several seconds, wondering vaguely what to do. Then turned round and began to retrace his steps. As he turned, it occurred to him that the girl had only passed him 3 minutes ago, and that by running, he'll probably catch up. He could keep on the track, in some quiet place, and then smash her skull in with a cobblestone. The piece of glass in his pocket would be heavy enough for the job. He abandoned the idea of meeting.
Everybody.
And he thought of making any physical effort.
Okay.
She was young and lusty and would defend herself.
Good talk.
He thought also of hurrying to the community centre and staying there to replace clothes, so as to establish a partial alibi. All he wanted was to get home quickly and then sit down and be quiet. So after 24 hours, he got home. The light would be switched off at the main at 23:30. went into the kitchen and swallowed nearly a teacup. Then he went to the table in the alcove, sat down, and took the dial out of the drawer. He did not open it. From the telescreen, a brassy female voice was squalling a patriotic song. Sat staring into the mouth of the cupboard, trying without success to shut the voice out of his consciousness. It was at night. It came. The proper thing was to kill yourself before you got you. Undoubtedly, some people did so. Many of the disappearances were actually suicide. The desperate attempt to kill himself in the world, fire and such a poison. He thought with a kind of astonishment at the biological uselessness of pain. The treachery of the human body which always freezes into inertia at exactly the moment when a special effort is needed. He might have silenced the dark-haired girl, only he was. Precisely because of the extremity of the danger, he had lost the power to think. It struck him that in moments of crisis, one is never fighting against an external enemy, but always against one's own body. Even now, in spite of the gin, the dull ache in his belly made consecutive thought impossible. It is the same Smith in all seemingly heroic and tragic situations. On the battlefield, the torture chamber, on a sinking ship. The issues that you are fighting are always forgotten. As the body swells up until it fills the universe, and even when you're not paralyzed by screaming with pain, life is a moment-to-moment struggle against hunger or cold or sleeplessness, against a sour stomach or an aching tooth. It's important to write something. The woman on the telescreen started a new song. A voice seemed to stick into his brain like jagged splinters of glass. He tried to think of O'Brien, for whom or to whom the diary was written, but instead began thinking of the thing that had happened after the war was over. Not matter. He killed with what you expected. Before then, he spoke in such an awful everybody knew. There was the routine of confession that had to be gone. The groveling on the floor and screaming for mercy, cracked with broken bones, the slashed teeth and bloody clots of hair. Since the end was always the same, why was it not possible to cut a few days or weeks out of your life? Nobody ever escaped detection, and nobody ever failed to confess. And once he had succumbed to a fair trial, he was certain that by a given day he would be dead. Why then did that horror have to lie embedded in future time? I tried with a little more success than before to summon up the image of O'Brien. We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness. The darkness. The place where there is no darkness is the imagined future which one would not see, but which by foreknowledge the voice from the telescreen nagging at his ears did not follow the train of thought. He put a cigarette in his mouth, laughed back, confident aloud his down. Bitter dust difficult to spit out. The face of Big Brother swam with his mind, displacing that of O'Brien. Just as he had done a few days earlier, he slid a coin out of his pocket and looked at it. The face gazed up, heavy, calm, empty. What kind of smile is hidden beneath the darkness? Like a leaden knell, the words came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Mark 2, chapter 1.
I think I'm done practicing.
Winston had left his cube to go to the lab.
I think now it's time
The
to
solitary figure was coming toward him from the other
get
end
back
of
in the
long,
game.
writing corridor. The girl looked down.
Good timing.
4 days had gone past since the evening when we had
What you
run
gonna
into
do?
outside the junk shop. She
came
Well,
nearer,
first of all,
he saw that her right arm,
I'm gonna take your
not noticeable at a distance, because it was of the same colour as the photographs.
rook
She had crushed her hand while swinging
with
around
my
one
new
of the
queen
lights from which the clocks and
that I
knobs
made out of the pawn, and then we'll see.
common accident.
Oh, don't worry, we'll come back.
They were perhaps
This
4
guy,
inches apart.
he knows how to take a
When
good hit.
and fell
Don't
almost
worry.
flat on her face. A sharp cry of pain.
Oh, the other queen? Oh, I got it already. It's over here.
On the injured arm.
Yeah. So I took the queen.
The girl had risen to her knees. Her face had turned a neutral
Game's
yellow,
not over.
against which her mouth stood out redder than ever. Her eyes were fixed on his, with an appealing expression that looked more like fear.
Oh yeah, it was. I took the king too.
This emotion stirred in Winston's heart. In front of him was an enemy. who was
Game
trying to
over.
kill him. In front of him also was a human creature in pain.
Right, I didn't even see that. Good move.
Already, he had instinctively started forward to help her.
That was a good
The moment
move.
when he had seen her fall on the bandaged arm, it had been
You
as
see
though he
that?
felt the pain in his own body. You're hurt? It's nothing.
Oh, it's a good day.
You're all right. She spoke as though her heart fluttered. She had certainly turned. You haven't broken it. No.
Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. We're public talk.
She held out her free hand.
Public study.
Helped her up.
That's right.
She had regained some of her
On
colour.
Facebook.
And appeared very much better. It's nothing.
Tea in Space.
I
YouTube.
only get my mistake. Thanks. And with that,
I think it's like 2019, 2020, something like that.
The whole incident could not have taken as much as half.
Monthly rentals through till
Let
2021.
one's feelings appear in one's face was a habit that required the status of an insect. And in any
At
case,
least.
they'd been standing straight in front of a telescreen when the thing happened.
Oh, we'll see.
Nevertheless,
We'll see.
She did not betray a momentary surprise. For in the 2 or 3 seconds while he was helping her up, the girl had slipped something into his hand. There was no question that she
Yeah,
had done
that was a good game. That was a good game. You sunk my battleship, but
While he stood at the urinal, he managed, with a little more thinking, to get it unfolded.
at this canoe.
Obviously, there must be a message of some kind. For a moment, he was tempted to take it into one of the water closets and read it in one. But that was a shock as well. There was no place where he could be more certain that the text
Hey, man.
would watch continuously. He went back to his cubicle, sat down, threw the fragment of paper casually among the other papers on the desk, put on his spectacles, and hitched the speak button to the audio.
Yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. His heart thumped, rest, quite
I think it's time for some music.
Fortunately, the piece of work
What do you think,
he was
Melanie?
engaged
Music?
on was mere routine.
I'm gonna put
The
music on.
rectification of a long list of figures, not needing close attention. Whatever was written on the paper must have some kind of political meaning. So far as he could see,
Yeah, his strategy is
there were
pretty
2
cool.
possibilities. One, much the more likely.
That's
was
why,
that he was an agent of the Thought Police,
I don't know.
just as he had feared. He did not know why the Thought Police
You
should
can never
choose
get
to
a
deliver their messages in such a fashion.
AI
Perhaps they had
to ever
reasons.
accomplish what.
The thing that was written on the paper might be a threat, a summons,
who
an order
knows,
to
who
commit
knows?
suicide, a trap of some
Creativity, though. That's where
There
they
was another,
lose out.
wilder possibility that kept raising its head, though he tried vainly to suppress it. This was that the message did not
Yeah.
come from the Thought Police at all, from some kind of underground organization.
We're
Perhaps a brotherhood existed after all. Perhaps the girl was part of it. No doubt the idea was absurd, but it had sprung into his...
Alright, so that's 3 hours and 30 minutes of George Orwell's 1984. So we're gonna switch gears a little bit here. It's getting hot on the balcony here. Can't believe it, this morning I was wearing a jacket. Now it's hotter than shit. It's nice.
think about it. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Howdy doody. Tutti frutti. It's all good. Puppy's all alone again. Didn't like being alone. What do we got right in front of us here, man? So we got a nice sunny day at the Beaumont Motel, room 240. Got a great game of chess going on. Well, it's done. I finished. I mopped up again against myself. Puppy's having a hard time next door. You know, if things were better, I guess maybe they would ask me to take care of the puppy, but oh well. We'll figure it out. Everything's coming together. It's not about me. It's about this day. Look at this. Red car, blue car, gray car, U-Haul. 1995 plus taxes. What do we got here? I should just start picking up comments from the jazz here. Oh, I love the jazz. Oh, hello, hola. Qui soflo? Qui te trae por este calle tan romantic y elegante? Oh, he's really horrible at translation. That means my cousin Jeff is really into goats. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he just likes goats for some reason. Cool. I love goats. My friend Melanie has goats. Yeah. So we live yet? Is this live? Is this what? Well, there's a difference between good live and really bad live. Normally you're like really, really bad live. But occasionally, that's it, you gotta wait for it. This is genius right here. Believe me. That's all I got. Oh, and all this. Because I won the game. So I got wheels, I got tow something behind it, like this all just goes in the bank right here. This is fuel, this is all the stuff that I need in life. Take away all this, it doesn't matter. I've got everything I need now. But I got this, that, this. So now what do I do with it? Oh, and I got this guy. This very interesting piece. Might be worth something. Who knows? $10. Tell you what, I'll sell all my stuff in here. You're taking a chance, but I'll sell it all for can't do it. Invaluable. Do you want it though? You could just come and take it if you want. No, I'm not really into it. Not too much. These are worth something though. Made in China. 1952, 1960 to 1966. Huh. I'd imagine this is the same. Nope. 6572. Won't find many of those hanging around town. Anybody interested? Alright, so it's me and Melanie hanging out on YouTube if you want to come and hang out with us. That's where I'm taking comments. Other than that, I'm not taking comments. I was gonna say fuck you. But that would have been just, you don't have to always go there, do you? My pond fell over again. He falls over a lot. Yeah. He's always doing funny things. White car, black car, truck, Ram, top, diesel. The J-Co. Well, it's been 3 days and it's not signed over yet, but I'm just waiting. But they're around now. They're not in Oyama anymore, so I'll see them. They'll come up. I think they're here for another week or so. But that would be nice to nail down right away. Get that in my name, at least, you know. And then we can take it from there. That's what I want to do. And like I said, he made mention that you know, get a truck and stuff like that. And I said, well, let's talk, because we had other things to talk about. We can't just say. So nothing has transpired in 3 days, but more has transpired in the last 3 days than anything in regards to me knowing more about where all that sits. So I'm good with waiting. It doesn't matter. I've got a nice place to wait, and we're still waiting on a bike too. So it's not like I'm in any rush. But at the same time, it'd be nice to have that in my name, just to know once and for all that what was promised is actually mine. Yeah. It's all good. And the goats are cool. Especially those small little buggers. They're hilarious. I like animals in general. There's not many animals I don't like. Can't think of one. They all serve a purpose, place. Even the mosquito. Interesting design. So what else? Let's get it all in. All of it. All of it. World politics, religion, Catholic Church, specifically Vatican, popes, priests, the hierarchy, how it's shit. That hierarchy, it's really shitty. Hierarchy. Sun's out. I don't know, it's pretty much a shit show out there right now. It's shitty, man. Me and my mom, we went to the mall. Not the mall. To the Safeway, that's a grocery store here in town in Canada, here in BC, British Columbia, Penticton, Melanie knows, but I don't, everybody had a mask on, and everybody was really, really, like, quite somber, and no one was talking, and it was just like a horrible feel. And what a change for like 2 weeks, because I hadn't been back to the grocery store, look, maybe a month. It was not like this, right? So, it's getting worse. Like, the seeds of fear are setting in deep, and how you know that is just by what you see. You see it. You see people with their faces covered. Sad. My mom rarely comments on anything that I post. Just because I post so much, right? Like, why would my family even care about it anymore at this point? Even my good friends are saying, "You're a little much." And I get it. But even my mom, I posted this picture of not a baby, but almost a baby toddler, and a really nice dress and scarf and everything, all patterned, really very, everything's the same. And then the mask that was on this kid was the same. It was a tailored mask just for this kid, right? And she said that something like, that is the saddest thing. It's so sad to see. And I agreed. It's true. It's sad to see an entire population getting taken in by pseudoscience, what political scientists are telling them, and trusting them, and it's just not a time to trust politicians, right? So, fuck. How do you get that across? How do you get across to your own family that thinks you're crazy for having these views? Eventually the truth comes out, but like, for some of us it's too late. Like, some of us get killed over these things. That's true. Not necessary, I guess, but maximum pressure always has to be applied to these these situations that have so much gravity to them. It would seem that, sorry if I'm not taking comments right now, let's check them. Yeah, that Jayco. Oh, you had one, eh? Yeah, that's good. I stayed in it not all summer, but I stayed in it for a good chunk of the summer, last summer. And it was plenty. It has everything. Toilet, shower, sink, fridge, stove, microwave. It's got everything. You can sleep comfortably, 3 adults in there if you wanted. two adults, 2 kids, small kids, right? So now it's just getting the insurance. It doesn't do me any good with a truck and no insurance and no money for gas. It's an interesting thing today. I was listening to Jordan Peterson, as you know, and you took it slightly different than I did. I think he's actually quite an inspirational person for a lot of men, especially, and it should be for women too, because I don't think his messaging would be the same. It's just for some reason his approach or the way he comes across is. Anyways, he was talking about coming back from zero is a lot harder than coming back from almost losing everything, right? So there's a lot of truth to that, especially in an economy that's like this, and you have no startup or anything, but just other people do, and you can see the trends, but you don't have any money. It's funny. It's hilarious. Anyways, lots of connections to be made. But what are the ones that are really, really important that we can communicate to each other, that make us look directly back at ourselves? And, I don't know, any conversation that I hear 2-3 people have on a civil level, just sitting down and talking and discussing, that's always the best way, right? So, yelling and getting angry, obviously that never works, right? So nothing gets accomplished. People have to leave, right? Sometimes there's a call for this. Yes, I do believe so, but for the most of the time, the majority of the time with most people, what we need to do is have discourse. Just discourse, just talking and trying to make sense. And most of us will find that we have more in common than we do not. And some of the same questions would be obvious. And God, we're fucking all connected energetically. And you can't because you live on the other side of the planet, it doesn't matter. We're all connected in a very real, palpable, mind-blowing way. You take a look at the mind, you take a look at the universe, they look the same. Deep down, so you look way down, deep in space, and it looks like connections that a brain might have. Neurons connecting and firing and same kind of patterning. You look at the ether. We're it. It's not easy for some of us to say, because that would set you up for a lot of criticism. But here's the deal: we're all in. So it's like not one person. It's just it. Hey, no, that's not fair. Everybody can be, and is, but some people don't realize they are. So that's what. There's a disharmony, obviously, for sure there is. There's too much pain and we're too much suffering. See, I think if I ever kind of disagreed with Jordan Peterson, this is where I would probably disagree. I remember disagreeing with him before, but this is the one thing I would disagree. I don't think this world is about suffering. It has been about suffering, and we learn through suffering, so it's not, you can't deny this, but that's not our optimal way of learning. That's really coming from a negative point of view. Right? So there's where I would veer, but for the most, my heart's in the right place. I love those conversations. I love all of them. I wish I was a part of it. I want to know how far off I am in the conversation. You know, I do tend to maybe jump around from topic to topic, but I think this is good. I really do. For all of us to be able to do that and not think about the next thing that we're going to say, but really listen, even if you're cut off, listen to the person that's actually talking to you right now, right? But that need to be right is so fucking strong. So everybody's, oh, what do I say next? I'm going to say next. I'm going to look good, or oh, I can't look bad on this point, and I don't want to be made out to look a certain. Well, no, you're missing the point, man. Girl, man. Tea in space. No, I did not wear a mask. Me and my mother walked into this place. It is not legal for our government to dictate, nor is it legal for businesses to do that too. So they're treading on some fucking really thin ice when it comes to mandating this from customers. They're trying in certain places, not this store though. But if it's this store, we just go to the IGA. We're going to be supporting the IGA from now on because that's our really good local grocery guy. I know the guy who owns it. He's always donated to all sorts of things in town, like to the Children's Festival and things like this. And you know what? Safeway hasn't, I don't think, to my recollection. And I don't know. They're making the employees wear masks, and they're behind plexiglass, and it's very hard to do business. And most people are wearing masks though in the grocery store, which I think is incredible, because a month ago this was not so. So it's caught on in a big way, but I think it's going to also, people are going to start recognizing this is stupid. I can't wear a mask for all this time, you know, like it's hard wearing a mask for any period of time, an hour. I don't like it at all. It's horrible. So we walked in, we joked around about it. I said, Mom, did somebody die recently? It felt like a funeral home, man. Oh my gosh, where's this town going? Where are our towns? Where's the common sense anymore? Oh, we gotta be somber, we gotta be self-righteous about this. Oh yeah, we know how to fight a virus, and this is the way. We gotta wear masks, and we gotta wash our hands always, all the time. You know, fuck you. You know? And it's the people that are really vocal about it that are convincing enough to bring the majority of the public to their knees on this. I think most people are wearing masks. They think this is stupid. This is silly. I think most people are doing this. But, you know, a classic example is just talking to a neighbor. And he speaks his mind, and you know, he's talking outside of this government institution. I forget what. I think it was the DMV, the equivalent of, right, the License Bureau, and they're getting pretty. You know, they're seeing eye to eye, right? And they're being pretty vocal about it, and then when they get into the place, he continues to be vocal, but this guy comes in, he stops, because I don't think people have the fucking balls to actually speak up in public and say, what? This is stupid. And then if it's only a few people, then they get labeled idiots, or, you know, they get labeled the stupid ones, you know, you don't know enough about science, right? It's like, golly, fuck, man, this really backfired, because I'm obviously, while I'm talking to the person who's saying I'm so stupid, the guy can't form a sentence, right? It's like, it's not even the pot calling the kettle black. It's like, it's the pot and the kettle knowing what they are, and the fork saying, fork you. No, that's stupid, man. You shouldn't try jokes. Just do your thing, man. So, fork you. It's a good day. J. Cole. It's gonna be nice to have that. To know that I have access to that anytime I want. Just pop into that. Bam, I'm gone. Bye. Bye, everybody. Or, hey, can I plug in somewhere just for a day or so? That'd be awesome, man. Thank you. God, Lanso stayed for 50 years. That was a little long. You didn't ask me to leave. Oh man, I don't know what's gonna happen. Travel. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's the best time to travel. This COVID is the best time to travel. Neighbor just came back from Europe. Although, it's tricky. What country has more power over you during these times? I would stay away from those countries, because most likely you'll end up in some fucking FEMA camp fighting for your life. Oh, the guy's got COVID. No, it's not COVID. They stuck something in my arm, and then now I can't breathe. That's hilarious. Today's show is brought to you by FEMA. What does that stand for, Tom? Ugh. Melanie? I don't know. It's a shitty organization, though. Well, how would you? You don't even know the name. You don't know anything. No. That's not how you know things. Oh, you know it because you know how to spell it. No, see, that's what I mean. It's because you know how to spell something. Just because you know how to form a sentence does not mean you know what the sentence means. Just because you can repeat something does not mean you know what it means. I'd like to have some say in education from here on in my country. I think I've earned the right. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Okay, here's a dilemma. How many bugs are here that I can see right now? Few. There's one that's struggling. But it's like one of those ones that you don't want in your bathroom, right? And you watch it struggle, these guys are resilient, man. Look at these fuckers go. He's cutting his way through webs and shit like this. Where's that spider? He's getting all tangled up. What do? Do you help him out? It's like a... What is that thing? It's got... Coming out of its ass at the end, it's got two long, kind of spiky tentacles, and then 6 legs, I guess. Long body. Earwig? An earwig, I think. I'm gonna let it find its own way. waffling back between whether people are redeemable or not. I think they are. Like the really bad ones, I think they could, like, redeemable. Well, how? This life, maybe not. So somewhere down the line, this is all, you know, you learn your lesson. You fucking, yeah, of course you did. You know why? It's a game. We're just playing a fucking game here, but the rules should have been fair right from the beginning. That's stupid, setting yourself up like that. That's dumb. I do think it's a very shallow view to think of this world that we live in as nothing but a sphere, and we just got here, and now this is it. And once we die, there's nothing. That's stupid. That's silly. It doesn't make any sense. It makes about as much sense as the fact that we're here in the first place. It's a lot like my friend's boat. It's a good puller. Mercedes, I'll take one of those, thanks. Camper? Sure. Sure. Today's show is sponsored to you by Mercedes-Benz campers. Luxury. And mid-size and also or basic models. I want the bells and whistles. I need internet in my trailer. So it's another thing I gotta look for what I do. What do you do, Tom? A lot of nothing. How about you stay out of my business, friend? It was at that point where he came at me, right? With a knife. It's like people are coming at me with knives now? Okay. So basically, he came at me with this knife. Dude, don't do that. So I saw it coming because when I see people come at me, I see it coming at me very, very slowly. So I just kind of picked the knife out of his hand. He didn't see that it happened. It was so quick, right? And I put it way over here just in case he got a burst of energy. And then he came back and he said, "Fuck, where's my knife?" he says. Right? So it's over there. How did I get it over there? It was just hiding. Do you know who I am? I'm Hoverman. Check me. So that's the name of the movie. Hoverman. Eight of Spades. It's the card for today. And whoa, what is this card here? Is this the Joker? Nope. Four diamonds. What does that mean? I'm not quite sure yet. Does everything have to have a meaning? Nope. But it's fun to think that it does. Ain't it? Now, I concern myself with what's real, right in front of me, all the time. The things that you can see? Yes. So you know, there's more that you can't see than what you can see, like much more, like to the scale of infinity. There's an infinity more that you can't see than what you don't see, and you only put value in the things that you fucking see. Yes. I can't talk with you anymore. Hey, what's with T-Bones not accepting cash in my town? What is this? Are we T-Bones, tell me, are you in league with Satan himself? Or worse, are you in league with your government? Are you in league with your government to eradicate dot 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 dot. King of Hearts. What was that brick? Lamp. Lamp. Really? All right. Drunk. Pedophile. What? Who? Neighbors coming back from work, getting dropped off, and working, buddy. Oh, that's good. I'll come with you. I'll come with you. So basically, Melanie commented back and said that she had a different experience at the grocery store, lots of great discussions, so that's good. That's good. I'm having lots of great discussions here at my place. I feel that's nice. It's a good change. And what else? And that she's going to survive the apocalypse. And most likely I will too, because we're both cockroaches. See, you can't kill one. You can't. It's hard. Oh, I know how to do that. You gotta choke them, poison them. Not that easy. Not that easy. So, hey. Oh, thanks.
No. Grab a handful.
What's that?
Grab a handful.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, thanks, bud. This is good. Thank you. That's good. Yeah, I probably did need sugar. I find that there's a lot of really good people around me right now. Very thankful for it, you know? So all those people that I contact during the day, face to face, and then online here too, Melanie, a few other people. It's good. It's good to surround yourself with people that wish you the best and that it goes the other way. I feel very privileged to even have a spot in someone's, existence, considering, on the outside it would seem that I'm asking a lot, but really I'm not. I'm not asking for anybody to watch this full time. That'd be horrible. I'm thankful Melanie does, but Melanie and I have a different thing here, so it's a little different. But in and out. Whatever the heck we're doing here, it's fun, I think, and educational. I do believe this. If you catch me in something that I just don't know anything about, with just so many things. But if I've expressed myself in any tangible way, and if I've been wrong, man, I'm gonna be the first one to say, hey, I was wrong. But here's the deal. Lately, God, my record for being right is incredibly annoying to most people. So, it's a curse. It's a shitty curse, man. But when truth is the ultimate goal, and fairness, whatever, equal opportunity, things like this, because it's not. We value the wrong things, so it's not smart what we're doing. We undervalue creativity. We overvalue data. And now we're here. Vaccinations, anyone? Did you get your vaccinations? Did you get vaccinated? Did you get vaccinated? You should. Yeah. It's really important. Tell me what. Who are your sources? Oh, David Fauci, eh? CDC? What is it? CDC, the Center for Disease Control. Oh, you got one, Tom. You got one. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, they're really trustworthy. They're not a criminal enterprise. How are they fucking attached to the government? Why do we have government scientists differing? Why aren't we hearing from alternative viewpoints? Because I know for a fact that there is a different way to think about this, and a number of people are talking about it, but it doesn't get covered. Why? Investigative reporter Tom Cowles goes on a search for a story. I got beat up in the park by 6 RCMP officers in my last investigation. I was gardening. Anyways, contact sport, peaceful protest, whatever it was. I don't know what it was anymore. The fact is that they beat and tortured and tried to kill me. Hilarious, huh? 6 of them. Broad daylight, all on record, never charged with anything. Happened 3 months ago. Why do I tell you this? Oh, it's just so you know that I haven't forgotten about it. RCMP. There you go. Nor have I forgotten about all the other stories that were before mine and after. Federal government are policing our towns, and it should never have been this way to begin with. They've gotten away with it in Canada for a very fucking long time. Guess who pays the price? Guess who they're working for? Well, the King and the Queen of England. Yeah. And the banks. Go on. Big business. Gas, oil. Go on. That's all I got now. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It depresses me. You did a good job. See, it's nice hearing from that guy, eh? That was a girl? Yep. So I'm going with Melanie. And imagine, who else wants to come? We'll just take it. We'll grab a big old band of people. And I don't know. It's a big old. Do you know how much space is in between towns? I did a bit of traveling in the last little while, and one of them was my journey through the United States going to Mexico. Do you know how much space is between every town in the United States and in Canada especially? How much space there is to do whatever you want, really. Oh, you're not allowed. The provincial government won't let you do. Oh, yeah, that's government. That's royal land. That's native land. Oh, that's someone owns that. Yeah, someone owns that. Yeah. So where's the land that I can work? No more land left. No more land left. Okay. So how about we not do the king and queen thing again and free up all that land, so everybody can just kind of do what they want. You can continue doing your shitty businesses, your COVID-19 shit. But you know what? We're gonna start our own thing, and then some other people are gonna start their thing in somewhere else, and some other people are gonna start their thing somewhere else. How about we open up the land rights? Like, who has right to land? Who doesn't? Well, the majority of people don't have right to land. Well, does that stand to reason? Then I have nothing to work. I have nothing to. That really puts me behind the eight ball. Now I'm stuck in a city that doesn't care for me at all, and wants me dead, wants me vaccinated, wants me working in their factories, in their shitty jobs. So that's the big mission. That's the big thing. Government. It's obviously the most important thing of our generation, our time right now, is to change government. And that's worldwide. Well, I'll start in Canada, or my own town. Canada. My town, called Canada. I'm gonna start here. My town. Canada. Take your shoes off at the door. I hate Canada. You can come in with your shoes. Don't worry. But I can come in without my shoes to your place, right? Right? Remember this. Very important. Yeah, so what else? What else we got? Let's tune into the Kids Network. Oh, great. This is my favorite network. This is a little character I've been working on. His name is... Oh, God, I can't do it anymore. Hey, Blue. How are you? Steve! I like Steve. He seems like a good guy. My kids liked him too. Maybe they like Steve more than they did their own father at times. That's possible. And I'm okay with that. He's a good guy. Sun's going down. Never have I ever seen people walk with their drinks in their hand in this town. It's good. I like it. I think it's a freedom that everybody should have. Drink. Do whatever you want. And, it's a cup. Be cordial. cordial people. Really? Well, don't be a shithead. No one wants to hang around with a shit disturber. Or just someone who's just being a shithead for the sake of being a shithead. It's good, though, when you hang around with the right shitheads. Because there's a school of thought that says that for every action there's an equal but opposite reaction, or for every person type there's an equal but opposite person type. Where are you going with that, bud? I'm just saying that, okay, you think you're a dick? You think you're the baddest son of a gun that's ever walked this fucking planet? You think you're the you're the worst? Okay. Cool. How's that working for you? You know? What are you getting out of it, bud? A lot of people scared of you. Oh, you really did all those things? Okay, fine. Does that make you a real bad person? You don't know what I've done. I can guess, but you gonna keep going there? Hey? You gonna keep going there, reliving the same old fucking shit? You don't know how many guys I've killed. I know, I'm talking to a whole different group of people here. In the name of RCMP. Possibly. Possibly. But here's the deal. It's never too late to back down. It's never too late to change. And it's never too late to say, to walk it back a little bit and say, you know, maybe that wasn't the best way to have approached it. And maybe I have to say something about it. Maybe I gotta be the change in my own fucking sphere. But, no pressure, whatever. It's all gonna come crumbling down eventually, but the sooner it does, the better. So there's an urgency. Ginger ale, yeah, because there's nothing drier than Canada. Canada Dry, ginger ale. Well, why Canada Dry, Tom? Why not some other soda beverage? Well, first of all, there's the illusion that it's good for you because it has ginger in it. So right off the bat, I'm thinking, yeah, I could trick myself into believing that this is going to be good for me over a long period of time. Therefore, I can drink much more of it. And second of all, I don't know, I like the color scheme, green, a little bit of red, whatever. And it's all about Canada, right? It's dry, nothing's drier than Canada. So, remember how we used to talk? Just talked about anything we wanted, no one judged anybody. Just say, let's all go around the room. Let's say the worst thing that ever happened. Comes around Michael, whoever Michael is. Let's not give him a name. Let's just say it's some Green Beret or something like that. Green Beret. Some Vietnam War vet, like he's still 80, 90 years old, something like this. I killed 20 men in one day with my knife. Single hand. Slit everyone. Yeah, okay. How'd that go for you? Life or death. I feel in this group we can share anything. So that one time where I killed all those people, I apologize for. See how I got that off my chest? I feel much better. Don't joke. Come on, man. I think I paid the price. You know? That affords me the luxury of laughing. Oh, man. Yep. It's a good date. So I'm going to do this a little differently. This is my reasoning why. I'm going to read all the comments that Melanie puts out there. I feel it's really important to do that. Some people don't have the ability to read because they're blind, you know. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes for the next little while. I'm not going to start at the beginning, but she goes on to say, I saw Jordan from a talk a while back on women's equality in the workplace. He is a brilliant psychologist and a debater. I'm sure he can size somebody up in 2 minutes. If one comes at him cross, it's game over. But if one discusses with him as an equal, like Krishnamurti and David, it's beautiful. Just to be understood, you know. Yes. Well, it's so easy to, because there's a difference between having a conversation with equals and people that view you as such and are not already coming in with a negative version of you. But to Jordan Peterson's credit, or unfortunate circumstances or fortunate, I guess, because at least he calls it out, but he's been hammered, much like David Icke was right from the beginning, from the women's groups on that extreme side, and without any knowledge of who he was, right? So it's like, yeah, they came at him fucking hard. But you know, like, this is a classic example of how I think for a lot of women, actually, I think for a lot of women, they can't understand Jordan Peterson because most of his audience is men. But the men are attracted to the fact that at least he's putting words to what men are really feeling, right? Or they're whatever's required of them. He's put some string of words together, making some sense out of it, and then saying, like, well, there's a way out, and there is. But for me, sometimes I just think that they miss a component, and even though they're talking about Christ or Jordan Peterson brings in the Bible a lot, but religion isn't the thing, right? And the thing is a lot deeper, and I think more people talked on that level, then more would come out of it, because it really takes the ego out of play. But I don't think there's much ego in him either. I actually accused him myself in my mind of being ego, right? And I just think there's just something missing, just a slight modification in everybody's message. There's always something where we're all missing something, right? A little piece. Here's a fact you're missing. Here's a feeling you're missing. This is what I believe it is. So the more that we truly listen to the things that others know, as opposed to judging them for what they don't know, the more that you'll understand how it all connects, and then you'll see other people's genius a lot sooner, because you don't have the expectation that they're thinking exactly what you're thinking, or have the answers that you, or the come up with the same equation that you came up with. Does that make any sense? Did I go anywhere there? Is that something? Yeah, it is a lot different when they're talking. When there's no judgment in the air. I do understand. Maybe not even understood, but the exchange of thought with a willing, open person has to be more rewarding than fighting with knuckleheads. Yeah, even if you're a knucklehead, but you're willing and you're open, fuck, that's it. That's a huge deal. That's a sign, though. That's a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of true intelligence and compassion for yourself, wanting what's best for yourself, not going on with the same old shit just because you can. It's better being a knucklehead. Playing that part. No one's really a knucklehead, though. If they understand how much they don't know, that's a pretty good step in the right direction, I would say. Yeah. That's all she wrote, folks. And then they never heard from him again. That was the last time anybody heard from him. What kind of trouble was he in? Well, all I know is no trouble. Some people in my town that don't like me very much right now, but that's just kind of because you call them out on their shit, right? So that's all that is. Tom, you can't always be right. And then my common answer would be, no, you're right. That's absolutely true. You can't always be right. But if you said that to me now, Tom, you can't always be right, I would say, well, my stats are pretty fucking high right now. That's all. That's all I'm saying. My stats. Talk to the right people. You learn. You keep learning. Unlearning all the shit that you thought you knew. It gets easier as you go down that road. You still think he's a dick? You might be. Comes across. I don't take him that way. But that's because I think most likely it's kind of how I would be talking with most people on most days. But so that's why people think I'm a dick. So that's fair. Bedside manner is But he's very like compassionate too, though. Like he does really open up considerably his emotions. He's an emotional man, you know. So it's like, man, where do we give each other a little slack here, right? It's the first time Melanie I've ever. He's a dick. He's just a downright dick. No, he's not. She's giving him more credit. I know. She's giving him more credit than I'm actually putting out there. So the truth is that he comes across as a dick to her, and that's valid. What's next? Man, did you hear about my chess game today? I totally cleaned up. I took my, I had one pawn left. And I took, I got it to the end of the board, I changed it into a queen, and then it was checkmate. I think that's how it went. Well, let me tell you here, son. Top of the pyramid, yeah. Fuck. See, but now it's like, okay, let's say somebody wants to kind of talk about the same things or different slant on it or expand on or whatever. Now it's like on YouTube, it's very hard to break through. Top of the pyramid for sure. There's a reason though. It's very articulate. He's helping a lot of people. I believe this. There's value to this. But all he's doing is allowing people to kind of steer their own ship, showing them that they have the power inside to do it. Like that's, I think, at the core of any one of, you know, the people that we're talking about. That's what they want. It's the only way any real change comes is if you do it yourself. Internet's a weird thing, man. It's so hard to treat it as though it shouldn't be. That people are just right there. They're listening. And even though that this is the closest thing to live, this is live, obviously, well, it doesn't have to be that obvious, but it's live for the last 6 hours, 29 minutes. What was I saying about that? But there's a delay. So is it really live? Does it really matter? All that matters is that we're communicating our ideas. And I encourage anybody to say, nope, you're fucking wrong on that point. Let's talk about it. This is what I want. But it's hard to build that audience up. It's hard to build an audience that is interested in discussing those things without money to begin with, right? You need money. So that's all it takes is money. I'll have that eventually, but I gotta wait. So maybe I'm not done waiting. Because after I've waited, I know that that money will come. Then once that money comes, then I put everything into that. It's easy. I can't expect everybody to do that, you know. I thought about asking for donations, but I just don't feel right about it. So, if I believe in the process, like if I believe in what I'm doing, I should put my money where my mouth is when I do have money, right? But I gotta collect the money. It'll get easier when I get all my papers. How long is it going to take you to get that law degree, Tom? give or take. Creme de la creme. Melanie Escamilla. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom, this is Space. Don't ask me what year it is, because I'm not sure. I've been in space for a long time. And I feel as though I'm getting further and further away. I can barely hear anything anymore. Can't really see anything. Red pickup truck. White hatchback Mazda Protege? Average watch time, it says 43 minutes 10 seconds, so that's the average watch time. That's not bad, actually. Not bad. 2 concurrent viewers. No, the average watch time, if there was only 2 concurrent viewers, Melanie's watched it. Wait, this is like 6 hours, 22 minutes. This is so off. I get no information on my fucking screen. I know there are people watching. Where are they? Why can't they comment? Why can't it... Is there anybody else out there? Please comment. Show me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong. No, we're just disinterested in your non-show. It's nothing. It's shit. It's a shit show. Say this. Then I'll know. No, thank you. YouTube. Oh, Facebook here. Unable to start live video. What? You're shit. Public study. Done. Now we're just live on YouTube. Deal with it. You know, Melanie and I can't just go hopping around from, like... We got stuff to do. No, you don't. I do. I have to do my laundry? Nah. I gotta do the dishes? Pretty busy schedule. And I'm retired, man. I'm fucking retired. I have the very least coming my way. The benefits an RCMP officer might get at the end of his career, like a pension. Yeah. I'm going after the pensions. Because that's how it works, right? I'm gonna be a lawyer now. Yep, I'm gonna be a lawyer now. And we're gonna see if the law works. How many RCMP officers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 6. Oh no, not counting the 2 bylaw officers that were watching. That was good. You still got it, Tom. You still got it. Good days, good times, good friends, good beer. Heineken. The Bats? Molson? Molson Canadian. In Canada Dry. Why? Because there's nothing drier in Canada. Sing hallelujah. Back. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? You're fine, Tom. You're fine. You're fine. Thanks, Melanie. Like, we got to put it in perspective, this COVID-19 shit, and the numbers that we're counting, and how off course we are when it comes to what's really, really going on and what's important. I just look at my town, very few cases, same with most towns, really, in Canada. It's like provinces are saying, oh, we got 10 new cases of COVID in our province. Fuck, man, there's how many millions of people in your province? So it's like counting what the common cold's like. Oh no, Jane got the cold and her whole family got the cold. Did you hear about that case of the Fieldings? Jane Fielding and her family, they all got the COVIDs. The cold. The common cold, yeah, it's the COVIDs. Number 6, eh? I agree. Did you hear about it? Jack, yeah, he God, he fucking had that cold for like, he told me 2 weeks. Oh, 2 weeks? No way. Yep. Oh, 2 weeks. Wow. And this is news how? Oh, well, you see, yeah, you know Bernie, you know, down the street, he owns the press. You know, the guy that lives in that big mansion over there. Hey, he's been feeding you shit news. He hasn't been reporting anything. He doesn't have reporters. There's nobody working for him as a reporter in your fucking town. Oh no, we do stories. Do you? Do you do stories about, the RCMP doing sideways shit? You know it happens, don't you? Do you do stories about your government? How they're putting signs up all around town, and it's based purely on propaganda that's from people that own governments, federal governments, countries. And your municipality isn't doing anything. These fuckers, come on. These positions, these jobs, they need to go. They're not doing anything. You want a forward-moving city? You want something that is good for everybody? Everybody. Well, get rid of your politicians, the RCMP, the police in your town. Change up everything. All the laws. You change up everything. And you have the right to do that. You have the right. Absolutely you do. As a community of people. No one has the right to tell you. A country has a right to tell you how to be, how to live, who to associate with, how to build. Fuck you. And dishes are dishes. Dishes are dishes. There's not much that phases me anymore. To be honest with you, there's not a lot that I'm really interested in. It's not a bad thing. It's just I'm taking a break, man. Where does it go? Well, I follow wherever it takes me, so is that okay? No. You need to know. No, I don't. Sister, brother, friend. No, I don't. Because I'm not you. And that's good. You don't want to be me, I don't want to be you. It's perfect. Worked out just the way it should have. So you have no bearing on what I do in life, right? Yes, I do. I know you better than you know. No, you do not. We've established that. Next argument? I didn't want to argue in the first place. No. Next statement from you that's a little sideways that we need to talk about, so we can iron out all the wrinkles and figure out where it is we've gone wrong. Oh, you don't want to talk about it? No, because you already think I'm wrong. Oh, God. Cool bike. Relationships. Should be easy. Can be easy. Why does everybody have to be so right in relationships? Tell me that. Oh, I look fat in these jeans. You look incredibly obese in those jeans. I don't know, like it's coming out all sides. It looks shit. You look like shit in those jeans. You should never have. Oh God. Ugh. Or no, I like those jeans. Now tell me the truth. All right. Well, what I'm gonna do with you, you're gonna find the truth. I'm gonna put this ball under this cup. You got 3 cups. Now you see the ball? You know where the cup is? I'm gonna rotate these cups around on the table, and you're gonna keep your eye on the cup that you think that the ball is under. Do you know which one it is? Wrong, asshole. Oh God! You're the worst magician ever. I'm a bit of a dick. Okay, but it's only a game, right?
It's only a stupid game that can be taken negatively, but it's never intended this way.
So where we're at?
Well, average watch time now is like 45 minutes, 29 seconds, so I think that's pretty good. That's not bad. So you're pretty much looking at, 45 minute shows your deal. Yeah. Like I don't think I can bear to listen to you for more than 45 minutes, to be honest with you. 30 minutes is my thing. With you, 30 minutes, sometimes 5. And sometimes I look at you and I watch your lips move, and I can't make out a word you're saying, but then I put words in your mouth, and I enjoy it much more, because what I'm saying makes much more sense to me than what you're saying to me. Alright, that was hard to take, but go on. No, not you. I don't want you to talk anymore. Next. Thank you. Next. I like jazz too. There's something about it. It goes on and on. It never stops. I got a secret. You want to hear my secret? Yeah. I really want to hear your secret, Tom. You'll see.
What comes in between 8 and 4? 6. Hey, you're right on it, Melanie. I'm telling you. Nails it again. I'll be right back. in space. My name's Tom, this is Space. Cue the jazz, please. Thank you. You get a shirt on? It's a family show. Good. I figured. Give Gord a break from the jazz. I got jazz going on, and then I was for the last hour, whatever I was talking about, I forget. What's that?
It happens.
Yeah. Next topic. I really don't have any energy today.
What happened? Not every day.
Yeah. Not today. Although I do this most days, but most days I have energy. Today I don't. I would still do the same thing, but. Could be tired. It means you did something. It means you did something. What's this here? I made it this far without a mask. The health department started giving out warnings to my local grocery store. $500 a day if they don't enforce the mask order. Ho 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 ho. My bouncy ball. Put it in the battleship box, please. Please don't lose my ball. I love that thing. Oh, the bouncy ball? It's over there. Don't lose it. There we go. Oh boy. Oh, nice, well done. So what do we got so far? What did we cover today? All the same old stuff. Nothing's new with you. Want to start again? No. Why not? How are we going to get good at this thing if we don't try? If we don't practice? The art of conversation and telling a story. That's going to be of value. Yeah. I'm banking on it. Is that your only game? I think you should. Have you ever thought about house painting? Have you ever thought about drywall? Oh god. Have you ever installed siding? Oh, please don't. Are you a hard worker? Not anymore. Smart worker. I'm a smart worker now. To all the friends that I grew up with in Ontario, I'm not crazy, by the way. I know you think I am. No, that's not true. I know people don't think that way. There. I don't know why I said that. Oh, I know why. I know why. She had to pull those pants right out of her bum. She did. They were so tight. 47 minutes average watch time. It's going up. 45 minutes before, now it's 47. Catching up. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Melanie, and we're in space together. So, anybody got a problem with that? They say that you're not supposed to water your lawn in space because, like, water is at a premium. But what is the most important thing in life to you? You ask Nick. What about you? Me? You ask Nick. I'll ask Nick next time. Then he can tell you whatever it is. For me? What's the most important thing in life? Just to make it better. For everybody. You can't do that. Well, we can. Just a little bit better. I think it's very important to establish to have relationships. I think that's very important. I think listening and learning is important. I think being patient and kind and compassionate is extremely important. So it's a multi-pronged attack on what's important. The most important thing in my life. That's a different question, so I'll take it a little differently. Thing. Most important thing. There's no thing that is important. But I think I got a little too philosophical on that question, so I'll just go with my first answer. Is that the right answer? Oh no, no, no! I'll take door number 2. Ah, shit. That's right. You've won a pile of shit. Makes great fertilizer. Plant a garden, make millions. That's what we call turning lemons into lemonade. And what's important to me changes from thought to thought. So it's a very hard thing to say what's important, but if you were to narrow it down, the more people know about themselves, the faster and more optimal we'll be with the change that we put out there. I don't know if that's the way to put it, but let me put it another way. Giving people the gift of seeing themselves for who they really are is the biggest thing for me. Yeah. That's it. Hey, man. Average watch time 48 minutes. How did that improve? Yeah, but there's only one person watching. Doesn't make any sense. Average watch time being that, then it's like, doesn't matter. Here's what I know that matters. Is that we're doing something. Something. Yeah, but is it real? Is it tangible? Is it something that you can... There's more that you can't see than what you can see. Remember. Hey, does anybody want me to move to their town? I think I'm ready to move to another town. Does anybody want to do something really cool with their town? Because that would be fun. I'd like to be a part of a cool project that's happening in someone's town. But not like cool as in like, let's change it all, man. Anybody want to start a town based on fair trade? Anybody want to do that? Anybody want to just talk about shit? Like real stuff? Like about how relationships are impossible, the way things are being managed in relationships today, as if that's ever changed. They're impossible. The expectations are you can never reach them. The expectations. So you've failed right from the get-go. Unless, what is marriage? The institution of God you should take it real serious. It's a commitment to God that you're going to stay together forever, right? Yeah, that's why I had such a problem. But then when I thought about it, I thought, well, no God wants you to be unhappy. No God wants, you know, if it's not right, or just God. Who's this God you talk of? Blasphemy, let's burn him. Well, not so quick, friend. Okay, on the burning thing. Can I have an opinion on this subject? No, burn him. All right. Right. Define thing. Define thing. Well, a thing is either something tangible that you can actually touch or see or whatever. That's it. Or a thing is a thought. Thing could be a thought. That's a thing. And I don't subscribe to thought being the number one thing, because that's obviously not it. Thought's overrated. Thought doesn't know its place. And that's part of our problem. So, thing. A thing is not the thing. What's the thing? The Rubik's Cube. I can solve that under 2 minutes. You wanna know how? Yeah, there's a pattern. It's an algorithm. So you just follow that and then... Yeah, I didn't figure it out myself. I looked it up on the internet. I'm not going to do it. I forgot how to do it, but I'll look it up again if you want me to do it, and then I can impress you. I am 100% done trying to impress anybody ever again. It's not sustainable. As soon as you impress someone, they're thinking, oh, do it for me again! Impress me again. Well, I don't have anything else except for that. Well, I want the same thing. Do something different. Ah, that's impressive. Do something different again. Good. Different. Now your difference the same. You're a shitty friend. Sorry about that. Just calling a spade or a club a club. Yeah. Man, my stats are fucking through the roof. I can't believe this. It's stacked against everything that you're doing on YouTube. If you start it, like I've been doing it for 2 years, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't have money. If I had money, maybe I would. I'd get first in line or something, or like middle of the line. Maybe I wouldn't get first in line. Trump gets first in line. He gets like the back end of everything I do. Every time someone sees one of my videos, then Trump's fat fucking face comes on. Man, I'm the leader of the free world. Fuck you. You didn't come to see you, they came to see me, I thought. And what's playing right after me is you. How? Propaganda, I say. Propaganda. You fuckers. Buying your way. Well, no more, I say. I'm a lawyer now. Did you know what I was doing for the last few years? Yeah, I became a lawyer. How'd you do that? On the interweb. Just had to write a test. Oh God. I'm in fucking trouble now. Melanie Escamilla, quote, saying, "My pillow and blanket." Yeah. Most important thing in life is probably life itself, and we should just nurture it in whatever form. I'm still grabbing my pillow and blanket first. Wait. What are we talking about? Sky's falling. Melanie Escamilla. And then you know what happened after that? No, tell me. Well, she got really upset. She stormed out of the house. She slammed the door so hard they almost came off its hinges. This is the stupidest show ever. Sorry, Melanie. You know what happened next? What? Nah, it wasn't worth saying anymore. They just went to bed. Everybody went to sleep. They grabbed their pillows and went to sleep. Just like Melanie? Yeah, Melanie's the smart one of the bunch. I see people holding hands. Can people be in love anymore? In this day of COVID? Yes, but the holding hands thing. 6 feet, please. Oh man, you're making it very hard to date right now. So what you want to do, Tom? You want to date other people? You want to see other people? Other people? Well, I'd like to see people. Yeah, I'd like to see people. Would I like to see other people than you? Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I want to see other people? Just, you know my world, are you? Yes, I'm your world. And I have to have it that way, or else we're just not going to work. It's just, at this point, I'm saying, I guess it just doesn't work then. Relationships 101 by me, Tom. Average watch time? You know what we're up to right now? We're up and down. 46 minutes, 21 seconds. It fluctuates. It fluctuates. What are we talking about? Nothing. Nothing, honey. Man, I've been sleeping so good lately. Ever since I got beat by the police, I've been sleeping so nicely. Oh, right through the night. What, you were beat? But what was this? I don't want to talk about it. I'll tell you next time. I'll mention it. I don't know, I'm just getting sick. I have to say it every day, but like, that's 3 months ago, man. Tortured. Fucking weird. It's like Bizarro Land. I was telling my mom that yesterday. It's like, are we in Bizarro World? Is this what Bizarro World looks like? Everything's upside down. Why are people being so irrational? Why are the police beating up innocent people? Like, for no reason. Hey, buddy, get over here. You. What was I doing? Nothing. So I'm in trouble for what then? Looking like you do. Oh, how was that? And then the guy gets the beating of his life. Or the girl gets the beating of her life. In Canada, this happens. And nothing's being done about it. Our government's not doing anything about it. It's very perplexing. And it's actually in the news. And people are thinking, oh, that's just an isolated event. No, it's not. I have a neighbor here that's been in... Oh, she's had so many bad things happen to her in regards to the RCMP. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. Federal government, tax dollars at work. Way to go, boys and girls of the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I tell you what, do you guys mind wearing brown from now on? Yeah, we're just gonna change the uniforms up. We're gonna put you in brown uniforms now. And would you mind putting that armband on over there? Yeah. Yeah, that one. Oh yeah, it's just a symbol. It means peace. It's nothing, honey. Nothing, honey. Dear, well, who do you work for now? Like, are you a Nazi? Because it seems like you are. It seems like you're a Nazi. It's like you got the same ideals and values and shit. And you're violent fuckers. And you justify it, right? Oh, 15 playback. Someone played this back and thought, man, I gotta catch that thing that he said. I hope not. I hope not. Nothing I say is of any value or consequence, except for this next statement. The RCMP is a criminal organization and is involved in rape, torture, and all sorts of goofy shenanigans. They're the unrecognized terrorist organization that we've been fighting this whole time. Do you remember that fight on terror? The war on terror? Oh God, that was a long war. Who are we fighting? Well, we should have been fighting the RCMP the old time, but we decided to fight an unknown fucking what-if enemy. Hey, man. Good? So that's where that's at. Yeah. Interesting. So, between the 4 and the 8 is a 6. And that was right, smack dab in the fucking middle. And that's where you always want to be, is in the middle somewhere. I think. It's like, and then the earthquake comes, and then people are... It's like, we're in town, we're in town. And if you thought noise pollution was bad, it's like an earthquake coming through. All welcome. It's the middle ground. Hey, how about get a muffler? You want to get a muffler on that bike? That's the middle for you. You know? No? You like it when you fucking piss people off and you wake them up. If maybe they're working like the night shift. You like waking people up in the day, or you're at night and you know most people are sleeping. You're even worse. You know, come on, man. All right, fair enough. Probably pissed you off somewhere down the line. But everybody, you're doing that to everybody though. You know that, right? Get a muffler. No. That's the only thing. I love those bikes though. Beautiful bikes. Oh yeah. I'm a bike guy. I've had a few bikes myself. I had a Seika 900. I had a 450 Nighthawk, and 400cc Honda's goofy bike, 1970s thing. 80 maybe, 1980. 80s probably. Average watch time 47 minutes. Man, it's up and down though. This makes no sense to me at all. Live streaming. How can they have these stats with 2 concurrent viewers? This makes no sense. So these stats don't hold up. I got a stat. I just won in chess today. I never win, and I took it all. Checkmate. Yep. Let's see what Facebook has to say. Oh, because getting so much good information. Actually, there's a few good things on Facebook. A few people I'm following, so it's not a bad. Like Terry Colson. Do you know Terry Colson? Well, she's a friend of mine from Winnipeg. Don't hold it against her. Camouflage doesn't always hide everything. The guy's balls are hanging out from a crack. He's working on it. He's got his balls. I like it. I like it. I like it. Well, I pretty much whatever Michael likes, I always like, right? It's the same with Terry Colson. I see it, but look at these drawings; they're amazing. I'm sharing it. It's my kind of thing. From Zach Bush, MD. Camp Widgetowin, happy birthday. Also, happy birthday to Gordon. If you're listening out there, Gordon, I know it's your birthday, and happy birthday. I know you don't celebrate them anymore, but, hey. Happy birthday, Widgetowin. Happy birthdays to Giggs and Mufasta. Okay, the birthday to them, not Widgetowin. And Gord. Yep. Hello, Marilyn. Nice picture. Another nice picture from Marilyn. Criminal charges. Should Justin be charged as an adult? Oh, God. You know what we should do with all the politicians? I think we should have a special place for them, where they can play their games, their political games, like maybe not an island, like some kind of like desert. Throw them in the middle of the desert, and I don't know. I'm not gonna be the guy. You guys figure it out, but step down. You don't have control over people anymore. That's hilarious. Step down, shithead. Justin Trudeau. Any kind of government right now is just like, you think you have made a decision, like an informed decision about who should run your country? Okay, here's your option. Here's your options. So actually only 2 of them. So this is going to make it really easy for you. You got Joe Biden, who maybe at this point in his career, extremely inept and if not super corrupt and whatever, I don't know. And also he's a bit of, he's probably going senile or whatever. And or Trump, who is like a megalomaniac or like a sociopath at best. I don't know who this guy is, but I know one thing. He cares about himself and only himself and his family. And the people that he chooses to do business with at the time. But anybody else, fuck you. That's what he thinks about everybody else. So those are your choices. Oh, you know, Kamala Harris. Oh, Kamala, is it Camilla? Did I get it wrong? Fuck you. I don't care. Who is this lady? She ran for president. Okay, she collected a lot of money from a lot of special donations. Where did those donations go? Same with Biden. Same with all these fuckers. You know, like Bloomberg. Anyways, don't get me going on this. I'll keep going. I'll keep ranting. You don't want this. You don't want this. Where are we at? Nothing. Fine. This is a good example of how well a an N95 mask protects you from any virus. Great for bacteria and, if changed often, sucks at stopping virus. I'm going to post this one because I believe it's a good analogy. So, share it in public. Let's see what this Dark Van Stralen has to say. He's got some pretty funny cartoons, you know. Social distancing diary. Recipes containing pasta not requiring boiling should not be considered life hacks. Let me read that again. Social distancing diary. Day 151. Did I mention? That was day 151. Recipes containing pasta not requiring boiling should not be considered life hacks. I'm gonna post it, and I'm gonna dwell on this for a while. I think he's brilliant. I get it. I get it. Ray McKay Photography. Have you seen this one yet, ladies and gentlemen? 462 shares. It's gotta be something. Is that art? No, it's just a photo. You're a stupid person. Drop in Ontario cases due to Toronto data error. Had reported cases twice. Ugh. If you believe the political appointed ministers, this is Michael Amaralt, and you believe everything that the TV politicians or corporations tell you is the truth without researching, then you are a special kind of stupid. Michael Amaralt. Thank you for that. Appreciate that comment. Thank you. I'm going to share it because I used it. Because I used it. Because I used it. A little message from Helen Mowat. It's from Dr. Wayne Dyer. Everything you do is based on the choices you make. It's not your parents, your past relationships, your job, the economy, the weather, an argument, or your age that is to blame. You and only you are responsible for every decision and choice you make. Period. Wayne Dyer. Former legendary boxer, mixed martial artist. No, wrong guy. He wrote the Power Now. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, I know. Aw. No, he doesn't see it that way. Nor does his family. It's a good thing. It's a good thing he's dead. Yeah, it's a good thing he's dead. Dr. Wayne Dyer. And, yeah, I've read almost every one of his books. Well done. Well done. You're such a good reader. You really are. Well, I don't read anymore. What do you mean you don't read? You just read that thing. Helen Mowat. It's a little quote from Helen Mowat. Let's see. Yep. Every one of the professions have been training improperly. Every one of the professions have been trained improperly. I've experienced it in teaching and in the court system. This is right. And of course in the media and also the healthcare system. We have been not modeled how to communicate effectively. The government censors us continuously. We now have to be politically correct. We are not taught to speak out and speak the truth. I've spoken truth to power, and sadly, one is discriminated against. The judges, from my perspective, modus operandi is operante, whatever that it's a Latin expression, friend. Is that they even break their own criminal code. All systems are broken, in my opinion. There is no integrity, and judges don't even want to accept evidence of the truth. When they take your name and use it in capital letters for a corporation, and thus for money, greed, and power, what does a person like me do? I am a senior, and I will fight back. However, few do, and the judges know that we have all been well conditioned since kindergarten not to question power. It does stay with us a lot of our lives. However, I had the opportunity to work off the bullying issues of the education system, but still PTSD still crops up when dealing with corrupt judges who have taken an illegal something. I'm posting this. You know, how many people need to get beaten by these fuckers before we actually do something about it, right? They shouldn't even have a building here. They shouldn't be patrolling our neighborhoods. They don't have my trust. Fuck me. Yeah, check it out. Helen Mowat. Thank you, Helen, for writing that, for taking the time and speaking out. It's a big thing. Professionals need to do this more. Don't be afraid of losing your job. It's only a fucking job. Oh, it's just not like that. You know how much debt I have from education? Blah, blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Do the right thing, you fucker. Right? You know what the right thing is. I don't fucking have to tell you what the right thing is. Melanie Escamila. Why are assholes the ones who get those type of jobs? Like if you're a dick, maybe you shouldn't be a cop. Yup. But they all go out for it because they're the meatheads. They love it because they'll do anything that you want them to. They don't think on their own. Yes sir, I'll do whatever you say, sir. And then that affords you the luxury of being as violent as you will, or as you want. You're already a violent person, and you give a violent person weapons makes no fucking sense at all. Or a psychologist. Same thing agrees. Melanie Escamila. And maybe assholes who make viruses for computers for profit should make vaccines for people. How am I gonna get groceries? How are you gonna get groceries if you can't fucking use cash? How are you gonna get groceries if you're not a part of a system? What? These fuckers. Implants, a chip implant. That's what they're going for. Everybody gets an implant, and it's automatically taken off whatever it is that you've worked for. So it's like it's all run by fucking computers and AI. Who's tracking it? Bill Gates, that fucker. You shithead. You want to give me a vaccine? Why? Why? When did you become the humanitarian? That evil incarnate, my friend. Make it mandatory. And you're using these vaccines on children now. Children that's what I hear. That's what I hear in Africa. You're using them. And then you'll use them on the next people. What are you doing, fucker? What is this agenda that I hear that you and your people have? We'll have to talk later, Bill Gates. You and me have to talk later. And I will. I swear to God that I'm going to make sure that I get to talk to every one of these fuckers. They have to answer for some things, and you know what? You need to be questioned by the right people. You gotta have a little bit of a discussion here. Let's have a discussion about vaccinations. We'll bring Bill Gates in. We'll bring former President Trump in. We'll bring in President Biden. Vice President Harris. We'll invite all of them in. A few other guests, people actually know shit, and then we'll discuss it. And just have a topic. Don't end the topic. There's not 5 minutes here for you and 5 minutes there for you, or you have a chance. No fucking moderator. You talk about it back and forth. Let's see what makes the most sense. Because right now your debates are shit. You don't make. You're all horrible debaters. How about a conversation? Let's try you out in a new format. I want to see you having a conversation with somebody. Then we'll know what you know. And what you truly believe. It's the only way. But no, they set up these fucking debates where one side against the other, or a whole bunch of people against each other, fighting for the fucking same job. Well, that person is not going to be good for the situation because that person does this wrong. And if I don't point it out, I'm not doing my job. Lo and behold, guess what? Now I'm the vice president. I'm a vice president now. Yeah, I fucking hated that guy. It's a game, who cares, right? Vice president. Guess how fucking rich I'm gonna be after this. Every president has become rich. How is it that their wealth goes up so high? Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter anyways. Well, you're just jealous. No, not really. I'm just following the money like everybody says, facts. They all like their facts, right? So you throw the facts right back in their fucking face and they have nothing. All they do is and they pass that off as knowledge. Or they'll tell you something that's absolutely not true as the truth and pass that off as what? Well, that's just our brand of propaganda, and if you don't buy it, then hey, have you had your vaccination? Free vaccinations. Oh yeah, the seniors are lining up for it. It's quite incredible. Yeah, it's just a tent in the middle of nowhere. They pull up and they. Young lady, she I had a conversation here. She was with her mom, and she came back from a boat trip, and they had to, before they went on the boat, they had to do all these COVID-19 stupid, whatever it is. They stick a thermometer to your fucking head, right? And then they swab the inside of your mouth, right? And then if you got COVID, then they report you. But if you don't have COVID, then you can get on the boat and party or whatever they're doing. But if you got COVID or you're a little hot, then they report you. They report you. Where is that? So what do we got in total? Well, we got a government that's running roughshod over everybody. And there aren't a lot of people that care too much to do anything about it because they think it's just going to continue on the same as, and that they have no ability to change it, which is just shitty thinking. It's shitty thinking. Oh, I can't do anything. I'm powerless. Fuck you, you're not powerless. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Simple. Change it. You got an idea? Man, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do that guy's idea. This other girl over here, she's got a great idea too, you know? Everybody's got good ideas. Let's take the best idea and do that, regardless of gender or race or whatever other kind of box you want to put someone in. Just go with the best idea. I don't care. I don't want to see anybody. My chair, you know, I'm listening to all the ideas. When I hit my button and my chair comes around, then you know it's a winning combination. Bing! Yeah, I'll work with you. Oh, because I think you got something. You got a good idea there. Thanks, man. Looking forward to working with you. You look. Oh, there it is. I hid it on myself. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. We're going on like an average watch time of 50 minutes now. So this is good. This is good. Wow. Sure come a long way. You know, 2.5 years on YouTube, and I'm already at 17 subscribers. So last month I had 18, and I think we're going in the right direction. I really do. I feel like we're going in a real... Oh, you're live. I didn't know you were live. It never shows up. No, I know. I'm really starting to enjoy these times together. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating in this dialogue, this conversation we're having together. It's getting a little chilly out there, man. Hey, and for all you people out there, like the naysayers of the world, and especially in particular my world, the naysayers, the ones that say, oh, don't encourage him, you're just enabling him and shit like that. Holy fuck. You guys gotta stop. Such bad shit that you're putting out there. Such bad shit you're putting out there. talk to the source. You always should talk to the source before you make any kind of value judgments. Even then, it's like, dear Lord, who do you think you are? Anyways? To have that opinion? Do you think you're anyways? I don't get it. Who do you think you are anyways? Who do you think you are? Anyways? Do you get it now? I'm sick of explaining my stupid jokes. Well, you're in a real mood, Tom. You're in a real mood. Not really. Same old, same old. I haven't changed. Yes, you have. Okay. For the good? Did it change? No. Oh, come on. Well, I guess you gotta be okay with people having an opinion of you. Like, the worst thing could be that they have no opinion. It's like that you don't exist at all. Right? If many people have a really bad opinion of you, you know, is that better? Well, any publicity is good publicity. You sure about that? Are you sure? Stuff is starting to come on in the garden. Melanie Escamilla. How's that garden looking over there, Melanie? It did look good. Last time I saw it, it was looking really good. I'm impressed. Oh. stuff is starting to come on in the garden. Was happy to see the little baby yellow squash. They're adorable. Melanie Escamilla. They're adorable. I like squash. Yeah, it's a nice night. Another good night. Another beautiful summer evening in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, at the Beaumont Motel. Different year this year. Different year. But interesting. To say the least. I could have a label of some kind. Someone could just label me, say, you know what, you're schizophrenic son of a bitch, or you're like bipolar. That's exactly what you are. All right, cool. What now? Well, we don't think you can take care of yourself anymore, so we're going to provide you with a place, and we're going to provide you with full-time care. Will I be able to go on vacation on my own still? Well, no, we'll have to send someone with you. Okay, so that's my personal slave that you're sending with me? Well, you know, here's the deal. It'd be easier. It's the incentive. Sign myself up at the hospital, and now I'm a fucking crazy person. I sign myself up. And then it's like, oh, I got free lodging, I have a free bed, they bring my food to me. Wow, that's pretty good. We've got a pretty good setup here. Why is this one drooling? Why is Ken drooling? I can't go outside anymore? Oh, fuck you. I gotta get out of this place. No, that's not a good place to go. Full-time care, though? Okay. Yeah, let's go there. I think I've already showed skills enough to show people that I can feed myself and I can wipe my own ass and things of this nature. So I'm not completely incapable, right? Oh no, you should be on meds. Well, here we go. You stay away. Stay away. Got this vaccination that we might know, guy, girl. You get your needle away from me, please. Thank you. And don't point that device to my forehead. No, because I'm not going to get used to that. No, sorry, sir, that's the policy. You don't get in the store. Okay, fine. Alright, lost a customer for life, you shithead. Point that thing at my forehead. You don't know what I've been through, you fucker. Doesn't matter how much point that you get at your forehead.
Right? Am I right or am I right? Average watch time 51:59. We're going up in the average watch time category. Can't trust these numbers. 6 persons and 1 bike with 2 steering wheels are allowed on our streets. They're the size of like a small car. They're terrorizing the whole fucking town. It's awesome. I love it. Go slow. Negative and positive energy at the same time. Because that's how it goes, right? It's the interplay between the two. And then what do you got? Oh, I got my coat. Yeah, layers. Wait a minute, trees are talking to me right now. What are they saying? Windy. That's a slight wind, but 4 miles per hour. Cool. North. Coming off what they say is Lake Okanagan, but really it's the Okanagan River. Yeah, we're trying to pass it off as a lake. You didn't buy it? Oh, I bought lots of property over there on the lake. Not gonna be there for too long. Floods are coming. My home, I imagine it will be up there somewhere. Gotta talk to the right people. Where can I live? Tell you what, are you good at washing cars? Yeah, I guess so. You wash my car for life, I'll give you permission. Is that easy? Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Can I go on vacation? I want to take 6 months off. No. Given. Or how about that crown land? All that crown land, that goes back to whoever wants to live there. They won't live there. Well, that's something. They should be allowed to do this, wouldn't you think? Yes. That makes sense. your land, do you? Well, not if the government can come by and expropriate it any time they want. Any reason they feel like they have. Yeah, I just think that. Yeah, we're gonna buy you out. We want the oil. On the upside of things, Gordon's birthday today. Had some great conversations. Beautiful day. No worries, no complaints, no nothing. This is great. And I think I might leave it at that for the night. Yeah, it sounds like a good time to stop. Hey, Melanie, I'm gonna go now. Have a great night. Say hi to the kids. And talk to you guys later. Oh, you know what? I got so much food. Yeah, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. In fact, I probably have vegetables for you if you want to. So.
You want something that's cooked or
Pardon me?
you want something that's cooked already?
No, honestly, I've had so much. Like today was like one of those days where it's like I'm overwhelmed with food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. No worries. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a good day.